Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, youtube.com/the stock market. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed, and if it's not live, then you should know by now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I just switched it up a little bit, baby. But Chattadonia, it has been a long weekend. We are finally back. Unfortunately, it is still a short week, but we are actually going to get data. We woke up here with a little bit of upside. You actually had some decent news out of both China and then China and Apple. You got a lot of people talking about policy. We already had Neil Kashkari speak already. You're going to get a lot more of the Fed speakers this week, and then we wrap it up with PCE, and you're going to hear this when we go over the news. Today is a really big change. The T+1 is now in effect. Actually, I don't know if it got resolved too. About like 20, 30 minutes ago, there was an issue with the NASDAQ. They reported, what was it, like the quotes? They said, let me see if I can get you the specific name. But point is, your T+1, you're settling. Yeah, I mean, here's a fun fact. The last time that the stock market or financial markets were on anything like this, it was in the 1920s. It was about 100 years ago. Yeah, so believe it or not, it's good. Yeah, the NASDAQ declared self-help at market open if issue continues. They have disabled routing to members. That was at 5:30, so we'll see here. That was about 30 minutes ago, but you know, you got a new effect in, so we'll see how the short week takes us. Other than that, we're going to have data and everything else, but Chattadonia. Oh, NASDAQ has re-enabled. Look at Troy, baby. Good morning. What's up, Troy? Good morning, Ari. Yunan, Najee, Wolf, B. Dizzle, Anzer, Tim Whitman, baby. Good morning, Winnie Loser. Me, Nacho, Carissa Hines. Good morning. Anzo, Joseph, Cab, Matthew, C. Money, Jay Samuels, Healthwave, El Chaparro, Open Face Sandwich, baby. Good morning, Tammy, NRG, Perma Bear, Data Junkie, Sean Carter, Luis, Mark J, Hush Taylor, Perm, Andrew Benstone, Jiver, Wooya, Yeshua. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. What up, Snell? What up, Luis? What up, Randy? Oh, what up, Devlin? I knew I saw it. I thought I saw it, then it went by, and I was like, that's Steve Devlin. I don't know. Good morning, baby. What up, Jay Berg? Paul. Oh, my goodness. Striker, Randy, Eric, Miguel, Amor, Christian, Roll Tide, baby. Oh, my goodness. Happy Monday, Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Matthew Orban. What's up, baby? What up, Waka? What up, Benjamin Miller? Funny, KO, Mr. Carmel, Sarik, baby. How y'all living? John Martin, Kayla, Brandon, QXL. What up, at that Twitch? Oh, what up, Hunter? How you living, Most Dope? What up, Professino? Feed me, Seymour. Good morning. We got a hype train in the morning. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, Twitch. What's up, babe? Good morning. So I'm talking about Slizzin, El Coyote, 333, Sim Race Review, Destroyer, Higgs Plagues, Blowing Dough, Uncle Robert. Oh, my goodness. 12 Jimmy, Most Dope, baby. And Most Dope again. And El Coyote. And Uncle Nick, baby. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. So, Chattadonia. Well, the NASDAQ thing is resolved, so we don't have to worry about it just yet. But you've seen that happen. That's usually when there's like issues, just communicating with the quotes, a little bit of differences. But Chattadonia, I don't think we'll have to worry about too much. I think we should really see if the liquidity comes back amongst other things. But Chattadonia, I hope y'all are feeling good. I hope you had a great long weekend, and now we're back, baby. You know what I'm saying? I know it was weird without you guys for another 24 hours, but we're back. That's it. Nothing to worry about, baby. So that being said, let me get my assistant here, Josh AI, and he will help us move forward. So get ready for all the headlines. Woo! Stocks trade mixed with focus on inflation data. Stocks traded today. Mixed as markets reopened in Europe and the U.S., with investors looking to inflation prints and central bank speakers for hints on the timing of interest rate cuts. U.S. stock futures climbed 0.2%, helped by pre-market gains for Apple Inc., which added 2.4% after China shipments rebounded. Europe's stock 600 dipped 0.2%, trimming its gains gain in May to 3.2%. Earnings strength from tech megacaps like Nvidia Corp has helped stocks erase April's slump, even as U.S. data and cautious Fed speak cool market bets on the scope for policy easing this year. In a busy week for data, traders are concentrating on the PCE deflator, the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation. On Friday, we are very much on the inflation data watch for now, said Maria Vitmani, senior multi-asset strategist at State Street Global Markets. Stocks and risk will continue to be supported, but I don't see change of leadership nor a broadening of the performance. Large cap growth stocks will be leading. Treasuries posted small moves before a slate of short-term auctions, including offers of 2-year and 5-year notes on Tuesday. Brent crude was flat, even as tensions in the Middle East ratcheted higher. Consumer inflation expectations in the Eurozone ticked lower in April, ECB data showed, as policymakers next meet on rates on June 6th. On Monday, France's François Villeroy de Galhau said the ECB shouldn't exclude cutting rates in both June and July, though hawkish policymakers, including executive board member Isabel Schnabel, recently came out in opposition to back-to-back moves. T+1 attention, and as traders return from the long weekend, they're alert for problems connected with the switch to T+1 rule, whereby U.S. equities will settle in 1 day rather than 2. There are worries about potential teething issues, including that international investors may struggle to source dollars on time, global funds will move at different speeds to their assets, and everyone will have less time to fix errors. Elsewhere, Bitcoin fell as traders monitored transfers by wallets belonging to the failed Mt. Gox exchange, whose administrators have been stepping up efforts to return a $9 billion hoard of the largest digital asset to creditors. Some key events this week: IMF holds discussions with Ukrainian authorities to review economic policies as the country seeks to unlock next tranche of $2.2 billion in aid Monday. Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester speaks at BOJ event in Tokyo. Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari and ECB Governing Council member Klaus Knott address Barclays CPR International Monetary Policy Forum Tuesday. South African election, the most significant since the end of apartheid Wednesday. Fed releases Beige Book Economic Survey Wednesday. South Africa rate decision. U.S. initial jobless claims. GDP. Wholesale inventories Thursday. New York Fed President John Williams speaks at the Economic Club of New York Thursday. GDP data published for Canada. Eurozone Turkey Friday. Japan unemployment. Tokyo CPI industrial production. Retail sales Friday. Inflation focus. U.S. stock futures are pointing to a higher open after the holiday weekend as traders get ready for a big week of data. Today sees the release of house price and confidence data before we get reports on GDP on Thursday. The centerpiece then comes on Friday with the publication of the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, so the Fed's favorite inflation gauge. Economists expect that to show the smallest advance so far this year for the measure. Read more on what to expect from Joe below. Fed flurry. We'll have to wait to see if that reading comes in as expected and potentially bring some relief to Fed policymakers. Before then, the central bank itself has a busy week with another slew of speakers due, as well as the release of the Fed's Beige Book. Neil Kashkari kicked off proceedings off with comments on CNBC earlier Tuesday, saying policymakers should take their time in monitoring whether inflation is slowing enough to warrant interest rate cuts. T+1 is here. The other big event of the week for markets is the return of T+1, which will see trades settle in 1 day for the first time in 100 years. The new regime, which will speed up how quickly traders take ownership of the stocks they purchase or to receive payment for the stocks they sell, is intended to reduce risk in the financial system, but there are worries about potential teething issues. Apple bump. One stock that's likely to be in focus on this auspicious day is Apple, which looks to be staging somewhat of a rebound in China. A report today showed iPhone shipments rose 52% in April amid a flurry of discounts from retail partners, continuing its comeback from a woeful start to the year. Apple rose 2.2% in pre-market trading, the equivalent of about $60 billion. Bitcoin slide. Elsewhere, Bitcoin fell as traders monitored transfers by wallets belonging to the failed Mt. Gox exchange, whose administrators have been stepping up efforts to return a $9 billion hoard of the largest digital asset to creditors. The original cryptocurrency dropped as much as 3.1% and was trading at about $67,850. The weakness spread to smaller coins, including second-ranked Ether, top overnight news. The U.S. stock market is finally as fast as it was about 100 years ago. That was the last time share trades in New York settled in a single day, as they will from Tuesday under new Securities and Exchange Commission rules. The European Central Bank should use quantitative easing programs primarily in times of crisis, as their costs might be more pronounced than other tools in its repertoire, according to Executive Board member Isabel Schnabel. Inflation expectations of consumers in the Eurozone edged lower in April, according to the European Central Bank, reinforcing plans to start lowering interest rates next week. Prices are seen advancing 2.9% over the next 12 months, down from 3% in March, the ECB said Tuesday in its monthly poll. That's the lowest level since September 2021, it said. The pound is nearing its strongest level in years against two of its major counterparts, as traders ratchet up bets that the Bank of England will keep interest rates on hold for longer than peers. China's smartphone market saw a 2% growth in sales Q1, sales of foldable phones plus 48% YY. Huawei rose to the top spot for the first time in quarterly global shipments, surpassing Samsung. According to Counterpoint Research, China iPhone shipments jumped 52% in April. UBS Global Research raises 2024 year-end S&P 500 target to 5,600, Pravra target 5,400, current 5,304. All right, he tripped out there. He tripped out there at the end, baby. Lord time. What's up, Blowing Dog? Good morning. Good morning. S&P futures are up by 0.1. Tuesday morning trading comes after U.S. equities finished mixed last week. NASDAQ rallied nearly 1.5% up for a fifth straight week. S&P finished fractionally higher, also up for a fifth straight week. Dow and Russell come under pressure. Treasuries mix, some curve steepening after a big backup in yields last week. Dollar is down by 0.2. Some weakness on the euro cross. Gold is up by 0.6. Bitcoin futures down by 1.5, and WTI is up by 1.5. Nothing new from a narrative perspective coming out of the long holiday weekend. Big story last week was the further pricing out of expected rate cuts this year on the back of hawkish Fed speak and FOMC minutes. Market ended the week looking for just over 30 basis points worth of easing. Also, some renewed scrutiny surrounding stretched sentiment. Further growth backdrop flagged as an offset for risk appetite, along with positive earnings revisions and more focus on margin projection efforts. $1 trillion plus expected in buybacks, and the AI secular growth theme. March FHA house prices and S&P Case-Shiller on the economic calendar today. Fed Kashkari said he wants to see many more months of good inflation data before a rate cut. Followed a similar comment from Waller last week. Quiet next few days on the data front, though Friday does bring the PCE. Street is looking for core PCE to increase by 0.2 month over month in April, following a 0.3 increase in March, leaving the year-over-year rate unchanged at 2.8. Retail price cuts and value proposition ramp up concerns about rising deficit supply pressure in the bond market. Some themes in the financial press in recent days. Not much corporate news. Bloomberg reporting Apple iPhone shipments increased 52% in China on the back of a flurry of discounts from retail partners. Nvidia up on news that XAI will spend a bulk of the recently raised $6 billion on company hardware. Proxy advisor firm Glass Lewis recommends Tesla shareholders reject the proposed $56 billion pay package for CEO Elon Musk. Stellantis reportedly cutting some prices following complaints from dealers about bloated inventories and sluggish sales. GME up big after completing 45 million share equity offering. And then notable companies scheduled to report this week: ADKS, Okta, CRM, BBY, Costco, Dell, DG, Marvel, NTAP, Nordstrom's, Ulta, Vive, and Zscaler. Wow, so you got a decent amount reporting. Not bad, baby. All right, there's still more. Minneapolis Fed Kashkari wants to see more months of positive inflation data before a rate cut. Fed Bowman backs maintaining pace of QT, while Fed Mester wants more detailed policy statement. Bank of Japan underlying inflation measures in April all fall below 2%, raising concerns about the timing for the next rate hike. ECB consumer inflation expectations ease, bolstering case for rate cut. Lane and Villeroy latest to signal Chinese industrial profits return to growth in April, underpinning authorities' efforts to boost manufacturing. Japan service PPI inflation rises at the fastest pace in more than 30 years. Japan upgrades its factory output assessment for the first time in a year. Global shipping rates spike as businesses expect more disruption from ongoing Red Sea attacks. British Retail Consortium says UK shop price inflation back at normal levels. Tepid rebound in Australian retail sales reinforces weak underlying trend. Beyond tech sector, old school stocks in the utilities, energy, and materials outpacing the wider U.S. market. Rate traders see Japanese yen weakness continuing amid strong carry trade demand. China Politburo meeting stresses efforts on diffusing and preventing financial risks. Shanghai lowers down payment ratio and mortgage floor rate as Chinese cities look to spur housing markets. Apple China iPhone demand surges 52%. Rebound stemming after poor sales start to 24. Elon Musk XAI raises $6 billion from Valor, A16Z, and Sequoia. Amazon in talks with Italy to invest billions of euros in cloud plan. GameStop shares soar pre-market on completion of $933 million stock sale. Amazon Fresh cutting grocery prices by as much as 30% following similar moves from Walmart and Target. Israel PM Netanyahu says strike in Rafah civilian camp, tragic mistake, prompting fresh calls to halt attacks. China praises the restart of communications with Japan and South Korea as leaders pledge to revive free trade talks, and bullish bets on Ether intensify following SEC spot approval. Wow. My goodness. Chattadonia, there's still more. There is still more. Good morning. Oh my God. Happy Monday, Tuesday. I'm going to say it's Monday a lot. I already have this up. Perfect. We still got some pre-market movers here. So Dell is up by 4.9. No news, but they have earnings this week. NVIDIA is up by 3.0. They had earnings last week. Qualcomm up by 3. Maybe that's the China headline. NTNX up 2.8. VRT up 2.7. Futu up 2.6 off of earnings. Crowd is up by 2.5. Morgan Stanley names top pick. Price target 422 from 372. ONON up 2.4. Truist upgrades to buy. VST up 2.4. HBAN up 2.0. JP Morgan upgrades to overweight. SYY up 2.0. Guggenheim upgrades to buy. CVE up 2.0, nothing. Airbnb up 1.8. Wedbush upgrades to outperform. Apple up 1.7. China iPhone shipments are up 52% year over year. SMCI is up by 1.6. PBR up 1.6. Committed to investor returns, will maintain domestic fuel price policy. DuPont is up by 1.1. Citi upgrades to buy. INSM up 135% to host investor call tomorrow at 8 Eastern to discuss top line results of phase 3 Aspen study of brensocatib. Cult up 70.2. Asahi Kasei to acquire for 11.8 billion or 174 billion yen in cash. Court up 28.3. Phase 3 Grace trial meets primary endpoint. AGIO up 21.7. 905 million purchase agreement for vorasidenib royalty. GME up 25. Completes at the money offering. SMR up 19. Nothing. TDS up 17.2. Sale of wireless operations and select spectrum assets to T-Mobile for 4.4 billion. Resetting capital allocation strategy, including dividend cut. Oklo up 13.5. Nothing. USM up 11.3. And then Oklo, the SAM, it's nuclear energy, bro. Isn't that crazy? Nuclear energy. The Texas news? No. Which one? The TXN or like Texas weather? But no, I didn't see any TXN. Elliott takes 2.5 billion stake. Urges company to... is that activist investor? He'd make a urging. Wow. So we'll pull that one up here in a little bit. NCLH up by 3.1. Mizuho upgrades to neutral. MNSO up 3.4. UOB high-end securities initiates buy. Kava up 4.3, CLS 4.5, AMC 4.5, Duolingo up 2.6, Citizens JMP upgrades to market perform, Glob up 2.1, UBS upgrades to buy, Kraken up 22, Better up 16.7, IINN up 15.5, ARCT up 12 to present new Phase 1B interim data of ARCT 032, NNE up 11.4, B up 9.9, VSTM 9.7, Folk up 9.4, Kirk up 9.2, shareholder letter to board seeking transaction with a strategic buyer partner, Prime up 7.9, Bzun up 6.3 off earnings, BITF up 5.4 reportedly, Riot reportedly in talks to acquire, and then OX up 3.4 off earnings, ATRI up 1 to be acquired by Nordson, gold and silver stocks trading higher, renewables higher, trading lower, DraftKings is down by 7.4, Illinois Senate approves a progressive tax on sports betting, SE down 5.5, KPPU antitrust hearing, Flut down 4.3, Illinois approves progressive tax on sports betting, MSTR down 1.4, nothing, AY down 5.2, confirms agreement to be acquired by Energy Capital for $22 a share, DAC down by 3.4 off of earnings, MRUs down 2.9, interim clinical data, ULCC down 1.6, Ample 1.6, CFO departure, MRAI down 41 to withdraw listing from NASDAQ, ONMD down 20, and GROY down 15.1 to acquire Vares Copper for $50 million and 17 million share offering. Wow. Wow. That's a lot, man. Do we have time? I don't know if I have time here. I don't know. Yeah, I think they're going to go to commercial. Yeah, I'm going to say, I wanted to get the random play, baby. So, Chattadonia, we have a little bit of time while I pull up the random play. I think it's time that you tell me, my friend, what is your first play of the day? Yes, it is that time. YouTube random comment picker. We have the Chad. What do we got, baby? Post it in the Chad. Gold calls, FedEx, NVIDIA, Pray, NVIDIA call, Apple call, buying SPCE, Amazon calls, GME, puts on NASDAQ daily, FedEx calls, GME, more to hims for the long term, NVIDIA, AI, Ulta calls, GME shares, oil short, holding SLV, Boeing puts, physical go, buy more, NVIDIA calls, out the money for 6.7, Tesla, watching Tesla SPY, Apple, holding NVIDIA till the split, SLV, AMD, Coin 260, AAL, Iron Condor, Zim call, split, Dell call, SPY call, NVIDIA call, watching Solar, MES long, SPY puts, Google call, NVIDIA call, Baba call, SAC, BlackBerry shares, Dow long, GME halts, coin calls, DJT for the win, selling cover calls, selling arm calls, buy cold, Apple call, top tick, SPY, Micron, AMD and Texas calls, silver calls, DXC or DKS calls, sell NEM, waiting for SPY setups, Qualcomm, UWMC, Ulta, silver for the long term. Good morning, Chads, ASTS, Swin, GME calls in the final plays. GME call spread, Qualcomm calls, shorting silver, and waiting to buy NVIDIA. Oh, or would I buy it? That was a question. Oh, man, I got confused. We could talk about NVIDIA. I mean, right now, the issue with NVIDIA is whether or not the pre-split run continues. That's all there is up until, June 6th or June 10th? But that being said, I have a couple of plays. I'm watching NVIDIA, SMCI, Dell, then gold, then DraftKings to the downside. I think that Colorado news Chicago news, Illinois is not good. And then watching NVO and Vanny. Vanny had an update. It's funny. Do you guys want to know the update for Vanny? It made me laugh. It's kind of really, really funny because they had another set of positive data on their weight loss drug. But this time, it was for cats. Yeah, I can't. I don't know if it's like a roaring kitty effect, but the first time it was rats, now it's fat cats. Yeah, bro. I don't know how I feel about this. All right, man. Well, I'm gonna get you the random play. I don't think we're gonna have a moment here. I don't think we've taken any breaks. But Chattadonia, it is that time. We are going to get our random play. If you guys were on the watch list, I hope you got some value out of it, and I appreciate you. And then if you participated, my goodness, bro, thank you. Thank you, my friend. So now, Lord bless it. Let's get the random play poppin'. What do we got, baby? Oh, random Aqua Weekly 11 call. Let's go. Let's go. I'm not down with the weekly, but I'm down that we got one on the first time. I'm down with it. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Oklo. Dude, so it's nuclear energy. Remember, I keep telling you guys, I don't know what the hell this eyeball dude is doing. He want to scan your eyeball. Well, yeah, Oklo is nuclear energy. Again, he's trying to, Oklo is the power source to the AI. Again, we've talked about this on the watch list and all of that, so we will see. But not too bad, man. Not too bad. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're locked and loaded. I hope you're locked and loaded. Oh, Oklo, OKLO. That is the Sam Altman play. It's a SPAC. That's the reason why I don't like it. But other than that, I mean, it is up today, and there were some updates. So we will see. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I got a bigger update. It's an update every day, man. But I told you guys even yesterday, for real, it was the holiday, but day in, day out, man, this is a big deal, bro. And for real, we have heroes in this country, whether you like it or not, you're a pacifist or not, we all enjoy the fruits of it. And that's why every single day, man, no matter what, we got to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, made the ultimate sacrifice, even their families. For real, it means a lot, and the least we could do is show love and appreciation. And I really truly hope that y'all take this beyond the stream and bring this into real life, man, for real. So veterans, active service, past service, for real, thank you all for your service, and God bless you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. That is just as honorable, man. So we love y'all, man. All together as one. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send in the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Are you kidding me, bro? Are you kidding? Oh, wait, that's the long term. We need to get the random play set up. All right, man. That's it, bro. That's it. We got the plays, baby. And I need to go pee. I have 2 minutes, bro. Hold on. I don't know if I got time for this, bro. I didn't go pee. I was stretching, and then Josh AI, and then before I knew it, I don't know if it was like a Monday thing, but yeah, I got like 1 minute, bro. I got like 1 minute. I'm trying to find. I might have to just leave it unmuted. But Chad, we have a random play. You got a big day. All right, I'm just gonna leave this on. I'm gonna go pee. Hold on. You guys can hear me this time. You know, somebody requested that last time. They said leave it unmuted. I said that's kind of okay. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. I have to get quiet. I can't focus. I feel like you're watching me. All right, we're beginning. Can y'all hear that? It's clear. I'm hydrated. That's what matters. I don't know if you can hear it though. It would be weird. Some of y'all are seeking to hear it, which is weird. I don't even know if I'm just talking to myself right now, man. I'm just speaking loudly, going pee. I'm still going. Hold on. I don't know. We got 1 minute, man. I don't know. Poster plays though, for real. Otherwise, if you want to post the play, you a halt. Y'all get that?
All right, let's get to a mad dash before we have an opening bell. First trading session, but it is a Tuesday, don't forget.
Yes.
All right, I'm good.
Cruises.
That's it. I'm good.
I had Norwegian Cruise on last week. They tell good stories.
All right, baby. So, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. You have less than 1 minute. Like the video. Like I said in the bathroom, you better post the play. You know what I'm saying? You better post the play. We need y'all post the play, man. Otherwise, just don't be pumping it. We got our gold plays for now. I mean, remember, it was brutal last week, but, oh, shit, I'm green on gold. Yeah, so we'll see how that plays out. Let's see how it plays out, man. Good luck, and wait for the cash open. Anything is possible. And then we'll go from there. No, I washed my hands. You didn't hear it? I see it. I got, I'm in California. I got that, low pressure water system to save the environment and shit. So other than that, no, but I was out there, man. All right, Chad. Round 1. Fight. All right, good morning. All right, let's get our random play. Oklo. He said weekly. Is it weird? Can I just do it next week? I think I'm going to do it next week instead. Because, like, this week ain't even like a week. You know what I'm saying? If that makes any sense. Auto. All right, one. Is this on the random? Is it not? I don't think the option chain is trading. So give that a second. We'll see when that one loads up. Again, watch Dell and any of the chip makers. I mean, Apple's China news was really big. And then, again, we do have a little bit of data, but there's going to be more that comes out later in the week. MPW, you had news from last week. Let's see if there is any follow-through. But, again, I think the Intels of the world and all of those are very, very key to watch right now. Or not the Intels. Well, you could put Intel on the list, but like NVIDIA, Dell, AMD, ARM, we want to see if you get that continuation. TXN selling off. So, again, they had that news. I think, is it bouncing? Or I just saw it on the low ticker, and now I see it popping up. GameStop up 22. They completed the offering. Bonds coming down. CLSK on the high. Again, Marvel has earnings, so that's another one. They're running up there. You also have JD. We'll see if that continues. BABA back to 81. Enphase. There's NVIDIA, 52-week high. Damn, it's up 1,100. What? Oh, man. So we would have made another $70 on our... Is that... am I tripping? Well, yeah, it's up $40 now. No, we would have. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, Habibi. My goodness. Hey, man, we'll take it. We'll take it. S-Bucks. Texas is just chilling there. Is Oklo, is it open? I don't know why it's not. I put in the order for the play, but it won't fill. Yeah, I'm at the ask. IWM big open. It's up by 0.78. Again, gold too. I'd watch out for that. Even energy. So there was Middle East tensions over the weekend, like Egypt and what's it called? Was it not Egypt and Israel? Egypt and why am I blanking? But they got involved a little bit, but it was pretty muted, considering some people thought it would have been pretty negative, but it was not. TJX on the high. Mara is starting to go up. I mean, Apple is up by 0.8 off the 51% year over year. The Dow has kind of been leading. That's the thing. Again, even now, like utilities and like low-key boomer plays, they have been outperforming. Oh, there's Okla. Scammers. All right, Oklo, whatever it is. It's it just opened up here. I don't think we could get those other ones. We'll have to get these ones. All right. I got one of the Oklos. There you go. That's our random play. Good luck. NVIDIA's still going. Yeah, bro, that's insane. Where's, what's it called? SMCI. They're going up, not as much, but NVIDIA's literally up 4 right now. Goldman on the high. T-Mobile. Remember T-Mobile? We had that news, a couple weeks ago? But they ended up buying that company out, if y'all recall. Oh, yeah, Robinhood. That one's still holding up. Remember, we talked about that a couple weeks ago with some of the hype here. I'd watch it, though. Lending Tips wanted that play. I still have not gotten it. Long-term interesting. There's a couple. We talked about it on the watch list yesterday, but we are, we get another deposit here by Friday. So regardless, I mean, there's a couple of plays I like, but I think we're probably going to be having our deposit by then. Yeah, Enphase. Remember the solar tied into both the AI trade and the election trade, the subsidies, all of that. So if that does continue, damn, it's up 4.5. I don't know where the others are. ON on the high. They had an upgrade this morning. Netflix going. Spies up by 0.17. And then bonds barely red. Why do I feel like gold is not moving? I'm going to give me an oil up here. Well, that's 7. Damn, oil's up too. So, oil low-key responded. It was a little bit chiller earlier. That little pre-market move kind of got it up. I don't know, Tesla news. I mean, they're just investing in, or XAI is investing in chips. Amazon pop here. They're still red on the day. Apple's starting to lead a little bit more. Yeah, Tesla, I don't know. I don't think there was any specific news besides that. Google big pop. Pfizer's down, yeah. Remember, they were knocking on 29. But no. Is it the vote on the Musk pay? I do remember going over that or reading that. So that could be it. Good call. T-Mobile news. Yeah, they bought, what's his name? What was it? Cellular service? They had a very generic name. Tesla straight up. Dude, NVIDIA's nuts. So that buy before the run, I mean, it looks to be, we had great purchase on after the earnings, but it's high now, man. So generally, though, it's still holding up, this idea of buy before the split. That is doing quite well. MO, they're trying to go up, but they're still right on the day. Again, a lot of the value plays, Dow names, they're down right now. CL on the high. Again, Tesla kind of got mollywop. Netflix a little lower. NVIDIA. Yeah, dude, it's still going. SMCI even came down. Where's Dell? So, again, Dell has earnings, but they're up 4. Marvel was up 2. They came. Literally, the money is just going straight to NVIDIA again. This time, though, you're not watching 90% of the names sell off. Boeing is popping. Hot dog. The Apple news was that there's a report that China's sales of iPhones are up 51% year over year. So they're saying that the discounts offered by China, if you recall that, has actually helped, and then lowering some of the competition from Huawei. But, you know, I think it's kind of interesting because it's year over year. Is it shipments or is not sales? So I would double check that just in case. But even then, everyone's just getting hyped on that because we were worried about the China sales. But like I'm saying, it's a year-over-year number. So I think that just comparing it in that sense versus I don't think it was when I first heard the news, I thought it was 51% in the quarter. So it just compared to 1 year ago this same time. NVIDIA, we'll look at previous opens and previous close, you know, and then see kind of the levels where it really hung out. But right now, NVIDIA it's into no man's land. So all you're gonna do is your support levels will be based off of where it's just been. But since it's only been there for a little bit, I wouldn't give it like that much confidence. But you know, you're in what's it called, price discovery mode, to say the least. And then gold came down again. We're up on the gold. So if you couldn't stomach the range on gold last week, you know, you do have an exit. But it is moving. SPY coming down. Nettie's on the high, and then K-Web. Again, Boeing is ripping. Bonds into the low. See if China names start coming up. Again, Boeing, couple candles there. Qualcomm. I keep forgetting to put Qualcomm up. They've been doing very good, and they kind of benefit off of all of these headlines. Lulu got a downgrade this morning. Remember, they had a very rough time last week. CFO leaving and all that stuff. 180 weekly. Apple on the high still. So that's still going. Again, Boeing. I mean, I might as well Boeing, NVIDIA. But Boeing is just going straight up. NVIDIA is still holding. Ralph Lauren on the high. Remember, that was a play from last week, earnings. And then there is a decent amount of earnings. Zscaler, that's on the low. That's earnings this week as well. Peggy on the high. That was one of those small cap runners last week. Oh, I forgot. I need to get out of that damn MCT or whatever it is. Damn, son. Oh, that's dropping right now. All right. I'm taking a $1,000 loss on that one. Once again, the small cap strike again. All right. That took all of my NQ profits from last week. Cava. They were moving earlier. AMD all over the place. Gato. Bro, NVIDIA is still going, man. That one's crazy. POS means point of sale, except at Lulu where it means piece of... Yeah, there's another gambling stock, too. Again, there's pretty much a new gambling tax in Chicago. Or what do they call it? Illinois. Let's party. Let's do it, Johnny. Is it Joni or Goni? Or Go? Nice. Pfizer just giving up a little bit. I think all of the there wasn't any news, but that's down too. But a lot of the value plays are not as hot today. And then, I just got out of the MTC. That was my other hype play besides MPW. Had to pay for it, though. And then gold came back down. NVIDIA's still going. Good morning. Yeah, bro. So you're up 5%. That's both a mix of, remember, last week was the earnings. This is like your post-earnings. And then on top of that, all the people who want to buy just ahead of the, what's it called? The split there. That's definitely showing up. Yeah, DraftKings down 9. Again, there's another company that was down 2 in the sports gambling space. Whoa, it's your 33th birthday today. 33rd. My man, happy birthday. Let's go, baby. Joshua, you have a great name, too. I don't know if anyone's ever told you. But, man, I love it. I hope you got a long term, bro. I hope many more years to come. I'm glad you've spent a year with us already. I'm sure longer, man. So God bless you, baby. Enjoy it. You turned 38 yesterday. Happy birthday, baby. Happy belated. Oh, and I hope, dude, that's a long term, man. That's a long term. Every time you have a birthday, it's reminding you to own a stock. You know what I'm saying? And just hold it. Let it age with you. Like, bro, I lost my hairline, but whatever I lost in the hairline was gained in equity. Amen, 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 baby. But I love it. Happy birthday, y'all. I hope y'all enjoyed it. You had a long weekend, too. I think NVIDIA is going to sell off eventually, and now the problem is, like, we were talking about the pre-run up there. I should have held my shares, but now it just, you have a wider range. That's all that's happening. It was one thing to buy the split after earnings, I think the plays still exist, but now your range is going to be huge. So eventually it'll turn around, or if you position too high, it still could kind of hurt you, but when it's all said and done, I mean, it's probably going to be this game of musical chairs until June 10th or June 7th, whenever it is. But it's already doing it. That's like, again, I think I got 7% or something. I think you're up now 12. I do believe the average return might be 20. So it's pretty nuts. But you're already getting, you're in the process of it now. So I think a couple days ago it was earlier, right when it started. Now it's just, hi. You're fully involved. They're going up. Where's XLV? Flut, FanDuel. Yeah. They're the one who got affected too. Yeah, they're down 5. DraftKings down 10. PGR on the high. Bro, NVIDIA. And then SPY here a little lower. That's it, bro. I had a damn Cybertruck. What do you think happened this weekend? I'm driving in my Cybertruck, and then I park my Cybertruck. What do you think happens? It's a fun. I loved it though, but what do you think happened? I'm telling you, bro. It's a magnet. It didn't break. It wasn't stolen. No, I didn't get mobbed. No. Man, that's y'all. What type of mood y'all wake up in? They're like, you were engulfed with flames and attacked. Yeah, bro. Ken know what I'm talking about. I had another old guy come up to me. I had another old guy. Nah, man. And then old homie, bro, was tripping out. And I was like, all right. And I talked to him, bro. I never even, he was telling me about his life by the end of it. He said he was in Japan when he was 18, and I was like, you bombed them? I was like, I said so. I didn't mean to, but he enjoyed it. He was laughing his ass off. But dude, I had for 30 minutes, man. It was crazy. But yeah, we talked about a lot, but guess what he told me? What do you think there's a reason why I brought this up. I'm not here to just tell you a story. It's actually related to what you're witnessing right now. Because homie tells me we end up talking about the stock market. He was like, yeah. He actually talked nothing like that. I was actually surprised. He honestly was very great. He bought 18 shares of NVIDIA. That's what he told me. Homie is 80 something. And he bought NVIDIA at the high. But he was like, yeah, I wanted it at 300, 400. But, I said, wow. And then he's like, I want it for the split. And he was 80 something. But yeah, he bought. I was like, damn. Good for you, man. Good for you. Yeah, he knew. He was a fun guy, man. Fun guy. Just get over 100 shares and sell calls until the end of time. Yeah, that's, may the Lord be with him. Big knife on gold. Like a knife made of gold? Habibi. No, yeah, it did just drop there. It hit the 23.65. We had a gain on it. Now it's coming back. Still a little higher than pre-market, but dropping. Yeah, the 530 level on the SPY is not easy. That's what I was saying on the watch list here. This level, and even when you see how we've moved at the highs, I mean, it's different anytime you start getting pinned. Dell on the low, and then SPY, I mean, is going to go to the gap fill. Yeah. So literally, you just did that right there now. So SPY break even, NASDAQ barely green, Dow has been weak since the morning, and Russell 2000 still up, actually. That one hasn't been that bad. NVIDIA selling off. Still up 4. That's the impressive part. MP Debs. McDonald's on the high. Humana's still going. Yeah, McDonald's up by 0.9. SPY going lower now. So we have just filled the gap. Boeing's still going up. No play. Good call out. Yeah, I don't even know. I didn't do this last week a couple of times. It just felt like it was going up every single day. 2 years with the Colt is wild. Feels like yesterday I became a member. I appreciate you all. Blizzy. Thank you, man. It's good even seeing you every morning, bro. And way to hold it down for the Twitch, too, bro. God bless you. That's what I'm talking about. 2 years. Amen. Saudi to raise 10 to 20 billion in fresh Aramco stock sale. PayPal. Is PayPal going up off of that headline? Someone said they're doing like an ad-based data thing. I don't know if that's what's causing it to go up, but it's starting to move. You survived the Dallas hurricane. I'm glad to hear, bro. It looked wicked. A lot of random Texas natural disasters. Hope y'all doing okay. Long silver. Silver is fun, man, but all the commodities, it's fun when it works in your favor. Otherwise, you see how quickly it moves, but I'm glad it went back up. I didn't get silver. I only have my gold, but again, like I said earlier, if you couldn't stomach the range last week, I would be mindful of your plays. Just because commodities, gold, silver right now, even how they moved after last week, I would be prepared for a wide range. Yeah, bro. On it, it's a natural disaster, bro. For you to bring it at politics is wild. You know what I'm saying, bro? You know what I'm saying? But we'll see you tomorrow, dog. I love you. I love you, man. Physical silver. Oklo pop. Apple scamming. SPY at the low. Macy's on the high. You should know. You should know. Fossil finance. Love it. No, that's not gold, man. That was silver. It's okay. It's okay. You have to learn. You have to train the ear. My precious. You do physical silver and then turn those profits into physical. Or wait, play SLV and then turn profits into physical. I like. Macy's on the high. I think Nordstrom's, they have earnings. My precious. Northeast. Biogen on the high. Yeah, Macy's up by 2.2. They're still going high-low ticker kind of balance. XPO on the high. P10. Apple on the low now. So literally, Apple just went up 1%. You guys just called it on the high, and then it just flipped. I don't know if there's news on Starbucks. They're back down 78. It's crazy. It hit 72. T-Mobile, again, they had that acquisition. They're doing good. Hub's volume on Google speculation. Do we know a price? But they are supposed to buy them, I'm pretty sure. MP Dubs on the high. Yeah, they're waking up. Again, that refinance news from last week, that was another part about it. Will consumer confidence affect the movement of the NASDAQ if it's bearish? It has the potential to. So we've been looking at the bigger data, and it's like generally until we get like a CPI or a non-farms, the other data shouldn't matter. But considering what we saw last week, even with the other PMIs, you watched very small data cause a decent-sized move. It ended up, SPY still pinned at this 5,300, granted, but I would just be a little more cautious towards the data. So that being said, I would be looking for the consumer confidence to make a move. If you asked me that about a week and a half ago, I would say punt. And I'm still leaning towards punt, but there will be some element of it does have the potential to surprise us or at least cause a decent move. Too early. Yeah, it is a short week. Definitely keep that in mind buying those options. You're buying 4-day options instead of 5 days. Kashgari for me. He already spoke this morning and didn't really say much. So we'll see. I don't think that wick is real. Nah. Yeah, and then Dell's selling. And Dell's probably still in the green, though. Yeah, Dell's still up by 1%. And then Tesla is starting to bounce there off the bottom. Lulu for the long term, if it gets cheap enough. But, I still think it's near 2020 highs, no? Oh, yeah, it came down. So, honestly, it's not that bad. I would want it a little cheaper. It kind of reminds me of Nike. I want to say these charts look very similar. I guess Nike's a little lower. And then they didn't hit a second high. So, honestly, that I would keep it on watch. You got a couple of years of discount, but there's still a little bit of prim on it. Apple going red, yeah. I think in a weird way, we're getting a lot of money driven to NVIDIA again. BIPC on the high. High tickers starting to get a little bit more of an advantage. You still have names selling off, but kind of looks like the Dow's catching some steam and we're back to green. VHAI rumors of partnership with NVIDIA. That's what Dre's saying. You got to play on that one? Or VHAI? So 17-cent stock. It looks like you're getting a rumor. It's only up 10. You're getting volume on there. But that's what Chad's bringing up. Have I heard about eras like Taylor Swift or Era SCA? I don't know. I've never heard of this. Let me see. Space up. Lighter suspended. We got motion. We've been chilling here at the bottom for like 5 minutes. Biotech, oncology, focus on developing, commercializing therapies for RAS, MAPK pathway-driven cancers. Interesting. They're in San Diego. Do they have a drugs approvals coming up? I could look into that, but if it's a biotech, it just boils down to a addressable market and then where they're at in terms of clinical trials. Not bad. Yeah, MP Dubs, we'll keep an eye on it. I do think some broader bond pressure or relief can help out, but they got that refinance news from Friday. Or Thursday, whatever it was. Boeing still on the high, man. My goodness. And then Dell a little bit off the bottom. Bonds going through the low. SPY might follow. Data in 6 minutes. I believe Conference Board of Consumer Confidence. And then we are going to get Kashkari here. Yeah, he says wage growth still quite robust relative to 2% goal. That's crazy, man. May is already almost over. And then we have Lisa Cook at 105. ARM on the high now, 118. Yep, they're popping. And then bonds getting a little bit of a flush here. Some CI, what was the other one? AMD and Qualcomm. And then NVIDIA just terrorizing. NVIDIA's rocketing back up, about to hit a new high. Yeah, Kashkari is speaking. Says wage growth still robust. U.S. labor market has softened but remains tight. I don't know. Is this one live? I'm trying to see it. All I get back is the one he said earlier. Kashkari, if surprised by data, Fed will do what we need to do. Don't think anyone is taking rate increases off of the table. So that could be your bond candle right there. Kashkari, policy restrictive by most measures, but not at all. Yeah, so he's hawkish times 2. He already hit you with that in the morning. But again, I mean, hearing that they will raise rates again, people do not like that. Don't we have the beige book coming out today, too? Stagflation. Maybe. DJT moving. DraftKings is down 12 because there was a new law on a progressive tax in Illinois for some of the gambling apps. And then I think by progressive, that means it runs up with their profits. So the more money they make, the more they get taxed. Oh, Bradley Frezzo and the Peach baby. Let's go. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation is here. It is here, baby. He negotiated for you. He showed up every day. Stop it. They don't know. Wow, from the holiday, baby. My goodness. Let's go, baby. God bless you. Bradley Fraser, how was the weekend? Fed stock market live stream on the Fed Reserve website. Oh, no way. I was on there. I only saw the other one. But let's see. Kashkari's short run neutral rate may have gone up temporarily. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. The Minneapolis Fed. How come I don't see it? Minneapolis Fed. Under live section. I don't see a live section on the Minneapolis Fed website for some reason. Oh, we're live. Never mind. I was like, dude, what are you talking about? It's like a little tab
resilient throughout this period.
Wow.
I said earlier, housing has been
you got data, 5
resilient
seconds.
throughout this period. The labor market has been remarkably resilient.
Conference board
Where is the imprint of this tight
74.6
monetary policy
versus
on the real
68.8.
economy? That's
And then
where it is
consumer
harder to
confidence
see.
102 versus 96.
And then finally, this is an expectation of where
goodness.
inflation is likely headed using blue chip forecasts.
Hold
right
on,
now, the expectations are that
It's not letting me mute it. So conference board 102 versus 96. I don't know if there's any of the price paid metrics, but literally just came in a lot stronger once again. So I think the last sets of data here, it's not bad. I mean, it's good in the sense that you don't have the economy slowing down, but it's bad in the sense that, once again, you know, maybe things aren't as restrictive and the
clarity on that
economic
fundamental question.
activity could
The
lead
good
to
news is the
inflation.
labor market, the other side of our dual mandate, is very strong. So if
So
the
again,
underlying
that
economy
good
is strong,
data,
the labor market
also
is strong,
hawkish
we have the luxury
Kashkari.
of taking
You
our
are
time
watching
to
bonds
assess
kind of
how
take it
much
on the head on
downward
that.
pressure we are putting on demand. So with that, I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Please stand by for the panel session. So again, he finished. I think
So
he's going
I'm told to tell you just please stay in the room. We just have to rearrange things apparently for a few minutes. So then to have
All right,
the panel
Boyle,
here, I
UNG
think
on the high, but SPY's still selling. Again, we'll see when he's about to come back on with questions, but literally you have two little things happening right now. One, Kashkari being hawkish. Now you have strong data. And then even right now, ECB rates to fall slowly in response to bumpy data, Dutch central bank chief says. But yeah, I think Kashkari hawk plus data giving you a little pressure on bonds. I don't think it has to kill us, but that's why you are getting that reaction. And gold already paying for it. So gold already sold off from cash open. Gold, oil is still up 1.8. He is always hawkish, even in the morning there too. It's just kind of the more they turn up the hawkish dial, it's going to have some level of effect because then it's more constant and persistent. But then again, we circle back to the problem of maybe the Fed just talks too much. So it is catch-22, as some would call. But he did already talk in the morning. It was hawkish. This one's a little bit more, but once again, it's just all getting reiterated. I do think, who is it? I think like John Williams will probably be your most important Fed speaker this week because, like I'm saying, word to them talking too much. We've heard all of these people. Every single one of these people you have heard from already, like literally in the last couple of weeks. We've heard Kashkari, we've heard Mester, we've heard Dolly, we've heard Bostic. You've heard every single one of them several times. So John Williams, he's like the vice one. You haven't heard him as much. And then obviously Powell. Neon, that's on the high. HD, IBM going up. SPY, again, DJT. Troy called that one out a little bit ago. That one's running high. Again, you have the verdict on Donald Trump's case today, I think. Kashkari, best to hold as long as necessary. Is he speaking again? Oh, did they end it? Says his presentation is not yet available. It just disappeared. It's at the Barclays thing. It's a Barclays conference. Yeah, so you might not get, what's it called? You might not get to hear his Q&A. And SPY. Hi. So again, you kind of had a little bit of the data move, started lower, and now we're coming back up. But I just keep in mind this range. This is Kashkari. This is the data. We're now above it, and then that matches up with VWAP. Hub still going, and ARM. ARM is at 119. Is Intel moving up? It is. 31. Oracle on the high. Pfizer. Froblo going up. XLV, they flipped. What happened there? Interesting. And then Disney. Hi. And then NVIDIA is still up there too. So we're chilling, and then we're literally at the first Kashkari thing. Bonds are murdered. So once again, bonds kind of got a bid here. Remember on Friday, that's what you gapped down on the bonds. Then we came back up, but this is going to continue more downside. It's kind of pinned here, but we should be more worrisome. Remember, that 4-5 is still being quite stubborn. Burford Capital expected to join Russell 3000 and 2000. I feel like Burford. We saw that one a couple months ago, and it would just have these random pops. Wasn't there like some investorship? That one's interesting. ARM's still running 119. Silver getting everything sold on the cash open. All the commodities. We were looking good on it. And like I was just saying, though, be mindful of the range. You got to be able to stomach it, but it will go back and forth pretty wildly. But that's kind of the benefit, the blessing, and the curse. Disney's still going up. ARM could be getting ready for a couple more chip earnings. So I don't know when. I think ARM already had their report, but literally Dell and who else was it? Marvel. So a couple more of these AI names we are going to be hearing from them this week. So that could be it. Otherwise, just the general hype from all of these names over the last couple of days. Airbnb, man, it had its pop. It had that bounce yesterday, now continuing. They had to upgrade. U.S. Appeals Court to hear illegal challenges to law that could ban the TikTok in September. Arlo on the high. Airbnb is still going up. Again, NVIDIA is still holding. Dow is down by 0.41. So anytime we had a little bit more upside earlier, I mean, the Dow wasn't down this much, but Dow is kind of getting punished right there. And then Russell did chill out. Russell was leading by 0.5. So if anything, now it's the chips and NASDAQ doing better. SPY is right there at the middle or at the break even. And then Dow Jones is kind of paying for it, and Russell gave up a decent amount. All right, where is it? So Dow Jones, you have 12 names in the green. Boeing is the leader. And then you got 16 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 36 in the green, 64 in the red. And then S&P 500, 199 green, 300 in the red. Yeah, ARM went crazy, low key. Yeah, bro, it was just at like, 110, then it went up to the break even from earnings, and then last couple days it took off. But they're up 5. That's the only other chip maker, I think, besides NVIDIA, and then Dell was up 4 or 5, and then it sold off. Check the chat fact. You tried to tell me about ARM. Did you post a placer? That's the real question. Because if I check the chat facts and there's no play, this is going to get awkward. You know what I'm saying? Oh, wow. It's not loading up. But I see you said check ARM. I don't see a play, though. So post the play. But yeah, we got it here. I've made a couple call-outs, but not trying to ignore any of y'all. I do think we've given it a lot of coverage. Let's avoid that. Yeah, man, post your play. I'm not laughing. If you don't post, you know what I'm saying? Like, post the play, though, for real, though. With that many call-outs, you got to let us know, man. You got to let us know. Like I said, just on Friday, too, you know, there's a couple of call-outs. I get it. You guys see them moving, you know. Post it if you see it there, but if you do call it out 4 or 5 times and then there's no play attached, I mean, that does realm into the pumping territory. Oh, Change Cash, baby. What's good? My man. Oh, Arna. Hey, man, bro, Noah, what are you just saying? Noah's like, man, Friday was so hype. It was, man. God bless you. I didn't forget, man. I love y'all. I appreciate you, baby. Amen. Amen. Only thing pumping is doubts. ARM, we'll keep it up here for now. See if Dell starts going too. That was the other leader. And then SMCI, he's not moving as much. Again, ARM is literally up 5.4 right now. Oh, and Micron. Does Micron have earnings, or am I tripping? But there is a couple of them. And then Bond's still at the low. So SPY is right where Kashkari started speaking. Again, consumer confidence brought us a little lower than we bounced, but legitimately it's been like a 0.3, 0.4% move on TLT from the data. So that is not good. Buru is moving. I own 6K shares at 16 cents, baby. Way to post the play. I love it. Buru. I've heard of this one. I feel like good luck on that one. What was the other one this morning? There's another one somebody posted. It's a 17-cent one, but and then I sold after mine. I'll give you guys these call outs, but I already got punished for my low liquidity place. Riot 11. Oh, where is all the Bitcoin place? Yeah, VHAI. I think that was it. That one's still up 12. Reddit's going up right now. Yeah, VHAI was the other one. Let's call out Alex on Riot, baby. Let's go. Way to post the play. Workday. Are they the one who got the upgrade this morning? Somebody got one by like Goldman or JP Morgan, and they like double raised the price target. You email me an article on VHAI. Could be a low-key sleeper. Let's see. When did you send it? I don't see anything. But I'll be on the lookout for it. Moderna. Well, remember, Moderna and all of those names had a huge run last week. I guess you didn't have any headlines over the weekend over a bird flu, so that could be part of it. But they were just getting hyped last week on all just in general, like vaccine plays, bird flu, and all that other stuff brought it up there. How likely NVIDIA hits 1,200 when they make it 3 trillion? Yeah, it'd be wild. I don't know the likelihood. I mean, the game has already started. That's it. We played our play. I shouldn't have sold it, even though I got like 20, 30 bucks a share or whatever, but it's just now the game has started. It could go as high or low. It could be the end of it today, but the point is that demand is there for the split, and it's already going, but I don't think there's I don't think there's any real, somebody could tell you a likelihood, but I don't think it has any, real basis. So at this point, I mean, you have, about, I think, a 20% range, and you've already moved, 15% of it. So anything is possible. Oh, I got it. It showed up as spam, though. A new era. It's like a local news article. I don't know. It looks like a puff piece. So I'm skimming through it real quick, but just by the source and the looks of it, but it's saying they are AI play. So be careful, but you guys, it says it mentions even SoundHound. While VHI and Sounds technologies aren't the same, they're definitely the same conversational AI family. But yeah, if people are making an AI link, again, just be careful. I did get the email on the Cybertruck Magnet. I'm gonna hit you up once we're done with the wrap. But we are gonna be needing you for a little bit. Oh, Kenny, that's your first one? You just had your damn milestone. That's crazy. Yalla. I'm mad. It's being pumped on the WSB face. I mean, it's a small hype play. That's it. I mean, it's gonna have its stop and go, depending on how the headlines and then the management does it all. Japan yen falls to the lowest in almost 16 years versus the pound. Interesting. So again, compared to the dollar, it's moving a little different. And then again, the pound. Oh, nice. God bless you, Kenny. Thank you, my friend. And then what's the other one? Oklo. Murring off the bottom. Bond's still going lower, man. So a little bit of struggle there. Got sick, but watch the watch list. Oh, I hope you're feeling better, man. I say I've been just getting mad tired from all these stretches, bro. I thought the stretching was gonna it does make me feel better, but bro, holy crap, man. I be getting exhausted even on the weekends. I'm like, I'm like the middle of my back is sore. It's the weirdest thing ever, bro. Well, I'm glad you're feeling good, man. Hopefully you got some rest. You bought 1,000 of VHI. Tyler says high risk, high reward. I like it, man. I like it. But balance it out. I'd say I'm done. I already got out of my MCT with the loss. Hit some other plays. I feel like I'm just going to give my money back to the small caps. So I'll call them out, but I think I'm retired. It's the age, man. No, bro. It's just I got to get these muscles back, bro. It's not even like the weightlifting muscles. I need the stretching muscles, man. That's good. I've been standing, man. I've been standing. Happy Summer Junior. Riot on the high. XLY on the high. We're kind of chilling out. A little bit of stabilization, but SPY's negative. So you are right where we closed on Friday. VHAI, another pop, holding 10,000 shares. I appreciate you posting the plays, man. Way to let people know your ownership. You see what I'm saying, man? It's awesome. We could have good conversations. We could have good talks about it. So it's good to know that you actually have a position or not. So I appreciate y'all. The volume liquidity dropping, this has been a major theme we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks. So right now, we're just under an hour in. Volume is a little lower. You could expect some volume to come up, but it is a short week. And it's really like after, I think, like June 12th, we'll get a little bit more, but then a little bit more volume. But even then, it will still be summer. And then again, by July, I think like after July 4th is when the volume, or Labor Day, that's when I think the volume starts to come back in. Not 4th of July, not Labor Day. We're not really waiting for any more data. You are by Friday, the PCE, and a couple of other things will be important, but not much. I think today's like a 7-year auction. VHAI, 1,000 shares. All right, well, you're getting Wall Street bets pump on that. And then everybody in the chat, not everybody, but I've seen a lot. So at least people are posting their plays. Be mindful. I'm going to get you that one up on screen. It's about to hit another high. It's up 20%. Egypt security delegation exerting efforts for a Gaza ceasefire. Hostages and prisoners swap. And bonds and SPY trying to get volume. VWAP has come a little lower. And then 10 more minutes, we will get our first hour knocked out. Yeah, Airbnb got an upgrade. They did good. S-Bow. N-Tap on the high as well. Where's the China place? Baba came down. Nettie's chilling. Yeah, Dow Jones still the worst. Russell's up by a quarter, but it was up by like 0.7 off the open. And then SPY back to green. And then NASDAQ, I think, benefiting off of all of the chips. Or NVIDIA and ARM. Excuse me. BuzzFeed up another 10. Was there a headline on that this morning? I guess on Friday. Oh, Vivek. That's who it was. Remember Friday? Vivek bought into it. Good morning, Charles. Good morning, William. Happy Monday, Tuesday. It's Tuesday, but feels like a Monday. Your VHAI going up again. Oh, Duolingo. Remember, they got murked the last couple days, and then they finally got an upgrade. All the AI stuff was clapping them. Vivek bought BuzzFeed, I'm pretty sure. You guys could double check, but I'm pretty sure that was the news on Friday. I think SC, I'm pretty sure this was it. SC13, I think Vivek bought like 10% or something. But you could double check. Oh, where's energy? Chillin'. Gold came. Damn, gold and silver still showing a green. Oh, wow. So they're really up. Honestly, it may look like gold flipped from the morning, but yeah, that shit's still like green pretty heavily. It was just like double heavy in the morning. And then VHAI Chatadonia. So there you go. Thank you all for the discussion. I'm not in it, but y'all called it out early and you posted your plays. So good work, man. GG's. And good luck holding, riding, whatever you do from here. Do we know when he bought it? I think it was last week was the announcement, which means if it was SC13, it's either he probably bought it within 30 days of that time frame. It does. He has a price. I remember, again, it had a huge pop on Friday and then came down, but I would go look into the news. Oh. Yeah, Drea, you had that call early. I think you were the first one, and then everybody else started talking about it. Then Tyler sent me that link there, and then y'all were inspired to post your plays. You know what I'm saying? And then ARM's still going. That's 121. So that's been another one. I mean, it's not a small cap. It's just one of the chip names alongside NVIDIA. I saw some of the new South Park. I saw the Lizzo part. Kashkari says, think the odds of Fed raising rates are quite low. Is that right now? That was, a minute ago. 30 seconds ago. MQ. I keep thinking that's MO. The MQ is on the high. AES. Snap on the high. Take two. SPY moving. So maybe those Kashkari comments, because remember earlier he said rate hikes, but now he's saying the odds of those are low. But let's see if the bonds could recover. Kashkari says could stay on hold for an indefinite period of time. Oil is also running up here too. Oh.
We find in the data that clearly, the average cost of borrowing is still going up, and then credit volumes have basically remained lackluster or flat or zero since the beginning of the year. There are some interesting survey data also where like the IFO, for example, Institute ran a survey data to German.
Yeah, Dallas Fed regional survey.
They were investing so little
in like 6 minutes.
Also, the financial.
The number is negative 14.
Cost of capital. The ECB bank lending survey also showed that, but I'm sure that I don't know whether this view is obviously shared by the policymakers and.
Well, I mean, again, I showed the slide where I tried to depict the deviation of real rates from the model estimates of R star, which showed that in terms of tightness, there was not so much difference between the US and the euro area.
Trades executed
if you
after
zoom
May
in
will
on
now
different
settle.
aspects of financial
I didn't read
conditions.
it. It was a TD alert.
The Netherlands, we are a
T+1
country with a lot of mortgage debt. Mortgage debt is financed fixed term. So the 10-year mortgage interest rate is quite an important transmission variable in the Netherlands. Before December 21, it was 1.5%. In December 21, we started announcing the tapering of the QE and implying that after that rates would be increased. Already in the first half of 21, the 10-year mortgage rate came up to roughly 4.5%. It's there still today. So it has not tightened any further since, let's say, the summer of 22, when we really started raising the policy rate. And the housing market is taking off again. It has had a small sort of pause, and it continues to increase. So in my country, I do not find it easy to say that monetary policy is actually very tight if I look at that specific part. But you're right, that
Intel kind of climbing again,
it has
too.
been visible that at least corporate borrowing rates have probably been one of the factors that have been withholding investment. Now, I do think that there is also a first glimpse of, let's say, relatively better news there in the Q1 data, but that is something that, of course, we will have to see, because I also agree that we need a lot of investments in Europe to meet the sort of longer-term challenges.
Professor Reitling, you mentioned in your slides that part of your work for the Geneva report basically led to the implication that don't kill too fast this inflationary shock to allow the relative price change to happen and reduce the welfare cost. When you look as of today at the euro area, the US or the UK, where would you say that perhaps monetary policy has not let enough time to kill this relative price adjustment, this to happen?
Well, I've been a very much of a dove since the very beginning.
Wait, isn't this clause not?
To be excused.
Some of you hate him.
I agree that
he might come up in
the
our
mechanism is quite clear. I think that in monetary policy, people used to think that relative price changes are inefficient, but actually there are situations in which they are actually efficient, that the economy have to adjust and demand has to, so there has to be reallocation. It is not clear, what that actually means in terms of empirically what that means, and I wish there was more research on that. But it's an example of the kind of shocks that we have just experienced, which at least in Europe was mostly a supply shock.
Yeah, bonds going lower.
Including the relative price adjustment, calls for a response that has to take into consideration the cost of going to the inflation target too fast. And I think the future will be more and more of these examples. And in that sense,
numbers in 2
there
minutes,
is also research that shows that if you take
it may not move us too much, but like I said, just a little bit of sensitivity to data.
When there are large changes in the trend of relative prices, maybe the optimal inflation should be a bit higher than 2%. There is work by Klaus Adam on microdata, on UK data, and on Italian data. Of course, this is a very difficult topic, and I understand, that you cannot change the target in the middle of the fire, but definitely for the medium run, this should be a topic that should be addressed. I mean, I show you the Volcker's numbers that for 15 years, inflation was 3.5, 4%, and nobody was worrying too much, okay? So that...
good morning, baby.
Expectation stabilized, although, so the implicit target was higher at the time. There must be lots of reasons. But, talking about to the US, I mean, is it a big deal that if inflation stabilizes at 2.5 rather than 2? What are the costs of that deviation to the extent that inflation expectations are stable?
Mark, you and your team from the very beginning, I would say November last year, when we wrote our year-ahead outlook, you had a view that the Fed
Hub's now up. David Faber, CNBC said many reports are bringing conversations
you have held
with
to
Google.
That view for quite a long time.
15 seconds till Fed data,
and then after
Dallas Fed data.
I would say detour. Then you went back to your conviction, and now you expect the Fed to cut policy rates only once this year. I mean, that's a big gap relative to what we expect in Europe, where we expect 3 cuts this year, both from the ECB and the Bank of England. But for you now, where is the risk? Is it more likely that the Fed will not cut, or that will cut twice in 24, and why?
Well, so
Dallas
as
Fed
alluded to, I guess as part of the job, I have to put down
minus
the forecast for the
10.6?
economy, for inflation.
Oh, no, that's the wrong one.
And for rates.
That's
and,
the services.
Not being in the mind of the policymakers, but trying
negative
to think
19.
of how the policymakers
Estimate
are going
negative
to be,
12. I had negative 14 for the estimate, but seems like
given
bad
this
data. That could be good
resilience that
news.
we see in the
So again, a lot of the hotter data
and,
earlier
in
was
the
getting us
consumer
more
in
negative.
particular.
So we'll see if
Still
that helps or not.
solid
Good news, bad
activity on
news
the housing
dynamic.
side as well. We think that it will be very difficult for the Fed to cut more than once this year. So our baseline, as you alluded to, is just one rate cut this year. In terms of the timing, it's a difficult one. I think it depends very, very closely on the inflation prospect, assuming also that the economy doesn't suddenly slow.
Well, Dallas Fed, it came in lower. Dallas Fed manufacturing. You get Dallas
but if
Fed
inflation
services
gradually
tomorrow,
comes down,
but that came in a little worse than expected, and it
in
was
the next
already
couple of
expected to be
months,
bad,
so we'll have
which
like
I
a
think
May
could be good.
meeting at
You're getting a positive
around
reaction, and it stopped the
0.2
bonds from dying.
For rounding down to 0.2 for core PC inflation, rounding down also to 0.2 for in June, and then around 0.2 in July, and close to that in August. Then we think that the Fed might be able to cut as early as September. But even there, I think we don't have too much conviction. We think that it's easy for the inflation to be slightly stronger than that, in which case they would likely postpone the time
All right,
until
a little bit of a
they
pop.
They get with the first cut, and that would be in December then. So where are the risks around that? I think the risks are still to the upside in my
Bad
my
news,
view,
bad news. I
just
think
because,
maybe
again,
once
this goes
policy
back to
shifts,
consumer.
who
As
knows?
long as we see
But
the
maybe
consumer
that could
being
be a theme of
in
second half.
overall good shape,
That's
and
what we
the
got to
labor
think
market
of
being
how
overall
everything gets
strong. And you
confirmed.
alluded to what you hear in your district.
But we could talk about that in a little
from
bit.
The employers there, and still, seeing the labor market as tight, we think that this can sustain for a while, and it's going to make it difficult for the Fed to cut more than once in that context.
Please, Klaas.
Just, I've been thinking a little bit, Lucrezia, about some of the comments you make. I mean, suppose that the scenario unfolds that is in our projections, and we would sort of be sustainably back at 2% inflation in the mid of 2025. Then we would have had 4 years of elevated above 2% inflation. Normally, monetary policy works with a lag of 1.5 to 2 years. Our medium term is roughly associated, etc. So what we have tacitly, implicitly been doing is, of course, extending out the medium term in the face of the shock. I think that was also one of your remedies on the slide. Now, you can have a debate on whether extending the medium term by another year, right, would have been better in terms of lower cost. I would just say that I'm happy that inflation expectations have continued to be well anchored.
USO started to climb a little.
In which I thought they are just about anchored. The 5-year at 2.65.
Tim's is going.
Oh, these are the
What?
moments in which. So
Calm
I
down,
do.
Klaas.
It's of course a counterfactual discussion. We never know, but I do believe that had we taken more time, explicitly, we might have run a risk of inflation expectations drifting away from us. And if I then look at the real cost in terms of sacrifice ratio, in terms of the labor market, it's hardly been there, right? I mean, no run-up in unemployment. And finally, a higher inflation target, I think, I'm definitely not in favor of it. But the main reason is that after the 1970s, we had to so painstakingly get rid of all these automatic indexation clauses in the economy that creates a lot of rigidity, etc. If we settle for a higher inflation target, at some point, the rational attentiveness to inflation comes back into the picture. And what you will get, Ellen Blinder, I think, was
All right, you got a little data pop, but it's not really moved much. It just stopped the bonds from dying, but
at some moment,
equity's still the same
becomes
spot.
Permanently 3% rather than 2%. At some point, people will pay attention. You will get automatic indexation clauses, etc. And in my view, that would only impose even more rigidity on the supply side of the euro area economy.
Yeah, let me answer on two. Well, I think that actually this is exactly what you did. So you implicitly lengthen the horizon of the flexible inflation targeting. Yep. So very good. And for the future, I think it would be good to see some, real concept and some, behind that idea, because I think it's a very powerful idea. And it is really the essence of flexible inflation targeting, that you want to, adjust the horizon in relation to the cost. And in terms of the level of inflation targeting, which would be another way to do it, I don't think you should change it now, but actually in a report of in a kind of reaction to your strategy review, we wrote with another bunch of economists that it would be good to have a system in which ex ante you revise it, but giving the date for the revision ex ante, because of course everybody understands that you cannot do it when inflation is high. And the reason is that 2% is relatively arbitrary. So we know that it is. We know that it cannot be 10, because otherwise we have the indexation spirals of the 70s. But between 2 and 3, you can see that 3% is not the end of so why not 3%? Okay, so and now it's not 3% because you have a target at 2%, and so it should be 2%. And you should adjust the horizon. That would be my recommendation. But I think for the future, especially
like 2%. Wait, hold on. Just
other shocks of the kind that
I
we
got
have
it, but I
think it would be good.
I didn't get it, but I got it.
To have some kind of concept for revision.
Like 2's not 3, but then if you go for the 3, you're gonna get the 3, but the 3's not the 3, so you might just go with the 2, but the 2 is like the 3, and 2% is like 3%, 3% is like 2, and 2 is 3.
Those are also part of the
3, 2,
picture.
you'll get there.
Yeah, so on that topic, I mean, I guess President Kashkari, the FOMC announced a change to the rundown of its balance sheet at the last meeting. Can you tell us a little bit of what's underlying that decision, how that relates to the policy stance, and maybe any insights about when do you expect this to end, or if any?
Well, the Federal Reserve successfully shrunk its balance sheet after the great financial crisis. We grew very large, and then we went through a period of quantitative tightening. We did that successfully. We shrunk it a little bit too much because the demand for reserves continues to climb, and we weren't exactly sure. We were surveying banks about how many reserves that they would need to get to this ample regime that we are trying to operate under. And it turned out the demand for reserves was somewhat higher than what banks were reporting to us. So we were surprised. This is in the fall of 2019.
All right, SPY dropping again.
We saw some volatility.
You had a little bit of relief from the data that was bad, but you're just going straight down, and you are still kind of holding, though. Again, it's like we're giving up a lot of the little gain from the morning, but so far data is giving you small reactions, but everything's just going negative.
Now, we've been shrinking it at twice the rate we shrank it last time. So it's been a very rapid runoff. And all we've now done is said, let's go slow the runoff.
With a lot of European bankers
pace,
too.
Essentially, that we had during the last quantitative tightening period. So no one should interpret this as we're ending quantitative tightening. All we're doing is slowing the runoff so that we can begin to monitor market signals for when we are eventually going to get at that ample reserve
we're slowing
regime.
it down, but we're not ending.
There's a lot of ambiguity about that. The demand for reserves continues to change, continues to grow. The events in the banking sector, Silicon Valley Bank and some other bank failures, has also heightened focus on liquidity for banks. So we're not exactly sure when we're going to go from this super abundant regime of reserves to an ample regime. And I think we're going to really focus on market signals, where federal funds rate is pricing and other short-term market signals to give us that indication of when we're getting close. And we just want to slow things down a little bit so we have time to monitor those market signals. But it's not going to end up changing the destination.
Very good. Thank you. And to you, President Gnott. So far, all is going smoothly on European bond markets, and draining liquidity so far has not created any issues. But from the Fed's perspective, as President Kashkari just mentioned, we learned that it can go smoothly until it doesn't. How do you think about the unwinding of this balance sheet process in Europe?
Well, I mean, for us, it's been very clear that we had identified rate policy as our primary instrument to tighten policy. That was simply the instrument we knew best. We have never done QT before, and in the European context, I think there is an additional layer of complication with balance sheet policy. That has to do with the fact that we don't have centralized
the VIX is
federal
green.
debt, that we accumulate on our balance sheet.
Yeah, it's a lot of the chips are just holding up the Nasdaq now. But like
issue,
SPY, Russell,
and sort of the
Dow,
bond markets
they're
in
showing their
Europe
weakness
can be
relatively.
quite sensitive
But you
to
are just
these,
getting held up
types
once
of
again by these
positions. So
chips.
we have opted for a slow, gradual, but predictable approach, running off the APP, and from the summer onward, running off 50% of the PEP, and then from January onward also full runoff of the PEP, simply through a discontinuation of investment. To sort of guide that process, we have announced that we would tighten the gap between the MRO rate and the DFR rate in terms of our operational framework review, in order to create as little room as possible for undue volatility, let's say volatility that was not helpful in terms of setting the monetary stance. And now in the coming years, we will simply have to see where that winding down will take us. And at some point, of course, we will also hit the point where excess liquidity will have been effectively removed. But we will see that in terms of more pressures, more volatility in the money market. And that is the period in time in which we have to start thinking about how we want to shape our structural liquidity provision operations. That's going to be a mix of refinancing operations and bond holdings. Very likely, when that structural operation will become relevant, we will start from a position where we will still have significant bond holdings, but no refinancing operations anymore. So if we then have to expand, probably we will first opt for refinancing operations until we have the right balance that we want to see in our structural operations between the two. But my anticipation is that for the coming years, it will be a gradual process of winding down our balance sheet, and then we will have to empirically find out where the optimal level of reserves will be.
Professor Reichel, you helped build up the long-term operations at the ECB, right? Pre-global financial, when you were at the ECB, you were also doing long-term operations during the global financial crisis. I think you were there at that point. Any comment or anything that you might have on this process of balance sheet reduction?
Well, one is that the ECB had an experience with QT, okay, when the LTRO were repaid during the big periods of deleverage. that wasn't very nice. Well, I mean, I think the ample reserve, I'm a fan of the ample reserve system. I think it's quite, it's robust. It has a lot of advantages in terms of control of interest rate, in terms of having two instruments, one for liquidity and one for interest rate. I understand that it is more difficult to apply it in the euro area because of the lack of a unitary treasury market. But if we abstract for that problem, which is, it's a problem which I would say a political economy problem more than an economic problem, I think that definitely, to go for ample reserve, it's, in my view, I mean, I don't have much experience in operation, but in my view, that would be much more robust than risking to get close to the kink of that curve for the demand of reserves, where actually, the volatility of rates could get into the.
Let's go back to rates.
How do you watch this and not fall asleep?
One of the key issues is
one, you should be watching everything else, and then two, you probably have not been a part of our economic lessons.
Normally, the Fed is really seen as the stuck.
She's just dropping IPE on you right now.
Setting interest rate.
But above all else, I mean, I'm just looking at everything else, so I hope you are too.
President Knott, do you think that there could be any constraint, and up to which point can the ECB embark on a cutting cycle on its own? Let's say, can the ECB cut 3 or 4 times policy rates, as you were mentioned in your chart, the prediction from the chart you showed, if the Fed were at most perhaps cut policy rate once this year?
but also that we have to find out. I mean, we both have a domestic mandate that we have to focus on our own inflation outlook. But clearly, monetary policy always takes place in a global context because there are global spillovers. At the same time, it's not so clear in what direction these spillovers would take you in the current context, because it may well be true that if we cut more aggressively than the Fed, that might lead to a lower exchange rate on our end, which would then be inflationary. At the same time, less rate cuts on the Fed side also means an overall tightening of financial conditions, of bond market conditions, which tend to have a strong global component with global spillovers, which will also spill over to the euro area. So if the Fed cuts less than expected, then we will get two opposing effects, and we will simply have to observe which of the two effects actually is dominating in terms of our inflation outlook. And that will have to decide
back above VWAP.
what room for maneuver we will have in cutting interest rates. But it's not necessarily clear that movements on the US side move in one direction for us or in the other direction, given that it is multiple channels and they don't all work in the same direction.
And President Kashkari, normally we never think about how the Fed can internalize policies from other central banks, right? We see it, as I said, as the leader. How do you think about it? Is there any consideration from your side of internalizing, or which impact could the ECB policy stance have on the US?
I thought President Knott said it very well. I mean, we pay attention to the rest of the world because the rest of the world matters to the US, even though our mandate is a domestic mandate. And so we run models and we look at what's happening all around the world and we factor that in, but ultimately we are accountable to our government, just as the ECB is accountable to the European citizens. These deviations, they happen, and eventually the advanced economies tend to move kind of together over time, but they're deviations in the short run. So personally, I don't think it's a huge deal. I think we're all gonna
Tesla on the high.
Mark, can we do it?
Yeah, I remember they were getting clapped.
I mean, you and I and our teams were published a piece not so long ago, I guess in April, looking at the size of these discrepancies, and exactly to your point. I mean, these discrepancies have happened before. Even if we went along the projected path for rates both in the US and in Europe, the gap would not be unusually large, not much larger than actually not smaller than what we've seen in many instances since the early 2000s, including just before the pandemic as well. So nothing really dramatic there. It might lead to some
White House deputy advisor, we're facing sobering potential that Russia's military-industrial complex grows stronger than it was before Ukraine war.
In terms of productivity growth. And I think the interesting, obviously the productivity growth has been much stronger in the US than in the euro area since the global financial crisis. I don't know, perhaps to you, President Kashkari, what are the factors that you think are worth underlining, and what could Europe learn maybe from the US in terms of enhancing its productivity?
Boy, that's an impossible question to answer. Why is U.S. productivity growth right now as high as it is? It's higher than it was before the pandemic. Is that it's just a residual of a bunch of other measurements? So, could it revert back to normal levels? At this point, I think it's much too early to say that AI is showing up in the economy. The history of productivity developments and new technologies would say it's going to take a long time. If it shows up in the official statistics, it'll probably take a long time before that. So I don't know. I mean, economists point to flexibility in the U.S. labor market as one possible source. We know that there's been a lot of new business formation in the U.S. beginning in the pandemic, but it's been sustained remarkably well. That could be another source, just based on
AMD, SQM, HIMS, you guys keep talking about.
Those animal spirits.
It's back up to 18. They're up 8% today.
Good suggestions. It's a tough one.
And Professor Reichling, you in the past many times wrote report also for the CPR, with the CPR colleagues, to shape up European institutions. We have European elections this year. Anything that we could expect from, again, we are both Italians, there are two Italians.
I see dark.
Exactly,
I see very
this
dark.
report, the Letta report, the Draghi report, can we expect that anything after the European election will be put on the table to enhance productivity in the euro area?
Well, Europe, if it wants to survive, has to get its act together, I think, in a lot of challenges. So we cannot continue to be prisoner of our fragmentation in many ways.
And President Knott, the ECB is not shy in giving advices to governments, whether it's on fiscal policy, on structural policy. What would be your advice or hope for after the European election?
Well, I'd prefer to say a few things from a more analytical perspective on productivity. I mean, productivity has been negative
Visa
in
on
the
the
euro
low.
area. In the first quarter, it was 0, which is no longer negative, at least. Probably
Yeah, Visa's
there's a
down
cyclical
1-1.
element to
TSM
it,
now rocketing.
but also a structural element.
Low key
And the
through the
cyclical
high.
element might go
Not
away
too
if you
crazy,
get more
but they're
recovery.
still red.
And maybe if we have
Remember
had
on
the
Friday
fiscal
they got a
policy
little bit of
the
juice.
US,
NXPI going up too.
with,
So again, more chip
well,
names
much
and then a
larger
couple
deficits, much more
other names that
stimulus.
were already doing good, like
The
HIMS.
cyclical element in the euro
Nasdaq's up
in Europe
0.5
would
right
also
now,
have
man.
been smaller.
So it's a great day
But
for the
second point that
Nasdaq.
I've been making in this context, then when you think about the impact that fiscal policy has had on productivity growth, it's not only the size of the fiscal stimulus. I also think that the design of the measures
And the
during the
SPY
pandemic,
is getting back up to
which in
open.
the US,
It's already green. We
were
had a little gap up.
basically focused at companies laying off workers, providing income support, and then in the recovery have the workers being rehired. Whereas in Europe, the support was paying the firms to keep the employers at the payroll, even if they were not productive at that moment. So what you're saying in terms of new startups, in terms of labor reallocation, which is massively taking place in the US, we have frozen in Europe the supply side of our economy because of the design features of the support that we gave. And I think it's an interesting research question, whether that differential nature of fiscal support is also one of the factors. The lack of dynamism we have had on the supply side. First, the freezing because of the pandemic support, then the labor hoarding during the, let's say, the quarters in which we had stagnation, etc. Whether also that lack of dynamism is a factor. And that is for us, I think, very difficult to mimic because the
Dynamism? Is he
character of the
talking
labor market
hegemonies
is
or
fundamentally
what?
different. If we were to do a
I don't know if
US-type
I want to
experiment
see
in
if the
Europe
book
with
even
massive
discusses
layoffs and then
dynamism.
rehiring, elderly workers would probably not be rehired in Europe because we don't have a tradition that elderly workers will be rehired. In the US, you hire elderly workers as easily as younger workers.
I think he's bringing
so I think
up
it's that
hegemons.
structural difference in
Hegemon.
the labor market that for me is also an important part of the puzzle, but there are no easy answers for it.
But can I add one quick thing, which is, I agree with everything you said, but I remember the policy deliberations when the pandemic first hit. And there was a lot of admiration for the European system of keeping workers attached to their firms, and a lot of hand-wringing in the US that our system is so barbaric. I mean, that's a harsh word, but our system is so backwards relative to the enlightened
Horrible
European
conference.
system.
I know a lot of y'all
Fast
don't
forward
like
4
this
years,
one
now
today.
You're saying, well, maybe it wasn't as enlightened
Like
as
this,
it
I
appeared
see the
4 years
jokes.
ago. I'm
But
not
then
here to
again,
judge
you
one
have
way or the
hated
other, but
every
it's just
other one,
interesting
though.
how
You got a
perspectives
cool
can change
chat
over time
history.
about
You're
the same very
consistent
basic
with your
program.
hate towards speeches.
I agree. I was
So I
thinking
can
exactly
respect
the
it.
same. But I see we are already running
Good
out
morning.
of time. Before giving
Oh,
space to our
hold on.
audience
Let
with
me go to the bathroom
Q&A,
before they
I
end.
just want to ask you what I call a classic one. So it seems to me that broadly speaking, we are painting quite a good scenario. A Goldilocks kind of like scenario where, growth remains solid or will improve in the euro area, inflation is going down to target, whether faster or slower, but sort of speaking, a very positive outlook. I always think, what could we be missing, right? What keeps you at night? Obviously, it's a metaphoric question. I really hope you all sleep very well at night, but very quickly, maybe starting from you, President Knott.
Geopolitical risks, I think, by far, and not just because of their monetary policy impact, by the way, but also because, the Houthis will still be there 18 to 24 months from now. So the current running up in shipping costs, we really have to monitor whether that is truly a temporary effect or not. We have a war in Europe, which is, well, nowhere near the end. There are more autocrats that have sort of geopolitical ambitions. And all these, Europe will always be in the epicenter of the economic consequences of these geopolitical tensions, since we are so much dependent on international trade and the open rules-based system that we try to build after World War II.
Professor Reichen.
Yeah, I would agree. And as a European, what I'm worrying about is that our system is not fit for purpose because of the fragmentation of fiscal policy, the political fragmentation. So that means a lot of responsibility for the only federal institution that we have, which is the ECB. So I think that we have survived the crisis of 2010, 2011, a big geopolitical crisis like this in the making. Maybe it will be a harsher test.
President Cascari.
So in addition to geopolitics, one factor that we haven't talked about yet, which I don't think is a financial stability risk, but it's nonetheless a risk to the U.S. economy and presumably to the European economy, is commercial real estate. We expect there to be big losses in the commercial real estate sector. We think we've studied it very carefully, that most banks seem like they are
interesting. A lot of the other Fed chairs, they've kind of downplayed it. They talk about the commercial crash broadly, but
usually there are surprises
that seems a little
on where
more
those
hawkish.
losses end up, which balance sheets ultimately
but then again,
are
his
exposed to
whole
those losses.
speech has been
and when those surprises reveal themselves,
the second one.
That's something else that I'm concerned about. So we're monitoring very carefully, but I also know that we're going to be surprised where some of those losses end up.
Mark.
I think we have a long list of things to worry about here, and I worry about all these two. I think I would just add to that maybe the prospect again of ending the year with an inflation that's slightly higher than what we anticipate and hope for, and then starting 2025 with a renewed set of inflationary pressures in the US in particular. Things like tariffs, for instance. We haven't really had time to talk about it just yet, but also, we benefited a lot from immigration, a big surge in immigration, and next year we are likely to see some curtailing of that immigration.
All right,
which
TSM's
might
back
put
to
some,
green.
Additional
HIMS is
well
still
on the labor
rocketing.
market again. So some renewed inflationary pressures.
And
that's
NVIDIA
going to
again, all the
make
chips
work of
juicing. Bonds almost down 3/4.
Thank you.
Being
and perhaps
green.
with that, with the high for longer, then financial stability concern could become more relevant. But let's go now to our audience and Q&A.
There's more?
I think the way we would do it is
I thought it was about to
let
end
two
for
key
y'all,
questions
man. My
together.
bad.
So please
You
introduce yourself and then.
Hey, they might end it though. Who knows? Whoa.
Mics are around.
Yeah, I was gonna say they might end it. That's what they did last time because this is a Barclays conference. So if that is over, there you go. I mean, the market did react to Mr. Kashkari's comments there. So there was a little bit of that going on. Have to think about that. You have the power to end it. I mean, again, you guys, I've been making like 45, 50-minute economic videos, and we talk about the international political economy, and all of these are headlines. So I understand some of y'all don't like it, but it is kind of very much in context with a lot of this stuff we've been going over. I mean, again, I even get made fun of by it, by like even lending tips, but hey, if it's not for you, it's not for you. You know what I'm saying? But this isn't something new over the last 5 years of this stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I feel you, man. I feel you, but I gotta take the headlines. I gotta take literally the Kashkari one's just hitting now. That's crazy. So it's good, baby. Appreciate the lessons on the watch list, of course. I mean, but like I'm saying, I mean, you even see it just for those of you who do want to sharpen your craft and understand more of this stuff. And then, like, I do think I'm telling you about those lessons because every time we do listen to these, I mean, it's bringing up stuff. You literally even heard international political economy even brought up during all of this. So, like I said, this may not be for everybody, but I encourage you to take a look at it. And even then, it may not be for you. You don't have to trip on it too much. Celsius? I don't know. I sold my ARM shares a while ago. Yeah. Semis are going nuts. Again, it started with NVIDIA. Again, I think ARM is number 2 at 5%. Dell gapped up by 4, came down a little bit, but then literally they have earnings. And then Marvel was up 2%. Intel's even doing good. NVIDIA going to go up forever. Well, we'll see till the split. There might be a limit to the pre-split move, but then even then afterwards will be the that'll be the next big thing. My news feed, yeah. I mean, if you have watched the watch list, I've explained everything about it. So it's my own little system here. But if y'all really care about it, I do think there's a lot of old videos that could help you with the news thing. But other than that, watch the watch list, baby. All those answers, we've given them. Was I kidding about the homeless guy? What homeless guy? I don't remember a homeless guy. I talked to an old guy. Is that maybe you misinterpreted that? Grateful for all you do. God bless you, baby. Finger to the sky, baby. Finger to the sky. Yeah, old guy. Yeah, he wasn't homeless. He was balling, bro. He bought $18,000 of NVIDIA at the high. And he could qualify for a reverse mortgage twice. You know, so. Nah, yeah, man. We were good, bro. We were good. That's the top right there. I don't know, man. This guy, he's seen a lot. That's why I'm like, dang. They like old people know about AI. You think too euphoric? I mean, I feel like I've seen worse. Like, you don't remember I'll never forget because I was like, fuck, halfway through. You remember when I got a hernia and I had to go get surgery? And then I'm talking to my surgeon. And you know what this mother effer asked me? He was like, should I buy GameStop? And I'm like, you about to cut me open? And you asking me if you should buy GameStop? And this was like at the peak. I was like, oh. No, I told him. I was like, no, buy real estate. I hope he did. He would have made a shit ton at that moment. But my goodness, I was like, no, man. I said, it's going to get you a house. Get you a lot of houses if you can. Oh, man. So, yeah. But then that wasn't the top. So, shit, that was pretty scary for me and very toppy. So, you never know. You never know. That's good, Jimmy. Was your turning point? You're almost broke, and I broke 6 figs. That's great. Amen, baby. I hope it's developed into a real long term. Even then, still quite the accomplishment. So, yalla. Dale. Oh, I thought that was... No, Dole, yeah. It's like, who's Dale? The May 24th live video, was that Friday? I had to take it down. There was stuff that wasn't allowed to be in there. So before the hose reported me, I had to take it down. Unfortunately. I'm sorry. But that's it, man. We gotta move different. Gotta move different, baby. On the CAT system coming up? No, are you talking about the new settlement? Or are you talking about Caterpillar? ECB not. Productivity growth will determine room for ECB to cut. So literally, those headlines were literally what we were just listening to. Do you see Airbnb currently at a premium since you have a position? I mean, it's what I've always said. I do think, like for the last couple years now, ever since the Airbnb went up, I mean, I love the company, but I think it's expensive. I think it's up 100% year over year or something, or like even more than that. It was one of the top performers on the NASDAQ last year. Kayla. Could have done it. Couldn't have done me. Wait, couldn't have done it without you, Josh. I thought I was so bad. Chad, some of the nicest people I ever met, baby. Amen, man. And that's why the long term, bro. We on a mission, baby. We on a mission, and the long term is where it's at. But like I'm saying, man, great opportunity. And to see y'all do it in every way, man. It goes beyond the long term. There's stocks. There is the trading. There is the real estate, the saving, man. There's so much to it. So I hope all of you guys are fruitful in every way, man. So let's go. Hard. Let's go, baby. Oh, I see you too, Bradley. And Logan, it's a great day to be a part of the chat. Amen, man. Amen, especially the long term. That's it, man. I had a lot of long term discussions over the weekend with like old people and young people. So, get the long term, but you might hear it a lot this week. Want to get there still in there. Waleed! Habibi! Oh my gosh, I love you, bro. Good to see you. Don't worry. You'll telling you the plan and how everything is, bro. It's funny how the monetary world really does shape us in many, many ways. But at the end of the day, too, even when it comes down to debt, you got to tackle debt like a long-term plan as well. It kind of like literally debt is like a reverse long-term. But in the same way that you would build your long-term, you can go and chop away the debt as well, too. So, again, I even think now, I don't know how it's been with, rates have moved around a lot, but depending on how it's set up, you still got all the balance transfer stuffs, and then little by little it'll get there. Did you and your girl getting anything fun? No, we went and got massages. We went there, but like, dude, the traveling was insane. We were going to go somewhere, but we ended up just kicking it. And I'm glad because I went out for one day, and like it was tiring, bro. It was a lot of driving. We hung out with moms, got to see the family, so that was good. But no, I'm glad I got some rest. But I'm mad sore still, bro. All of these stretches, bro. Maybell, first time dodo, baby. Hey, it says it's the third, but I remember the first one, man. Hard. Thank you, my friend, and good morning. Amen. Volume this bad? Have you seen this before? Yeah, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Other times too during the summer it slows down. This is just like a little or like marginally lower than what it has been in the past. But yeah, it's low volume. Even liquidity on ETFs have plummeted. I want to say like 30-40% than average. So you're clapped in terms of liquidity, but like we've talked about for the last 3 weeks now, 2 weeks, doesn't necessarily mean it brings you down. It does create an interesting environment if we ran into any other issues, but for the most part, it is it's been like this for almost a month now, and I do expect it to be like this moving forward as we are more started with summer. About VCIG, you have shares and you have no clue how you got it. VCIG, I don't know. It could have been like a split or something because I have shares like that where that's happened. So it could be something of that nature. Taiwan risk isn't being priced in. I think because it's not a risk, sadly. So maybe I'm the reason why, as part of it. But I don't fall for the Taiwan war shit. I'm not a big believer of it. But you guys, that's my bias. I do think it'll happen eventually. But, sadly, the surrounding of Taiwan is very, very, this happens every time there is anything with an election, a visit, anything of that nature. So I think this is all in the scope of normal, as weird as that may sound. But yeah, it is normal in my opinion. I could be blatantly wrong on this, but I'd rather err to the side of not falling for it than not, just because again it has happened many, many, many times. Adam Newman is giving up buying WeWork. Just a normal Tuesday. Yeah. I mean, remember, what's it called? Y'all don't remember Nancy? Remember, that was heated. And then they did the same thing after Nancy visited. But remember that whole Nancy Pelosi thing gave us that issue? And then afterwards, they surrounded the island and did all of that. About Ukraine and Russia. Yeah, I was wrong about that too. I thought in the beginning, remember when when Biden, they were like, yeah, we got a report that Ukraine's going to get invaded. And we were like, bullshit. And then it happened like a couple days later. So I do think there is always the element of surprise, but, you know, it has been few and far between. So maybe, I mean, here's the deal. If it was going to happen, I would maybe follow that timeline. In the sense that maybe if I hear the U.S. say that it's going to happen, and maybe if the administration came out, then yeah. APP, that's on the high. BBW on the high too. Where's oil? SPY chilling, man. Bonds are clapped. But yeah, I mean, here's the deal with the Taiwan thing. If you do think it is going to happen, and it does, you'll make a killing. Why? Because like I'm telling you, even the fact that I doubt it so heavily speaks to what you said. It's not priced in. Not at all. Just because it's not really as scary as it once was. Massive SPY candle. We got a little bit of a pop here. But it's like what? Which one was Kashkari or the data? It was one of these. But we have been hugging here for almost 2 hours. Yeah, we got 18 minutes till Euro close. J&J, I like it. I need to double check where it's at, but I do like the company. I know it hasn't been at too much of a premium. Again, they have been clobbered since the talc stuff, but I mean, you could add it to some of the list there. It kind of reminds me of a slightly or a lot weaker Procter Gamble. But it's a good company. Again, they have weird liability. I think they were able to skirt some of it, and then they're still exposed to some as well. They did have that little spin-off already, but it's decent. So just you could add it to another one of the names that are there. Even Lululemon, yeah. So Twitch chat asking me what I think it's a decent price. Like if you really like Lululemon, I do think this could be a place where you could start averaging. It does have more downside, but then you're taking advantage of almost 50% right now. You know what I'm saying? So like there's a lot, but again, they're doing a lot of restructuring. They have people leaving the company and all of that, but it's not bad. It's just one of those kind of like Nike or anything else. You could get it a little lower if this thing drops. I mean, it'll be down another 20%. Just kind of even like Spotify when they dropped, they're not as cratered, but you are paying a premium on your yoga pants here. You know, taking a look at where it's at historically, but you got a discount off of the highs. Baba, I like it, but I would wait till the pricing. I think we're still up on it. Or did we come down after that little back and forth? Yeah, we might have. But it's a little bit up there. I think there's still upside. But also, at the same time, the China recovery still not confirmed. I might, somebody said it, that could be very, very early. And maybe that's the case. But I do think just extremely high risk reward with all of the China plays. Looking at VHAI. Well, why are you telling me again, though? That's a little pumpy, dog. I appreciate you and love you over the years, but you just emailed me that and we had a whole discussion. So appreciate the reminder, but post your play and what you're holding. But that is weird. I have, I think, just under 100 shares of BABA in the long term. Let me see. I'm going to get into the long term. I think it's like 85. Baba. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. No, we got in at 74. I thought, so we're up on it. Yeah, I thought I was down for some reason. But yeah, I have 84 shares. What they do. Well, what's your play? Do you have a play on it? At this point, you've talked about it a lot. So I'll post your play. Otherwise, it's weird. They are like a SoundHound AI type beat. But again, I think it's AI related. They have the connection. It'll be risky. A lot of chads like it. It is getting pumped by WSB. But at that point, I mean, it's not going to be a long-term play. So at that, post your play and what you got with it. Our gold royalty companies seem up. Gold royalty, how does that operate? Got 3,000 shares at 18. There you go, baby. Way to post it. Amen. I thought Royal Gold was a miner. So I don't know. I don't know how the royalty stuff works, but they actually, this chart doesn't look as bad. At least it's holding near the highs. But compared to some of the other gold miners, they do not go up with gold. Celsius, I don't know. Let me double check, but they got murdered here from the morning. I think, are they down like 15 still? And then Hims is killing it. Spy back to VWAP. If China hypothetically attacks Taiwan, how do you think China would react? What do you mean? Negative, like, wait, what do you mean? So if China attacked Taiwan, like what would happen? That's already a reaction. You know what I'm saying? But in general, I mean, it would lead to economic, I think, more protectionism in China, but then they would work with their other allies like Russia. But overall, it would probably be poor on their economy unless it sparks a manufacturing boom. But, their problem right now with China is that, they don't even have kids who want to work. So, I mean, it will be pretty difficult. They have a large military, but if your focus now goes to military, then economic recovery, unless you're able to cause an economic recovery through the military, which, again, they are not the United States, it would be difficult for them. And then, again, like some people have put in the chat there, also, if they did that, the whole world would go into chaos. So, like, that would be, I think that would pull your World War III, much more closer. If not, it would make everybody, all those alliances, the BRICS, all of that stuff would be on a fast track of people picking sides. Again, whatever happened with Ukraine and Russia, it'd be something of that element. I mean, it is very similar. It's one country says that's my sovereign nation. Wow. And then they violate someone else's sovereignty. And then they say, we're going to take it over, and then the United States and the rest of the world says, you can't do that. And then they're like, we can do it. And then they do it. And then now everybody goes back and forth. GME popping. Hey. The adding save to the long term debt restructuring feel like has to happen No way the banks want to deal with auctions of commercial planes. You may be right, but it doesn't mean the valuation of the equity will hold up. So I think I still like that play as like a short-term arbitrage gamble, but I would be careful putting that in your long-term. It's on a 2-minute chart. Oh, no. That's why it looked different. Because, like, I don't know. It looked weird because this is the Kashkari thing, I think. Or, yeah, it was one of these. VKTX is running, and then GME as well. That's on the high. Well, yeah, there's been a lot of talk on China, Taiwan. It's because after the election, the guy who won is very, like, we're independent, and China don't like that. But they've surrounded the shit out of the island. They've done the flyovers. There's like a map going around, and you could see the literal island is surrounded. That's why people are getting a little concerned, because it is, like, if you go, let me see if I can find you the pictures. But it's like it's fully, like, no exaggeration. That whole island is surrounded, and they're doing military drills and then flying warplanes. Like I said earlier, the way that it gets clapped is if it's like if there's an accident. You know what I'm saying? Like if the plane flies over and somebody shoots it. If there's a war drill and they come too close, and then Taiwan is like, nah, we got to let them know where we stand. Or again, if there's just an error, like you don't underestimate human error, tensions are high. If that happened, then yeah. But again, all of this being said, I still think it is a low likelihood. Again, I feel like Taiwan being invaded, we have heard as much as real estate is going to collapse, and some other things. But this is not new. This is not new, my brother. Yeah, is this the map? I think. So, like, every single one, this is Taiwan, and then every single thing that's red, these are the planes, but these are, like, China ships, and then they're doing military drills. So, like, literally, they have surrounded the whole entire country. So, hi! But that's where people are like, oh, yeah, it's about to happen. And then, again, they had just had an election, pretty much anti-China winner or pro-independence, and then that pisses people off in China. So then they did that. But remember, they did something similar after Nancy Pelosi visited. Remember, Nancy Pelosi visited and legitimized, and again, another political candidate towards the independence, and then they got pissed and they said, we're going to do our military drills now. F-16 June delivery for Taiwan, no bueno. Yeah, it isn't good. They don't like that either. China doesn't like you. Again, when we treat them like a real country, and don't play into the whole, you're China, they don't like it. Weapons deals, literally us visiting politicians. Even then, you don't remember Biden would just say, like, they're a country and they're independent. They'd be like, no. And people get pissed on that in China. So it's a very touchy issue, but yeah. What's the play if Taiwan happens? I mean, chips, some big chip winners, TSM would probably get clapped, but like mother effer, if that happens, like you getting drafted. You asking about the play. Yo, what happens if we start World War III? Like, dog, you better like start lifting weights and shit. And learn call signs, because, like, what do you mean? Like, so, again, I think it would be broader volatility. You could just buy the VIX. The SPY would dump. That would be huge, That's why I say that. And, again, I have my bias. I have my opinion. I hope y'all respect that. And, again, I'm not trying to, you don't have to agree with me. I'd like a conversation about it. But, what I'm saying is, like, it's a big deal, So, like, that's why when we assume it's going to happen, just like understand that that's a big assumption, because it would be very negative for the world. It's borderline, war starting. It would be bigger than Ukraine and Russia, believe it or not. Why? Because Ukraine and Russia already happened in 2014. Stop playing with me. You know, it's something new. That it would be big. And then again, like literally last time there was a brink of collapse like this in China tensions with another country, it was Hong Kong. And then before you know it, you had something happen. You could call it disguised protectionism, call it whatever you want. But the point is, I mean, this would be new, and it would be a very, very big negative for the whole world. That's why I'm like, to get to that, to push that ball, to open that Pandora's box, it's not a small one. So I saw. Oh yeah, I was gonna check it, but I got distracted with Taiwan. That's why it is a distraction. Celsius green tea ingredient causes acute liver failure. What?
Many people know this energy drink, and those who use it typically drink it because they need a boost throughout the day. Well, on the side, it says to not drink more than 2 servings per day. And Shay Cox did not follow those directions, and it landed him at UAB Hospital.
Very fatigued. I was extremely yellow. I turned very jaundiced. And I had no appetite whatsoever.
Shay Cox says he recently came to Birmingham this month to seek help from UAB doctors because medical professionals in Chattanooga could not figure out what was wrong with him.
My liver blood work kept rising, and we had no answers whatsoever.
That changed when he told doctors he added a new energy drink to his regimen.
I was drinking 1 in the morning before I go to work, and I would drink 1 in the afternoon. And we came to the conclusion it's potentially the green tea extract in the Celsius drinks.
Cox says that ingredient could have cost him his life.
I was told that my case is very severe, and I was in acute liver failure.
Certainly caffeine can predispose you to have abnormal heart rhythms.
Cox says it's going to take him several months to get his liver back to normal. So he sends this warning.
Definitely read the ingredients, do your research on this. Do not consume anything with green tea extract in it.
That's a bold claim at the end. That's crazy, man. The boomers, their livers got messed up because they were all alcoholics. You mean tell us that we don't get clapped because we all energy drinkaholics? Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Pinduo Duo running. That's why he sold out of Celsius for the long term. My brother, it was never long term. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this is going to turn into a relationship podcast. But you know what I'm saying? Long term, 10 years, baby. You got to act as if you cannot sell for 10 years. I mean, even then, Prime Energy, they were just saying, doesn't Prime have forever chemicals in it? I was like, no. I like Starbucks for the long term, yeah. I mean, I wish we got it at that 72, or that's when I was considering it. It's up a little bit more, but I'm waiting. And I'm actually excited because, you know, we spent a month without buying anything. Our Pfizer and MO, they had nice bounces in the last month or two. But I'm sitting on a deposit, and now come Friday, come next Monday, I mean, I will have another deposit. We'll be at like 3% cash or something. So I'm very, very exciting. And then VKTX still going up. Starbucks. I don't know, because I went into I actually got Starbucks over the weekend. Bro, they got boba. I didn't know it. I thought it was just like a new pink drink. I was like, all right, give me it. And the shit had boba in it. I was like, damn, Starbucks. But I noticed, because I was in like a very packed Starbucks, and then there was the holidays. But like, I realized it, bro. Like, in a weird way, I feel like Starbucks has definitely, they are just shifting towards like the hardcore customers. And why I say that, because if you ever walk into a Starbucks now, like, they're like, mobile orders, anybody have mobile? And like, dude, literally like 3/4 of the people were on mobile orders. And like, it did seem like that's kind of what they were doing. Whereas like, you had like it was a busy place, and you would think all of like the tourists and everything were coming in, like, you know, making their orders, but there was like 3/4 of it was just mobile orders, and they were just sitting there. And then they'd walk in, they'd get their stuff fast. It felt very segregated. I was like, man, how come I'm not on mobile order, bro? That's it. I don't get it. But there was a lot of people. I was surprised by that. And then I was surprised by the boba. If you go and you're always last. I didn't know that, bro. I haven't, like, done that. Do I still shop there? I mean, I don't. Is it called shopping? I guess. I give them my money, but I don't, like, shop. I'm not like, I wonder, let me see. Can I try on the caramel frappuccino? Is it shopping? I'm consuming. I don't know. That's it. I went and I got it. I don't know if it had caffeine. She said it had caffeine, but she said it was more sugar. I thought, like, because the pink drinks, like, I just wanted something. I was traveling. Not really, but it was still in San Diego, but it felt like I was traveling because everybody was there from Idaho. Troy, you know how many Idaho mother effers I saw? Bro, everybody. You have no idea. But, yeah, I was just trying to get me a drink, man, relax a little bit, but nah, that's it. But yeah, I'm not against Starbucks. Shop, I think it's decent. I think the price is the problem because even though it's dropped, I mean, it still has a huge one. I think, dude, remember, I wish I got it when Charlie did. I don't know if y'all remember. Mr. Charlie in the tray. It literally, bro, he scooped that, like, when people were buying the video, too. But, like, he got it in the 20s. And, like, that's one where I was like, yeah, Father Charlie, bro. So I'd like it at the 20s. But, again, a lot of these names, even from a couple years ago, man, just if they were growth, even, like, Spotify, dude, it's like they dropped. And now they're up. And, like, even if they've come down in the last couple quarters, I mean, they're at a high premium in the last 24 months. You asked this pre and now post, do you think the smaller cap AI will come back? I do. I think for a little bit. We'll have a little bit of a window. I mean, other factors like individual news from the companies can outweigh it. But even today, like, I think even yesterday or Friday, you saw it. But the wave is pushing now towards these companies. Even today, the VHAI, that's another AI play that's getting pumped. And Chad brought this one up too. But it's AI like SoundHound. So there's like a lot of this movement. And I think individual news will be one. But you definitely have a wind leading into them all. And then obviously NVIDIA is just attracting the capital for the stock split. What happens to these stocks with insane PEs when interest rates get cut? Well, for a little bit, they'll probably run once we get our first cut. But quite frankly, I mean, it's not even about interest rates anymore. I do think in a broader macro scale, you can never ignore the interest rates. So I'm not saying like it's dumb and that you shouldn't think about it. But what I am saying is that, if you want to see these companies high PE come down or whatever the reason, it's like I think you really need the consumer, aka employment, to actually drop, whether it's real estate or some of these companies. It's like when we're going to, because then at that point, that means we've hit neutral. When we actually see conditions tighten and see a slowdown, then we could start to discuss that. But other than that, I mean, unfortunately, fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it, that's adding a lot of friction towards anything, materializing from rates or whatever we've dealt with in the last couple years. Yeah, small caps will be an area to look at as well. I do think if we do get our cut. But then again, it's how they cut it, how much they cut it, velocity. Bonds taking a dumper, so is the SPY. So again, bonds are bad today. Very, very bad. Data came in. You got we have a bond auction. I'm getting 42 bills right now. 42-day bills. We have 2-year auction at 11:30. So that should be right now. Yeah, 4.875. I don't know what the when issued was. So yeah, that's literally results are coming in now. 4.917 versus 4.9 pre-sale when issued. So it was bad. 2-year came in a little hot. Dude, 2 years at 4.9. Is Instagram down for a few days? No, I don't know. I don't think so. When bonds go down, does the market tend to rise? Well, like when bond yields go down, yes. But when bond yields go up, and that's negative for bonds, there's usually some restriction or restrictiveness. But then again, you've watched the biggest bond blowout in 40 years, and you just hit like 4 all-time highs. Starbucks set to resume union negotiations as it confronts issues at its stores. It's not about rates, it's about liquidity. Yeah, I could agree with that. But then again, like we've talked about, liquidity it's not going to necessarily hurt things as long as everything is operating good. You know, the thing that we haven't seen is a real shock. You're not watching whatever bad things have happened, whether it's the war, inflation at 10%, anything you could think of. It's not as if it has led to a dramatic slowdown in the economy. And whether that is through sales, retail sales, consumer spending, orders, but purely down to the employment. You know, it's people's jobs aren't getting affected. People are not losing their sources of income. Prices are high and it's not good, but you still have people making money, and you're not watching companies like pull back on what they're doing. They would fire people and do layoffs, but even then, it's still just kept churning, and maybe we will see delays in that, but eventually, that's all I'm saying is once we finally see that move, then there you go. Whales loading on VHAI. Amen. Again, we've had this. A lot of Chad's been covering. I'm not in it. I know a lot are. So we're very aware of it. Let me know when it hits a new high. But you got to post your play if you're going to bring this one up now. Because I think everyone's fully aware. Potential new AI play. People saying Soundhound type beat. Potential NVIDIA. Again, a lot of pumping and rumors around it. Poster play where we are very aware of it now. So good luck from there, my brethren. Hims is crazy, man. It was just at a discount, too. That's still going. Yeah, Hims is running through the high. Literally about to hit 19 again. How do you know whales are loading? Do you know how many? I think it's a small float. He just said, I just read his comment. I don't know if the whales are loading. I know a lot of people are getting it and pumping it. That's why I'm saying post the play. But we're all pretty aware of it. So we'll see. Pay 116. Mr. Bolt. Ka-chow. Ka-chow, ka-chow. On Mints, MNTS, given the current CEO is involved in the DOD. I'm not too familiar with MNTS. Chad, does anybody else know? You guys brought up a lot. I got another one. Homie gave me the one play, the other biotech. Which one was that? Eras? Hanny brought that one up earlier. I don't know what Momentus is. Well, and again, listen, even with the VH whatever one, like I was telling you guys, these aren't going to be your long-term plays. You know, if it is a penny stock and it's not, like I just said it, I said it in the watch list yesterday, there will be a time and place to go for the next big thing, but just make sure you guys know your long-term, build it off of, more quality names. These ones you could trade. But like I'm saying, a lot of these, I don't think they're going into the long term, no matter what, usually they would really have to do a lot. But that's just what I'd keep in mind when it's all said and done. But I'm not too familiar with this one. I have not tried Kava yet. No. I'm a piece of poop. Plays on Mar and CLSK climbing since the morning. Just dumping the TSM. 300 shares at 159. Get out of 161. All right, baby. Way to call the play. Yeah, so Celsius, I don't know. It could be because of that liver thing, that article, but that seems pretty big for a news report, unless homie like actually died or something. You know what I'm saying? This is its largest down day since May 2022. Would be its lowest close since May 8th of 24. On pace for largest decrease since May 9th when it fell, May 9th, 2022 when it fell 17.4. Currently down 4 of the last 5 days. It's still up 14% month to date. On pace for best month from February. Its stocks is up 49.2 year to date, down 15% from all-time high of 96, and it's up 96% from 52 weeks ago when it closed at 41.52. So Celsius still up a lot. It's a big down day for it, but every other main metric just says it's ripping. And then someone has a stake in it, but I don't know. It could be that. Could be negative. They had a mixed automatic shelf on Friday, I think. Or no. That was like 2 weeks ago. I could just change the ingredients. I think they need to prove it first, right? Otherwise, you never know though if they change the ingredients. What if it doesn't like make you as cracked out? You know what I'm saying? They changed the ingredients of Four Loko like 20 years ago, and guess what? People don't drink Four Lokos as much anymore. You know what I'm saying? They wanted that caffeine. But yeah, Christ, Four Loko. Yeah, you already know. You already know. Those are brutal. I think that was one of my like first drinks, or like I think I was like the second or third drink. What was it? I think was it called like a highball? No, that's an energy drink. There was one, but like I remember I was like 14, bro, and we got them from the gas station. Oh yeah. I don't know if I don't see any headlines on green tea killing livers. That doesn't show up when you look up Celsius, but it is circulating. But it's not like it's like analysts haven't commented on it yet, and it's not like the company has Spark. That's what it is. Yes. That's what it was. Spark. That was the first one. No, it was a Spark, and we were tripping out because we were like, oh, dude, this tastes so bad and good, and then we got drunk. It was insane. Spark. That's so fun. Just malt liquor, bro. That's what it is. GME on the high. That's funny. You used to drink those before class? Wow. That's bold. That's funny. How it could get clapped off of one state. Well, it's a bad sign. I mean, imagine a progressive tax that, you get taxed the more money you make. And then now if it starts in one place, I mean, the dominoes could start falling. They want that. Again, gambling has become a lot less taboo. So, at the very least, these states and governments, they want their piece of it. Just like Cali, man, they're making a lot of money off the weed. The taxes on that is kind of going to be the same thing. Coin on the high. So those crypto names, they're moving up. Where's GLD? Yeah, coin's up. Gold coming back, so that's good. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, we're back to green on gold. So that's all over. Again, I was telling you guys, the ranges are going to be wicked. That's moved 0.5% down, 0.5% back up. 3M on the low. Below 100 at 99. About to break 99. Yeah, literally 3M was just at 100 earlier today. Celsius is down because of bad Nielsen data, according to Seeking Alpha. So I've gotten a couple of answers as to why they're lower. So that one's gonna. I can't put my finger on it. It could be a couple of things, but in the meantime, I hope that data check on there helps understand it. You know, it's its biggest drop in 2 years. It is down a lot, even 4 out of the last 5 days, but, that thing is still up 99% from a year ago or something like that. And then not to mention it's still holding a lot of the other gains. The idea of McDonald's leap puts. Your Cali friends lost their hours and cut staff. Maybe. I don't know about leap puts. And you got to be careful. The clown is insane sometimes. But maybe shares on the short run. I don't know. It's hard. The leap puts are harder than they seem sometimes. But you would really have to have them slow down. But I could see that. I don't know. With that information you're giving me. But also, like, literally Target, Walmart. Who else was it? Somebody else. Like, a lot of these consumer plays, they have been lowering prices. And they have been kind of a little bit more worried about the consumer. Margins about to go up. Yeah, well, I think margin increases will be a focus of theirs, but at the same time, like, McDonald's was just trying to come out with a $5 meal. So I do think they are, like, they're thinking about the consumer. They have to. I mean, that's it. Dude, McDonald's is expensive now. Like, bro, I'm not going to lie to you. I see people pull up to McDonald's in a hoopty. You know what I'm saying? And that used to be a normal thing. But, like, I see someone pull up to McDonald's in a hoopty, and I'm like, damn, how they going to afford this? It's still like $30. That's it. You spending a lot, man. So I do think, again, whether it's Walmart, Target, consumer brands, budget brands, they're thinking about the consumer. It's like I'm telling you, if that does slow down, they'll have bigger problems than not. Meat is extra. They're like, new $5 menu. Your favorites without any of the protein. Have a McChicken bun with lettuce. We'll give you fry skins. What? CMG best value. I mean, they have pretty big price raises, but they're already a higher price point. And that's the thing, is just don't forget how many people McDonald's serves. So, they have to be open to the lower end of the price curve, because they have the ability to profit off of it. They have the ability to reach that market. They have a way wider group than Chipotle does. Even then, Chipotle has been growing massively, but, they're not really there to do it. Is the stock the whole world? Oh? What do you mean, Habibi? Buy just beef patties? Can you? Yeah, their stock is it's international. It's whatever owners in America, overseas, and then it's both company owned as well as franchise owned. Chipotle is expensive. You didn't see that? I saw they did a breakdown read, and they're literally a burrito is 2 burritos is almost $50. If you get, depending on how you do it, man, you could spend $50 on 2 burritos, which is wicked. But then again, Chipotle already had that. It's a different market. I'm not saying that's okay, but it is. It's up there, bro. Have you seen the video recording method? I haven't, but I already know what you're saying. That's funny. Explain it to me, but do you just film them while they scoop and they give you more? That's hilarious, if it is. But that's what it sounds like. He said the Chipotle video recording method. That's funny. That's funny. That's actually hilarious, man. So you just pull out your phone. That makes a lot of sense. Like, oh, shit. They got us. I've never been to Cava, but people talk about it a lot. I think Cava has a lot of people. I think you got to give it a couple years. Maybe I'll try it, but we'll see what happens. The day Josh goes to Kava is the day China invades Taiwan. No, it's way more likely I go to Kava than in China invading Taiwan. You know, we have to have priorities in a hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? But like, definitely, I haven't been. Maybe we'll buy the stock once I go. But yeah, I said I don't know. Because like, if I go to Kava, it's not like it doesn't threaten the global economy. There's way less considerations. I don't know. Maybe Kava is dog water. Wow. You might be the first person who said that. I've been advertised. They advertise a lot of Kava to me. Wrong bet. China invades Taiwan first. Man, honestly, I think it's just as likely that China invades Taiwan as Taiwan invading China. For now. I know. It's crazy. It's crazy. Kava's haram? You asked, but can I use my voice for projects? It's a bunch of BS. I started to fill my time. Long story. Well, email. I usually don't give approvals to some. They're like, well, it's a long story, but can I do it? But assuming you're not using it nefariously or misrepresenting stuff, I mean, I could be open to it. Japan new trade deal with China and North Korea, two of USA enemies. Well, why would they do it? That's what yesterday's lesson was on. So, got to think about that. And then again, Japan, they got good economic alliances. Coinbase are running. GME's running. HIMS is still at the high. Again, 3M just sold. Coin is going up, though. Then Marquetta, I keep thinking that's MO. But they've been on the high literally all day. Our gold is back to green, but gold has already made a nice move for the day. And then oil's up 2.5. $53.09. This is like kind of near the highs of Friday. That's crazy, man. We ain't doing nothing. Oh, crap. We missed Euro close and push-ups. Chatadonia, get moving. Get moving, man. Get moving. I need you to stand up. I'm already standing up. So I'm just going to hit more resistance bands. Maybe get another stretch in there. But, Chad, just change your body position. You've been sitting here for about 2 hours. You can move around. Come on. Just stand up. Just stand up. Change the position. Get a hip thrust in there. You know what I'm saying? Just a couple of air thrusts. Do a squat. Wiggle your legs. You know what I'm saying? Move. Bend the spine left and right. You know what I'm saying? Just do some leans. That's it, man. Oh, come on. Just start moving around. That's all. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. A push-up is even better. But you got to get you moving, man. Got to get you moving. Riot squeezing. Oh, yeah. You called those out earlier, baby. So I'm talking about, Alex. I'll get that up in a second. Let me start getting this out here. Procter & Gamble. No, unfortunately. I just, if you got it, I know Tim got it when we were talking about it, but it's a good name. It's just up there now. So unfortunately, Procter & Gamble went from like heavy value. If it drops again, maybe, but like remember, end of last year, bro, I was telling this was on the list, and I mean, it was at 140. So it had a nice increase. If it does come down again, then we'll be good. But for now, I think there's a couple of other value names. I'm glad you got it, Tim. I remember that. That was a good one. And just solid quality. Yeah, J&J. We talked about that one earlier. That's why I said I think J&J is like a ghetto Procter & Gamble, but it has a little bit more risk with some of the liability stuff, but it's not bad. You got good divvy value. I mean, Pfizer would probably be the best one just because it's a 5-6%er. Otherwise, like Starbucks, Nike, Intel, those are all sub 3. Whirlpool, that's, again, we brought all of these up on the watch list yesterday, but I have been thinking about all of them because, again, Whirlpool's even 7% yield, I think. A little bit more tied to real estate. Could be fallen angel with big debt, but just depends. But J&J might be a little bit more solid. They still have liability, though. It's not like they're not as bulletproof. Like Procter & Gamble is just solid. Like when Procter & Gamble was at the 140, it was just underperforming with everything, and like they didn't have, they don't have the same liability. So that's something I would keep in mind. Pfizer downside, I mean, a lot. It's already down 50, but it could, if they don't perform, if they don't get any benefit off of any BS in the next couple of years, but like really if they just keep slipping, don't save money, and then their cancer drugs don't do good, and then they fall behind on GLP, then it could probably sell off another 30-40%, to be honest with you. But at the same respect, if it could turn around, I do hope it turns into an Abiva. Yeah, I mean, if those cancer drug and acquisitions come back up, if the next pandemic, they don't go crazy on inventory, then maybe they'll be good. Yeah, NVIDIA's rocketing up, all on the high ticker. Short squeeze back on the table. Maybe for a little bit. We're still in this low liquidity environment. A lot of them got clobbered, but you're still getting your signs of life with GME and a couple of others. So tentatively, just be mindful, be careful. But it's not as intense as it was a couple weeks ago with a lot of that activity. Intel's still running. The next Panda, like Panda Express, or are we talking like Panda Dragon? I'm very confused. We got the pandas back from China. You know that? San Diego Zoo. So that's a good one. Demic? I don't know what you're saying, Doc. I tried. I tried, though. I tried. Have a good day. I'm driving through Phoenix. You saw the complex. For Intel, it sure wasn't TSM. I saw the TSM one. That one was wild. It was huge. GME is on the high. HIM's coming down. SPY's actually looking pretty good. And then Dow is the one struggling. Russell did come back, actually. Think about it. NASDAQ's up by 0.5. Remember, Russell, it dropped to like 0.1. Now it's back to 0.4. And then Dow is still down by 0.4. How stocks can gap up instantly at pre-market. Just demand in algos, heavy on the algos. But that's as simple as it is. And then there's a big difference, pre-market to cash open. You've oftentimes seen flip-flops. So, again, word to the algos and demand. RX and Rivian. Rivian is one of those we've talked about as the smaller cap lotto play. It's funny, but I don't know. They only have 3 more quarters of cash, and then they're going to have to do a raise. And NVIDIA extends to 5.7%, adding $150 billion in market cap. So it might hit $3 trillion, bro. I mean, that's it. You get another day like this, you get another 5%, 5.5%, a little bit more. You'll be there. Market expecting anything? Not much. Again, you will get I think you already had the bond auctions. You'll have Fed Cook and Fed Dolly. Other than that, it's just going to come down to tomorrow. And then really the big data happens Friday. A lot of Fed speakers this week once again. I don't know. When the stock, before it splits, it just matters where the stock says, like what, June 7th or June 10th? So you get like another week or so of this. I think DraftKings and the gambling stocks will take it on the head for a little bit, but then eventually it'll chill out. But for now, just bad news. And then there's still the risk if you hear more states doing it. But for now, I think it'll be pain. No, I got rid of my shares, bro. I only got like $500. I would have made like $1,500, I think, or $1,000. And then Intel came up, Marvell, USO. So oil's going, more NVIDIA. Got some ASML. I put SMCI. And then there's ARM now, 124. It's June 10th for the split. There you go. Is that when it happens? And then isn't it like June 7th? You have to be shareholder of record by then? And then wait, with T+1, doesn't that change ex-divvy? If it's T+1, do you have to hold as long? Because now technically, can't you buy on ex-dividend and still get it? Yeah, that's a trip. I think it might. We'll have to see, but doesn't that mean if it takes one less day to settle, you can buy now ahead of it, assuming you're on shareholder of record? I mean, SPY's trying to go again. GME is up 37%. So low-key, it's starting to go a lot. It's already been on that tear. And then just more chip names. Again, ARM, NVIDIA, I think even Qualcomm, AMD, and then a couple of others. ASML was on the high too. Ex-dividends are buying after the dividend. But then if it trades ex-dividend, like excluding dividend after that date, it used to be if you bought the day before, then you were good because it would take that time to settle. But I don't know. We'll see. Part of the teething, they call it. We got to get used to it. When you try to buy GameStop at 15, 16, you and your members called you stupid. Nobody did. But you called us stupid. That's what you said. On the GME OpenAI event, you said if you didn't buy it, you might be clinically beep and then bleep. So no one called you that. We called it out pretty early with all of it. I have given my shit to GameStop in the past, but I don't think this time around. I think Chad was way, way ahead of it. So unfortunately, your lies do not hold weight. So have a good day. We love you. And I hope, though, like you see I hope that since you are a genius and you bought it and you're profiting, I hope that the success you have put you in a good mood instead of having to, you know what I'm saying? But like, I hope you did have fruit and I hope you enjoyed it and hopefully you don't let us ruin it for you. You know what I'm saying? Because like, why? You know, I think you did good. If you did good, I'm happy for you. So, amen. Yeah, but you don't have to lie on us. Like, nah, because that's not what happened. Would I play around with it this time? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm down to call it out and look at it, but probably not. Again, I only did my MPW. Then I just sold I took a loss on MCT. The only one I did. I just think I'll do a lot better without the small caps. It's not really my game. %60 of my Roth is NVIDIA. They're 22. What should I do? Ride the wave, baby. That's it. And then literally the fact that it's a big portion of your portfolio, this is why I love it. I'm telling you, like, people are like, I want to sell it. I want to sell it. It's like, no, dude, this is how I made a lot of money. You get one really good play and you let that thing compound and you're young. It could be very good for you, but it doesn't mean like you have to stay unbalanced in your portfolio. So if NVIDIA goes from 1x to 10x now and is a big portion of your portfolio, that is a beautiful opportunity for you to start buying other stuff, which is crazy because now you can go and get now you have growth. It's 60%. You could start buying dividend names to balance it out. You have one big leader. You could take your deposits, again, IRA, retirement, 401k, and you could start putting it towards other good names. So it's a beaut for real. That's why, you got a good win. You're young and it's working, and you may be tempted to sell out of it, but my logic is, hey, let the winner win, let it work, and then in the meantime, now you could buy everything else. Snap, I haven't really thought about it much. We haven't bought it since 2020. I don't think I'd buy more unless it went back down to like $7-8, maybe lower. But even then, we just kind of let it sit. I think it's doing decent, but definitely, it's been 2 years since they've performed pretty good. I did not sell MPW, no. How did you interpret that? You trim it? Yeah, but again, every mother effer wanted to trim NVIDIA 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000. Same with Meta. It's long-term. It's long-term. I don't care what Druckenmiller does. It's long-term. It's so much, especially if you're a small investor and it's a high-quality real runner, it just makes a lot of sense to build out with everything else. I really think it's not anything crazy. It's just literally what we did with Snapchat. Our Snapchat was huge at one point, but I'm not saying buy more NVIDIA. I'm saying you make money off the buy, and if you're in a winner and it's really has a lot of cushion for you, why would you get rid of it? Even making it free, because at this point, you already put down 1/10 of what it's worth. Dude, if you bought NVIDIA, and I know some of you did, you bought NVIDIA when we got Meta, dude, that you're up 1,000%. It's literally we're talking 100 to 1,000, 120 to 1,200. So you're so low. But yeah, opportunity cost. But that's again, you're not really long term at that moment. I get it. That's not the long term strategy. The fact is, if you're going to change everything for opportunity cost, every other corner and every time something goes up, you're going to make less money. Why do I say that? Because dead people make the most money on their accounts. Because if you could get a winner and not touch it, you'll be better off. And if you have cushion, the way that you do it responsibly is by balancing out everything else. Because now you have the gain and you're like, wow, it's a big portion. I want to trim it. But I'm not, if you're really young and you're starting your long term, why are you thinking sell? Versus start thinking of how you could add in other ways to balance it out. It's because dead people compound for eternity. I don't know if you're trying to make a bearish statement or if you're trying to praise the Lord, but amen. But no, it's because they don't touch their shit. That's all. A lot of you in here, you've owned shit. I think even you yourself. You've owned stuff and you sold out of it. You had the W. I sell early on stuff, but that's why with the long term, we've had a couple of bad plays, but I'm grateful for the Ubers, the JP Morgan, the Abivis, now even the Metas where one small gain, one small play, you let Redfin even, you let that sit and work. But that is the long-term plan. Otherwise, if you have any intention to change your mind after 10 years, let's just do us both a favor and stop acting like you have a long term. You know what I'm saying? Because that is a little different there. Because you are making more shorter term plans, and that's okay. But there's a reason why I believe in the 10 years and the holding and not changing that plan. So otherwise, don't put it in there. Put it in a trading account, call it a trade, and you'll be good. NVIDIA would be 5.5 trillion, another 100%. It just doesn't make sense. I don't disagree with you, but the market has proven me wrong many times. And that's why I like to benefit off of it, if it does. And what I mean by that is that, and I don't know, maybe you were around. I remember when a $1 trillion company was insane. I remember when Apple first hit $1 trillion, and we were live. I remember that. This was the beginning. This was back in the early days of this. I remember $1 trillion was outlandish. And then they were like, wow, it's going to hit one. And then when the stock would hit $1 trillion, everybody would go crazy. And then it would bring in a lot of demand and then everything, So it's just, there has been times where these prices are like, it doesn't make any sense, but the long term, and again, maybe it comes down, but I'm thinking 10 years out. But do as you please. At this point, though, if you don't listen to me, it's better than not doing it right now than at the other times. But again, over the last 2 years, I've had this conversation at every $100, $200 of NVIDIA because there was a lot of you who bought it, and I'm proud that you did. But like just every single one of these moments, you've had an opportunity to trim, and then everybody brought up opportunity costs. But then like the reality was, if you trimmed out of opportunity cost, you missed out on the opportunity when it was all said and done. So I'm not in it, and that's the beauty. I'm just saying the only example I could give is how I've played my meta shares, because that was something similar. It's not up 1,000%, but we have 400% or 500%. It's equity. We bought it really low, and a small amount turned to a large amount. I would like to book the profits. Like, it would have been nice if I took and trimmed my Snapchat back in the day. But when it's all said and done, every time these moments happen, it allows me to get other things. And if I'm not trying to sell for another, I got at least 6 more years, 5 more years, whatever it may be. I mean, I'm going to keep that in mind. Yeah, I'm not saying it won't fall, not at all. But I'm talking about a big balance and thinking about the balance of everything else. I played NVIDIA on the shares like flipping, but long term. And dude, there was people in this chat as I was buying Meta. I remember it because I was telling you guys there was a couple of names, and we were looking bargain bin, and some of y'all were watching the bargain bin hit. People were buying NVIDIA in here at $100-something, bro. And I know, and y'all sent me in your long terms. We've done long term reviews. People got good positions on them, and like that. And the point was, they didn't even put in that much money. You know what I'm saying? They put in a small amount, and now it's grown into something sizable. But every time it's gone up a couple 100%, everybody has been tempted to sell out of it. And like I'm saying, if it's a share play, do your thing, boo-boo. But for the long term, I mean, it's just like, one, it was a small amount. Your risk is already low. You made your money off the buy. It's like you bought real estate in 1980. Why are you trying to tell me to sell it? You know what I'm saying? The cost of ownership is low. It's not. It'll probably hurt you more by owning less than by keeping your small position and never adding money to it. And like that's kind of what I'm saying is that you don't have to add money to it, and you'll be able to go there. So yeah. You were able to hold it. I remember this talk at 600s. And now here's the thing. Maybe you disagree with me now still. Okay, it's better you do it now at $1,000. But at the end of the day, my logic, I'm going to die on this hill, man. You guys have already watched me do it with Snapchat and many others. But like, this is how I made FU money. I got lucky in certain areas, but good timing. But the fact is, I'm more of a problem to my money than my money is when I leave it in a good area. And the fact is, you put your money in a good area, don't effing touch it. Because you will be the risk to it. And I've learned that over my years. So you just got to hold it. But then I'm not telling you to hold and do nothing. I'm telling you to be wise and balance. And now use this opportunity for what it truly is. You're killing it. You have a huge gain in growth. You should go buy some of the deep value now and you could get you a dividend. You could get you something that's trading at a lows. And if NVIDIA comes down, hopefully those names come up and vice versa. If not, your NVIDIA will keep compounding at a faster rate now because it's huge. And then on the other side, maybe those names go down a little bit, the value even more, or it just holds. But then you could start building up the other side of your portfolio. And that's where I'm like, I get the temptation to take the money and you see it there, but like what is your plan? The only way I'm selling out my NVIDIA right now, if you had NVIDIA and you have these gains and you're like, I want to trim, buy a house. And you're like, what the fuck? How do I buy a house? I know, but I'm saying you got to think, I would think of another outside investment in the market if you wanted to go take, 1,000% on arguably one of the best positions of the decade. You know what I'm saying? And I say that because the last decade, 2014 to 24, I already had the best position. I had Netflix, Amazon, Meta. I had them all at dirt cheap prices. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if you just locked yourself in to one of the lowest prices of the decade on one of the biggest names right now, I mean, dude, why do you want to get rid of it? Let it ride, and then if it's bigger and it's tilting your portfolio, that is your call to go and build up value. That's telling you right now, go get you, again, you could balance it out with build too, but for the most part, I'd be scooping up all the cheap names now. You have a wide open door. We're talking about NVIDIA. We're talking about being up on NVIDIA and whether or not you trim. And again, I mean, my opinions do fly in the face of a lot of people, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is something I hope you realize. I've applied this universally, no matter what the effing name is. It doesn't matter if it's NVIDIA or not. This has been a logic we've had, and this has been a plan. So it's not like, unfortunately, I'm not reacting to whatever the market's doing. This is just our plan that we have already set in place. And that's why I just like, let it be a balance and think about how this plays a role on your team now. And I get there's a lot of money in it, but that's the point. I want that lot of money to turn into even more because now it's huge. Same thing like the Meta. And yeah, there's going to be limits and the market's going to do a lot and we don't know what's going to happen, but we have time. And that's what I'm saying. With that time now, if you are riding the wave on something good, you don't need to chase it anymore. You don't need to throw more money at it. But now that's going to lead you opportunity to build another lifeboat while the other one's working and let it do its thing. So, like I'm saying, none of it's a recommendation, but I do hope that the examples you've seen, because you've seen me do this and benefit tremendously off of the Metas, the Ubers, the JPMs, all the good ones in the long term, but then you also watch this bite me in the ass on Snapchat. Because Snapchat, we were up like $50,000 or something. You could have trimmed a little bit of that and you would have loved it. But even then, we're still up on the Snap, and we still get to hold it. But I never added new money on it. You never had to. We let it grow. And then guess what? Think about it. When Snap was up, we were buying the Altrias and the other things of the world. So, and some of them we even bought and lost on. But in general, you won't regret this as much, especially if you're thinking 10 years. Yeah, your Meta has a moat. And you're not wrong on these, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like when you're even telling me, the upside and that's it. It's like, I don't think you're wrong. And I think you may be more right when it's all said and done. But the point is, we just don't know. And I'm not here to think like that because there's probably good reasons to sell it and good reasons to buy it. The point is, you're already in it. And you already have a 900% cushion. So I would just be thinking about the rest of my portfolio and letting this do its thing versus, and then we'll see what happens with the market. But, this is the whole general idea of 10 years. And if that's the thing, if we're wrong on anything, if it ends up being really bad, this thing is going to get clapped like Snapchat. And then everyone's going to say, oh, that was the AI bubble. But if there's anything wrong to the upside, this is going to be the next insane wave, so it's a big cushion. It is, and especially if you started off small, it's like just buy everything else. You make your money off the buy, and I really think a lot of y'all did that. So have a plan if you're gonna sell it, and my plan is stick to the OG plan. Otherwise, like I'm saying, if you could go buy an outside company, a private company, maybe this could be a down payment on real estate, and $1,000 turned into $10,000. You can now FHA your down payment. Run in. SPY's kind of dropping here, man. Maybe SPY did not like our discussion. And again, I don't own NVIDIA. So it's not like I'm telling you guys this so that you buy the shares and I benefit off of this. Might I add, I've done this on other companies like I've explained here, but it's, again, I don't even own this shit. So not a recommendation, but keep all of this in mind. Yeah, we got a little bit of a drop there. You're right back to VWAP. It doesn't hurt to take profits. It doesn't, but you should have a plan. It hurts you to take profits without a plan. That's, again, anybody who did that $500 ago missed out on another 100%. You know what I'm saying? It's like you should have a plan. And if you had an original plan, why are you changing it? Because it went up? Or because it went down? That's not the plan. And then if that was your plan from the get-go, by all means, there you go. Can you talk about planning tips on the what? Like investment protected securities? Treasuries? CVS. Any pullback prior to the election? There could be, but did you hear my I don't know, you have to be there on the watch list. Thursday watch list was insane. I don't know if you guys were there, but I have a couple of wild ideas. Do I show the trades? Yes. Well, I haven't been doing a lot of the short-term trades. I've only been showing them on the watch list because everybody harasses me regardless, and then they don't want to like the video. But every long-term is done live. I even send out text messages, and that has been a ultimate killer. It doesn't matter where you get NVIDIA. No, I don't agree with that. Because you're right, in the long term, there will be a lot more, but everything I said, this only applies to the people who bought it and have been holding for at least a year now and have gotten really good gains, because that is more tempting to take profits, trim, find something else, and all of that. But you could be correct, but I'm just saying to not confuse it. I'm not speaking about buying it at any moment. I'm speaking about the people who got in, held it on a long-term plan, bought it for long-term reasons. They made a good money off the buy, and they have a similar gain to what we have on the Meta, where you made your money off the buy and you have a cushion. You got to really think about you sticking to the plan if that's your situation. So anything else, I mean, it's even more of a toss-up. SN on the low. Shark Ninja. GME, I still have it up there in the top right. HIMS is going up now. So that's the one gassing in real time. It's already 9:30, man. What a day. It's already just flowing by. Feel about NVIDIA? I would hold it. I mean, assuming I have cushion. If I bought NVIDIA when I bought Meta, I would not be touching that shit. Even when you're like, well, you just turned 1,000. I was like, exactly. And then it's going to give me more. And then it also has a dividend. And if you're in your 20s or 30s, like, wake up, bro. This is NVIDIA. This is the and again, maybe the AI stuff dies, but if it doesn't, you're going to be you're going to be a big owner. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm just let it pay for itself. It's returning you this equity as an investor, and that's how you do it. Again, as I've done, when you're ready to buy a house, it's sitting there for you. But in the meantime, if I don't have a broader plan with it, I mean, I'm not touching it. You went to Petco? Bro, it's beautiful, huh? Petco Park is a good time. How about the Lions? What's up, baby? Welcome to the chat. Yeah, didn't they get smashed by the Yankees, though? But yeah, it's a good time. I love Petco Park. I think it was Petco Park's birthday over the weekend. It was 20 years of Petco Park. Did you guys know that? That stadium is 20 years old. You have an office in San Diego. I'll be in their neck of the woods soon. Enjoy it, bro. It's popping now, dude. San Diego is so popular now. It's weird, but it's a good time. Honestly, like whether you just like nature, beaches, even if you want to like go out to bars and drink. We don't have as good of sushi yet as LA, but it's gotten up there, man. Yeah, and it's summer, man. Find an investing strategy that works for you. I agree, but the long term works for everybody. And the no questions asked. Anybody, small amount, large amount of money, the concept of buying and owning equity and being an owner, that's it. I mean, we are in a war of short term versus long term, both financially, spiritually, everything. And that's like everybody has to be an owner. If not, there's a stark difference in how your life will end up when it's just all said and done. And there is both giving into immediate gratification and longer run. So you will find a trading strategy and other things that'll work for you. But this concept of holding for minimum 10 years, and again, even the SPY, just buy the SPY and hold it. I mean, this is what has benefited people just objectively, just all throughout history. Izakaya is good. Catalina's, is that the one in PB? The dream is to build luxury homes in LA and SD. It's kind of a nightmare, but it's fun. But that's a good goal. Nightmare only because you just got to get used to the city stuff. But you could, man, especially if you got good design, you know, want to create something beautiful, work in good weather. It's nice. Tesla was already up by the time we were going to add it to the launch, whether it's 2019, even when it came down. I mean, Tesla just had a lot of premium. And my logic was just buy the stuff that's low. And then maybe again, I didn't think I was going to put Meta and Netflix in our portfolio. I thought it would never come back down. And I was an owner in both of those the other 10 years prior. But it came down. So the whole idea of Tesla, maybe I'll buy it eventually. But anytime I've seen it in the last 5-6 years, it's been very expensive from where it's been at. And so I already missed out. I mean, I had other stuff, but I never really felt the need to chase it. Are FHA options good when buying houses? Yes and no. I mean, there's some limitations to it, but, you know, if you want to get your first home and you're going to live in it and you want, like, a more favorable loan, there's higher fees with, like, the PMI, but it could get you a house with, like, 3% down. And then, you know, that's very affordable. You would be surprised, assuming your income can qualify as well, but it's good for low-down properties. UPS, I like it. I think it went up a little bit higher, but it is, where is it? It's one of those names we all know about. Actually, did it know it came down? Yeah. So just a couple days ago, it was higher, but I think there's still a little bit of the multi-year premium, like a couple of other names we've seen. But, if they could really flush, this would be a great one. It's UPS, man. I'm kind of mad you wanted HIMS 20%, but you wanted more, and it keeps going up. It depends if it's long-term or short-term. But, like long-term, clearly wait. Short-term, that's up to you. But I'm sure in the next couple days, it's moving all wild. Long-term, just, patience. You never know. By the time you get your next deposit, it might come down. You got 20K deposits saved up. Well, hopefully that's not more than 50% or even 30, but we did have this conversation already. Small buys. I'm at 19.3. That I'd like. I don't know. I like the 20%. That's why I'm glad I'm going to get another deposit here. But I think you're ready to strike at 20, and you're still not missing on anything. You still got the exposure no matter what, and it'll return a good yield. Yeah, UPS is a big level, man. That's a good one. If that comes down, it could be very interesting. Trouble adding, not too much desirable. Eventually, we've had this talk a lot. I think last week I went on a rant about this. Just if you are sitting on more than 50% cash, you got to kind of force yourself to buy something good, because there isn't a lot of stuff that's appealable, but there is. You know what I'm saying? I get it. We want tech. We want high runners. You want this. It's hard to buy something that's just been dumping. But if it really is a good quality name, and you have a lot more cash than equity, I would be thinking about just throw something at it above all else. And then SPY's been coming down. Remember, bonds already flushed, but we are going a little lower here. Nothing quality is cheap. We're going to be buying the top. I disagree. I think the names I brought up on the watch list, they're all quality. Nike is not bad. And then if it's at a 5-year low, Starbucks at a 10, 15-year low or whatever it is, I don't know if it's that bad. Even Pfizer, they all have their problems, but I don't think these are bad names at multi-year lows. Some of them multi-decade lows. I can't say, I can't agree with that. It's hard to. I think now they're out of favor, or we look at them, and again, they may not be tech, and there's other things, but I'm not I'm not thinking that these are bad quality names. And here's the beauty: we'll find out. When the fire turns up, that's where we're really gonna see it, and that's something we have to think about. It's just right now, you have different prices, but the fire is not on, and that's where it's when it's all said and done, what happens when some of these top performers switch leadership and then other names come up, and that's where no matter what leader, lagger, you want things that are going to be around here. There's not as many tech stocks. Some of the tech stocks are trading at much higher prices, and that's what I'm saying. You are going to be forced into other industries rather than high PE, high flyers, if that makes any sense. All right. Uranium, nice. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. It's 9:30. We need to move around though. I can't believe it's already 9:30, man. Tuesday's flying. But I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will see you in a little bit.
You reported this up as well, that expenses to do with insurance and other types of expenses took nearly a third of homeowners' income last year. How does that improve, Beth?
Yeah, I mean, that's a real challenge. The insurance costs have gone way up. And so I think this is what has created a lot of people to sit it out and rent while they wait to see what's going to happen. But I would never give up on the American dream of buying a home. I love to tell the story of a housekeeper, babysitter that we had for many years who moved here from Trinidad. She bought a little home in Queens and she raised her 4 children there, and that has become her nest egg. And I think that remains the American dream, even though right now it's a little bit more challenging. I think in due time, as people put their homes on the market and we build more housing, which we know we need to do, I think we're over 2 million homes in demand right now. I think that will improve things, but it takes time like everything else.
Paulina, we got the consumer confidence number today from the conference board, and it was much better than expected. What data do you look at for sort of forward signals of where the housing market is headed? Is it consumer sentiment? Is it the savings rate?
I think that, there's a mix of things. I think that a lot of consumers, they don't look at the key economic indicators that, experts and economists are using. They are looking at, how much their grocery bills cost. They're looking at the higher housing costs that they're facing, whether that's from home insurance costs, other maintenance costs that they're having to deal with. And I think that a lot of consumers are still feeling a lot of price pain, particularly in the housing market. And we see that housing costs are actually what has continued to keep inflation persistently high.
So the median price tag now across the United States, according to Redfin, is $433,558. But Beth, let me ask you, you deal with all sorts of income levels, right, and all sorts of geographies. Where is demand pretty strong right now?
Demand is very strong in Palm Beach, in Connecticut, in various parts of Connecticut. Again, supply is really low compared to the demand. And in New York City, we have decent demand. The market has been fairly fluid in New York City. So those places we're seeing good business.
All right. Fantastic discussion. Thanks to both of you. Looking forward to the next one. That is Brown Harris Stevens CEO Beth Friedman and Bloomberg's Paulina Cachero. Coming up, Elon Musk raises $6 billion in an effort to take on his former allies. This is Bloomberg.
Recipes written by hand and lost to time, are now being analyzed and restored using the power of Dell AI.
Hard water makes it hard to keep your home looking like the work of art you've always envisioned.
These ads sound so intense.
Softeners reduce
hard water
and your cleaning
recipes. AI. My bad. I was going pee, man. I went and grabbed a drink. You know what I'm saying? And then I come back. And I was like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. My bathroom breaks have taken a long time today. But that was the first one, actually. I think. I did go during the speech. AI, the new 3D printer. It has a little bit more than that. I think it's starting to do some stuff. And honestly, I'm not going to lie to you, man. I watched like half of a J-Lo movie with AI. And I'm like, oh, shit, bro. It's kind of crazy. AI, I mean, that's it. Yeah, Atlas. I watched like half of it. It was pretty interesting. We didn't have time to finish it. I'm gonna finish it with my girl. But even then, bro, all it took was one. Bro, it took me one J-Lo AI movie, and I'm like, wait a minute. That's kind of what if the AI do like, and then they gonna be good AIs, and then the Neuralink, and then oh shit, bro. Oh man. Yeah, it just came out, bro. It's on. You haven't seen this, man. You haven't seen the J-Lo. She's done like 15 movies in the last like 4 weeks. They're hella weird except for that one. You avoid all things, dude. I feel you heavy. That's why, like, even then, like, I saw it. I was like, man, I don't want to watch this. I almost got suckered into the last one where she had, like, some shit, bro. It's like I just saw a trailer, and I was like, no. I have ADD already, and this don't even make any sense. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this J-Lo movie? But no, the AI got me, and then I was like, damn, maybe AI do take over the world. And then, like, how AI, I had a lot of tinfoil from that one, but it was decent. I didn't finish it yet. I did not finish it yet. I'm still Jenny from the block. Used to have a little, now I have the long term. I'm still Jenny from the block. Old new AI J. It is like the same premise as many. Even like the beginning when they're like, explain the main character. She's too unhinged. We can't have her. This is why we rejected her, but we need her. Typical character development. It was very like, I was getting pissed off, but I like the AI concepts. But then I haven't finished it yet, so we'll get there. Yeah, Celsius is murdered. iRobot. You know iRobot? You know they blame iRobot for the reason why some people don't take the jab. Or I always laugh at that. I'm sorry. I know some of y'all take it mad seriously, but I always laugh at that one. Because it's true, though. Think about it. What is the plot of iRobot, bro? Or not iRobot. I'm thinking I Am Legend. Excuse me. Not iRobot. I Am Legend. I Am Legend. No. I Am Legend. I'm sorry. Will Smith. He's always involved in this. Will Smith, he's in the AI. He in the end of the world. Like, what do you want me to do, man? That's it. And then tennis? No? Okay. I don't know. Yeah, that makes way more sense. Will Smith boggles my mind. I think he's AI. I disagree with you, but then again, I'm like, yeah, maybe only a computer would let his wife. Never mind. Yeah, maybe. I love Will Smith, but he's been different in the last couple years. I just miss the Fresh Prince, bro. I miss the Fresh Prince. It was a good time, bro. You're waiting for Hitch 2. Yeah, right? Hitch was a good movie, man. Used to have a little, now I have a lot. I'm still Jenny from the block. Hear me out. Remember Tesla first did the NVIDIA, is doing now. Then they had the first stock split. Then after split, sold 30-40, then tripled in price. Yeah, and remember, every time you do a stock split, it low-key like locks in the value to a degree. Because again, more supply makes it harder to move. AMD ripping right now. Hi. So again, SPY is like barely green, but we're kind of moving up here. More chip names, and now AMD's up 4, bro. That's actually huge. Better to buy after this split. It's very hard to say now because usually the gains are pre-split, but it's literally up like 12 or 13%, I think. So there's a little bit of gains already there. It's just hard to do it. AMD. Oh, this is nuts. They're all there. Would I buy any NVIDIA options this week? If I wanted to speculate, yeah, but I don't really want to speculate. I already speculated too much. You want to buy the DD, the three-way split, right? Just to see what you get. I got 18 companies by owning one share. I'm surprised. Is it up? Because it sold off after that Friday. You're getting volume on that now. Yeah, it's still going up. It pulled back a little bit, but that should be really big news. Yeah, Dell, Marvel, they got reports this week. Dell was on fire this morning. I don't know if it came back up. It did, 5%. They held up great. Then healthcare got destroyed. I haven't looked at financials. Yeah, CRM too. That's going to be another big one. CRM, I wish it was cheaper. But remember, they've kind of had a meta-esque run-up. They have chilled since last quarter. Bro, NVIDIA, bro, it's $100 higher than where I sold out. That's insane. My goodness. Yeah, NVIDIA, bro, 6.5. I don't know if Dell's priced in. I mean, right now it's hard to say. It just depends how well they report. Not to mention, you clearly see the hype going in right now on all of these names. So it's tough. Kava earnings preview. If they report, we could probably go over some a little later. AMD on the high. Just added to the long term. JP Morgan, MO, Pfizer, XOM, Intel, Whirlpool, Kava. You added all of them? You bought all of that right now? Hey, how many deposits did you have? Either way, I'm glad to hear. Shout out to long term, baby. That's a lot. That's like 7-8 companies, bro. Vic. Bro, NVIDIA's still running. He was 50% cash. Hey, man, do your thing. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. NVIDIA will pass. It's 1 day away from it, and then it has the event with the split. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, it's there. Like, you're already in the neighborhood. So it's just going to be a matter of short-term events and then momentum, and then they have a driver with the stock split. $180 billion away. Yeah, and it's already moved up $180 billion today. Should you sell Peggy if it hits the gap? You're almost break even after 2 years of averaging. I mean, it's up to you. It's just one of those. If any of these little small cap hype things fail, you're probably going to hold it for a longer time again. This is kind of those exit opportunities. That's why I said it with MPW, because I know a lot of people were on the fence, and then it performed negative. At one point, we were only down like, 12% or something after it started getting squeezy in there. So it's like, hey, you could take it if you really don't like it. So you just got to ask yourself, if it went back down, how would you feel about it? Okay, Caleb. Another one. My man, bro, showing mad love today. Let's go, Mr. Six Figures. Horn. Amen. Happy Monday, Tuesday. I really almost called it Monday. Amen. Sheesh. Nobody says that anymore, do they? Do you guys remember when there was, gee? No, we don't do that anymore? Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm trying to be hip. Trying to be like, come on, youths. No? I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. Mm-hmm. Can I get it? Hey, man. Hey, man. Straight up. It's lit. Stop it. Only 3 hours left? Oh, dude, I can't believe it. It felt like super early. And then before I knew it, it was not early. And then oil's running. That's up 2.7. You haven't heard that since you were in high school? What was that, like last year, dude? What are you talking about? What, did you just graduate like a week ago? What do you mean since high school? This isn't like a new trend. It was like a couple years ago, bro. Sheesh. That was 8 years ago? No, it wasn't. I thought it was like the little TikTok thing, man. Josh realizing he's all right before our eyes. I didn't need that discussion. I look in the mirror every day. Every day, bro. Every day. I used to make fun of LeBron James's hairline. And now I just see LeBron's hairline staring me back. Every day, man. Every day. Better than dying young? Okay, man. You win. You are right about that. I agree. I agree with you, man. I agree. Mm-hmm. He's like, well, at least the absolute worst case scenario is not occurring. I'm like, what? Do you work for Wall Street? Are you an analyst? Hold up. He's like, it could have been worse, Josh. It could have been worse. Buy the dip. Just buy the dip. Okay, I guess. Mm-hmm. Are you still going to have this stream running when you're 70? I would like to, but there's like a real issue. Like, it just depends where society goes. Because, like, think about it. I'm already out of pocket. What do you think a 70-year-old Josh is going to say? You know what I'm saying? So if we still on this weird, like, no civil liberties and then, like, political identity and then everybody bullies and cancels, you know, there's no way. I'll be 70. I'll be like, fuck you all. Hey, what do you want to talk about? Immigration? Politics? Come here, bring it on. And fucking abortion? I'll tell you what I think. This is what I think. You fucking numbnuts. You suck. All of you. So I'm not going to be able to. I won't make it at 70, bro. They'll cancel me so fast. Mm-hmm. Unless you make a long-term for your children today. So then that way, if you make a long-term for your children today, they won't cancel me because they're going to be rich as hell. And they'll be like, yeah, my dad got me a long-term. My mom watched the stream and made a long-term. So I like, Josh is a good guy. Yeah, he can say whatever he wants. Then you'll treat me like Biden. You'll let me say whatever, and then you'll just justify it, which is great. I hope I receive that treatment when I'm older. You know, be like, he doesn't know what he's saying. He meant to tell you to just get a long term is what he meant to say. He did not. No, Josh was not trying to start war with 5 countries. He did not mean that. What he meant was that, you know, it's a war and we have to fight really hard. This is what he meant. You know, clearly. You guys listen to Josh in context. I hope it brings smiles. You got to realize for every smile I give you, there's somebody right now pissed. Have you ever thought about that? The same thing, man. Thousands of y'all will get joy off of it. You're like, I love it. You're having a blast, bro. There's someone right now who is increasing the demand for Botox because they're just scrunching up their fucking forehead, right? They're pissed. You know what I'm saying? And then it's even like more, it's bad on their posture because they just leaning into that keyboard, just typing. You know what I'm saying? So you got to watch out. But amen, man. The duality of life, bro. The duality of life. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Andrew Wilson and the ecclesiastical patriarchy? Oh, I don't know, dude. I thought that was a stock question at first. I was like, Mike Wilson and the EPS patriarchy, but then I don't know. I got to look into that. I really did think I read it too fast. Who's EPS astical? So that's a weird fundamental indicator. Spy, it's done this a couple. Dude, it's mad slow. Even Friday, leading into the holiday, it was supposed to be slow, and it was, but this even just feels. Watch the volume in slow motion. 12 million. And it's hour number 4 almost. I guess 3, a little bit more than, hour 4. Mm. He's been debating with red pillars. I like debates, you know. I'm a big fan of watching those. If it's good, I like a good like remember when we did our debate team? That was good. So I'm a big fan of it. But even I gave my 10, bro. I think red pill, blue pill, dude. It's all about being born again. I think it has to do with Jesus. It's not people telling you be this, be that, and reject love, or be this and don't think about objective truth. It's Jesus. I know it's a hot take, but it's Jesus. The first time we heard Matrix, they don't stop. I'm just saying, I don't know. That's what he said. It's an opportunity to witness. Oh, no way. That's cool. Well, I'll look into that, man. Send me one. Email it or send me it on or tag me on it in a TikTok. I'm down though, bro. I like that hot take, right? It is. I heard it. I only heard it a little bit ago, and it blew my mind. The etymology of the word matrix, and you do go back into it. I don't take my word for it. You should go look it up, but it's good. Duality leads to Jesus? No, bro. Well, that's what I was saying. You should look it up. So the word matrix, it means to be born again. The whole concept of the Bible is to be born again. That's why I'm it doesn't matter what you read, how you act, red pill or blue pill. Unless you are born again, you are going to be living in the matrix, ironically enough. Again, to reject the world is again, it's a crazy concept if you really do think about it, man. It's nuts. You don't get the kung fu skills, but that would be dope. Maybe spiritually, but I can't get no guarantees. I'm saying constant reevaluation and rebalancing. No, we're all born into the world. You're all born into a certain nature and everything. And then again, to even the whole concept of self-betterment at times, you have to be willing to reject the world. And it's a process of being born again. Again, that's the mind-blowing concept, because if you have heard all the religious people, Born again, born again. I mean, that's what I'm saying. The word itself, matrix, and what it means and where it comes from is a very interesting connotation to the spiritual aspect of being born again. And it's kind of trippy. Yeah, matrix is to womb. Yeah, that's why I'm like, that's why it doesn't matter how you act, but you do whatever you believe, you will need an essence to be born again. And that's, again, I mean, that's word to the Sadducees. Some people won't get that one. And the video is killing it, dude. It's just going straight. Well, 1142, man. $100 higher. I should never have sold out of that. My goodness. But GG's, baby. Celsius running up. Like working from home enjoyable. Amen, man. Cheers. I like it. You sold 20% at 750. Sad times. Yeah, man. We had this talk about the long-term plan with it. I don't know what the price we pass Apple market cap. Does anybody have it? I feel like there's somebody who knows, but I don't know the price itself, like dollar for dollar. But I think it's another 5% from here. Is it 1,200? That seems too easy, and SPY just dumping right now. Hi, bonds again. Bonds are murdered, bro. It's an ugly day for the bonds. Yeah, I guess SPY got murdered, but it's 4 points in a minute, so it's not too bad, but also not too small. 5-year notes draw 4.53. What were they at when issued? So they were 4.5 coupons. That's crazy. So even then, no, it's not. Oil's ripping again. There's bad stuff in the Middle East, man. I'm surprised this morning oil wasn't as crazy, but it picked up. Expel on the high. So bond auction seems to be bad. I'm just judging by the reaction. I don't have the when issued. It'll come up here in a second. But it came in a little higher than the actual coupon itself. But again, 2-year bond auction, bad. 5-year bond auction, bad. Data, strong, sent us down. Only had one data set that came in negative today. But we're still going lower, bro. You're picking up even lower. I don't know. It could be. Maybe people start tripping out about bonds again. You do have the chips holding up. NVIDIA made that run. So did like 5 other names. But you are coming back down here now. You just had a couple of big candles. MMM below 98. I'd wait till a lower price. We already have a small position in 3M. So I'm not against it. But I would wait if you really wanted to add more. I think you could get a better deal. You could get a better deal, and it's already been struggling for a couple of years. If you don't own it, maybe you could start a little bit there, but then again, too, there is some other names that are comparable. USO gets 80, the market sells off. Yeah, it just depends. I mean, remember, we held 80 a couple of times just leading into this. Remember that 80 was like real stubborn, and then we finally just gave it up as everything else started to rip. Yeah, man, it was like what? I guess all of March, though. So I see what you're getting at. Because the market, last time the market stalled, 80 we were all above 80. Yeah, the Israel-Egypt thing was not good at all. And then, even then, that camp in Rafah, that was awful. It's not good, both humanitarian and for just the war itself. But you did have an escalation to a degree. So I'm surprised. That's why I was saying I'm surprised. Oil's up right now 3, but like this morning, oil was not that high. It was actually like crazy. It was definitely like this morning. You could have got it at what? Like oil was at $78, high 70s. It was like just above 1%. And that was considering you had a problem with Egypt too, and getting into it. So we'll see. Yeah, so 5-year note, what was it? 4.553. When issued was 4.54. So slightly higher. It wasn't that bad, but that's 2 bond auctions in a row. Not good. Fed Cook. Oh, yeah, she is on in a little. Is it 11:30? I thought she comes on. Am I tripping? Let me double check. Governor Waller. AI and the economy.
And painful gap between replacement of skills, augmentation of skills is off with. So everybody will be doing that by the end. But thanks first for AI as
so
we're
it's
hearing.
Mary Dolly, and she sounds like a robot. It's funny because this is titled AI-nomics, and she sounds like an AI.
And so that gives us some possibility.
But it's Mary Dolly and Lisa Cook.
Not as painful as past technologies. But on the other hand, it has very wide aperture, as you say. Every day there's new uses for it that make people sort of think, oh my gosh, there was an article today that said, can generative AI take the jobs of CEOs? So that's just an expanse that means this is very large. So the key thing one key thing I want you all to leave with is no one knows the answer right now. If anyone tells you they know the answer, then they're probably overstating their case. What we do know is that there's a very large continuum between AI leaving us with an economy different than what we hoped for, and AI bringing us an economy very much more than what we dreamt of. And how we end up on that, even between the people who are on one side of that continuum or the other in what they're predicting, how we end up or where we end up depends tremendously and completely on us, not the technology. Decisions we make, policies we have, how we engage with it. So it's human-centric in that way, in that we ultimately the deciders, not the technology. So the second thing I want to start with is that to understand where this is being used and how it's being used, you have to be in the field. So economists have long been in the field doing research. This is something we've all likely participated in, but there's never been a time in my career where it's not more important to understand how it's being used by talking to firms who are using it. So one of the reasons we formed the EARN network is to really get out in the field and collate all the learnings we have. So I just want to give you a few things that we're hearing so far.
It should be sound. You sound like a robot.
With businesses, small, medium, and large regularly. We're having one later this week. We are talking to firms of all different industries, and what we're hearing are two things that might surprise you. First, AI is being used a lot more than you believe. And generative AI is being used a lot more than you might imagine. It's being used for one of three reasons that really come to the surface. One is that it's cool, it's new, and firms are always looking for ways to make themselves better. The second reason that's often given, though, is our competitors are using it. We don't want to fall behind, so we're going to get on that train. But here's a reason that I've not heard before or studied in past technologies. Employees are bringing it on their iPhones and using it. And as they're using it, we're realizing we better leverage and harness it so that we can get better as a company, or guardrail it so that we don't have undue risk in our portfolio that we didn't account for. So that's a person-driven, employee-driven technology push that I think is part of the velocity over the S-curve that we're seeing. So the second fact, though, is businesses are using it. The second fact that we hear is, yes, we're using it actively, but not for our most valuable prized products, the things that we're selling that have reputation. So I'm going to use we did not talk to a rocket making company, but I'm going to use it because it's useful to understand. If you're making rockets, you're not using generative AI to build the rocket and there are no employees anymore. You're using it to do back office operations, to look at early schematics, to learn what the research tells you about jet fuel and rocket fuel. You're using it to have inputs to the process, but not to do these other ones.
That's
and
not.
because
I'm sorry.
Repeatedly we're told it's not ready
I just thought
yet.
that was.
So the final thing I'll say is that economists and economics profession, there's really two ways in which generative AI is going to be transformative to the profession. One is how we use it and what we do with it. And second is what we study because of it. And I would say that the call to action that I want all of you to leave with is use it carefully, because it's the same mantra we've always known. Garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have good data going into your models, you won't get good outcomes from your models, and then you can be misleading and misinformed, and the responsibility is very high on these types of things, because you can do things quickly and easily, but they might not be right. So we have to guard against that. And the second aspect of that is really studying how this can form the economy. It is nascent. And studying so we have evidence to come to bear against these.
Exceptional. Solid is great. Oh, geez. And you know, as a sci-fi nerd, I'm also comforted by your perspective that this technology is not by default completely utopian
Bro, what just
or
happened?
dystopian. It is very much predicated on the choices and decisions
Yo, what
that
was that?
individuals and institutions make.
Just
And
cut
with that,
to
Governor
Kamala
Cook, I wonder
cackles.
if, you know, I can go to next. You know, this is the nexus of innovation and emerging technologies, especially AI.
Dude, what
is
was
something
that?
you've been nerding out about before it became the topic.
Nah,
du
bro, I don't
jour.
like that.
And
That's
I wonder
creepy.
if you could help take that zoom out view.
I'm gonna do one stretch and
opine
I'm
on
gonna
that
I'm gonna
similar
go
question
back to
of
headlines,
applications
okay?
in the real world and the
let me
impact
do
to
a couple
the
of
economics
stretches here, man. Give me like 2 minutes. 2 minutes, man. You should stretch too, man. That was weird. That lag, it lagged like that, and then just that was
applications
scary.
in the real world and the impact to the economics profession.
So thank you.
It
for
doesn't
the
help.
question.
They all
I think
sound like robots.
Before I got to the
I
5
feel like this
years
is a
ago,
weird.
economists are
They're gonna
two
like come out
decades
at the end and be
working
like,
at the
"See,
intersection of
we
innovation
all
and
fooled
economic
you with
growth."
AI."
So every question I was asking was, how will it affect economic growth? And the focus was on general purpose technologies. So those are the ones that are technological discoveries of processes that are technological discoveries that will spur more technological discovery and have broad applicability. General purpose technologies have that feature. And Gorillicus said in 1957 that the invention that helps to invent other inventive processes will be the one that will have the greatest economic impact. And those are the ones that I've been studying. And I think that this is the kind of moment we're in right now. So you shouldn't believe the hype about the hype, right? Because economists are always thinking about, and I wouldn't say that we're just focused on general purpose technologies. Certainly some economists are focused on specific inventions, specific innovations, and specific applications. But macroeconomists are often focused on general purpose technologies. So I think that we have to think about the applications, but not in and of themselves, and not as disembodied from us. So I think you're right in thinking about how humans interact with generative AI. But that's a question we have to continually ask. And I think there's a large research agenda for economists. And one thing that I was doing also as a macroeconomist who was interested in innovation was focusing on the data. I have several articles on flaws in several large data sets and how we should correct them. And these are magnified, as you know, when algorithms are trained on these data and some data are proprietary. We should, as economists being responsible, we should try to help clean up these data and make everybody responsible in the food chain.
Yeah, bro.
In developing
Are you ready for this?
AI. But I think that
scary
the possibilities are.
Okay, thank you. I'll get you the headlines, son. I'm gonna give you guys scary 10 on this, man. I don't know if you could handle this. It's mind blowing, actually. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? I need a like on the video, man. What do you want? Come on. I don't know if you expected more from me, but that's your fault. You should like the video. Okay, you should like the damn video because this one, oh man, I'm about to blow your mind. I remembered. I was inspired by a J-Lo movie. Not the one where she's singing everything. Because that one, why would you watch that? I don't understand that still. But I don't know. I need like 50 more likes, 20 more likes, 10 more likes. I just get it. I want an even number that says 1,200. You're almost there. I don't know. Just no. Watch. I'm gonna teach you something. This is gonna blow your mind. Oh, see, I'm hyping it now. Oh man. All right, there you go. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Oh, there it is. We got 1,200. All right, you ready for this? Did you just hear? I farted. I don't know if you heard that. That was not what I meant to show you. But here it is. AI is way more advanced than you think right now. And some of you are like, duh, Josh, but hear me out. You know how, like, even on Friday, when Like when people were like, oh, look at AI made a mistake. It told you to eat rocks. It told you to do, and like, you know how we could point out all of the AI errors? Yeah, think about it. There's not that many. And eventually there is going to be a day where you stop seeing that. Now, that's not the main point. Are you ready? Here it is. I just want you to think, but think about that. One day, you're not going to see that anymore, and you won't know. But here's the final point. This is the mind-blowing aspect of it. Every time AI gets something wrong, and then we like make fun of it, you know, on social media. Yeah, dude, we're just bullying it into getting smarter. Yeah, think about it. Every single one of those moments are like, ha ha ha, it doesn't know. It doesn't know. Yeah, we just trained it. Oh, stop it. It's like the kid who gets bullied, bro. We be making fun, like, he thinks you eat rocks. He's never going to forget ever again. Oh, yeah. Think about it. Every time you make fun of AI, you make it smarter. Because when you make fun of it and it realizes there's an error, oh my gosh. So if you really want to go against AI, you got to start just telling it, just congratulate it when it gets the raw one, man. It's wild. I've never made fun of AI. It's funny, though. Think about it. Every time it goes, there's a viral one on social media, it's learning. And it's going to learn from that. Oh, man. It's good, though, right? It's good. I hope that tin was worth it, man. Just some food for thought. Yeah. Like 1.1 is 3. Great job, AI. Yeah, that's it. But that's the funny part. It's just going to be if you trade it with the wrong sources. But every time socially when millions of people, you know, see a glaring error and correct it, it's learning it. And like I'm saying, eventually there's going to be a point where we stop seeing like, oh, look at what my AI did. No, it'll have it all. So yeah, man, welcome. Welcome to 2024. Woohoo! I'm browsing jobs on Indeed, and there are hundreds of AI trainers. That's good, but you got to, like, explain it more. Because, you know, there's meatheads out there. They're like, yeah, I could train AI. It's simple. You want to start, man, we do 3 sets. We go and do some supersets. That's it, but it's all with the diet, AI. So I'm down to train you, AI, but you need the discipline to stick with the regimen. You're like, that's not what it means. It's not what it means at all. Oh, Chadadonia. Chadadonia. It's that time, baby. It's that time. I know we didn't have it on Monday, but we're here right now. So that's the good part. But it is time for PHILO, man. It is time for PHILO. So before I get into it, today's PHILO, I don't think anything will ever be as weird as Friday's PHILO. Again, and I really do have mad love for y'all. If you were here on Friday, we had a pretty deep PHILO, and I mean, I hope it helped. I hope it didn't inspire too much fear, if any at all, and maybe we could talk about it a little bit. But above all else, man, I'm really I thank you all for the love and respect you have shown. And again, some of you haven't. Some of you even get off by doing the opposite, but that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But for real, like I feel like my eyes have been opened to the beauty of what we have here every single day. And that's, like I tell you, some of y'all are a true light. And what I mean by that is, like, dude, the fact that we have this communion, we have differences, bro, and we should have differences. You know, that's how we were all made, man. We're all children of the Lord. That's what my mama will tell you, man. But like I'm saying, the way that we could come together all on different parts of the journey and going through different things, man, just the way that we could actually have this moment, the way that some of y'all have used it for good and bad. And even if you fall short on certain things, man, like for real, I hope you get encouraged. That's why, like, even then the PHILO on Friday, man, it was deep. It was super deep, but like above all else, man, I mean, none of this. And you know, you could always talk to me, man. I'm here. That's why we got it. Just like I hope you don't get discouraged, man. And that's a big thing. But that being said, I hope you bear with me because this one is gonna be it's an interesting one. It's funny because, like, you know, I was just chilling over the weekend and like I kept hearing this concept and it just got to the point where I was like, you know, I need to sit and pray with this one for a little bit. It just keeps coming up and I had to make a sad realization about myself. But I hope my own realization can help you as well. And I don't know if you guys are going to like this one. I don't know. So I hope you have your armor on. Maybe if you don't want to hear anything uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't know if you remember what we talked about on Friday. This one won't be as uncomfortable, but you know, depending on how you view yourself, it might be a little difficult. So are y'all ready? If not, you could back out now. I'm still going to do it, but you could just leave. So here's the deal. Chatadonia. I realized, and it's crazy because I've been blessed with a lot of things, and some things are not things, if that makes any sense. And I look at it, at life and the journey, where I'm at now, where I came from, all of that. And, you know, I've gone through so many things, but I had a realization. And my realization was something we've talked about before in many ways, but I'll just tell you right now. I don't think I am emotionally ready for certain things in my life. Oh, Chatadonia. And I'm telling you, I had this realization. I hope you can too, regardless of how old you think you are. That's the funny part. Like what? Oh, man, all sorts of things. Again, I've done good in areas, and I think I have an emotional aspect of I'm pretty stable, you know, like, as crazy as you may think I am. No, it's not about getting married or anything of that. And that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know. And I'm talking about myself, but I hope you can all apply this to yourself. You know what I'm saying? And really think about it. And it's simple because I kept hearing this in many ways. It's funny, like, even my mom was talking about, she's like, oh, if I lived here earlier, if I did this, she was like, I don't think, she was like, it would have played out different. And I was like, why? And she was like, oh, because even God knows. And it made me think, and I heard it in a lot of places, and I'll tell you this, I heard this over the weekend, and I'll tell you this one, it's really good. It relates to the meekness, and part of it is like emotions, being emotionally ready. I mean, the one thing is, like, this is the point. You are where you are right now to teach you something. And what you have now, you can handle. Do you understand that? That's a big part of it. You can handle what you're going through right now. That's why you're going through it. All the stuff you think you don't have, my brother, you are being prepared for it. You really got to believe that. But do you realize not understanding that just highlights you're not emotionally ready? And I'm not trying to talk about you. I'm trying to talk about me. I got a real peace, but I had to really, I sat down an hour for this, just praying and saying, you know what? I have to examine myself. And I realize, I've done a lot of good things, and I think I'm prepared for stuff, but it's like, no, like, dude, let the Lord work in you, man. And you can't if you think you're ready for everything. And that's why I'm like, damn, man, looking at it, that's facts. What you have right now is yours. What's yours is yours. That's true. And where you're at right now is molding you into something, but you really do got to believe that. But and it's something where it's like, dude, this is something you could seek. This is something that you could have revealed to you. But let's be real. You can't look at every aspect of yourself honestly and say you're ready for everything. I know I'm not, but I know at other times I really felt I was. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. I'm not, like I'm saying, I'm not trying to bring anybody down. This is one of those, take a hit to the chest, but then you wake up the next day feeling amazing with it. And that's why I'm saying, this was something very, very big. But I'll just tell you, man, a part of it leads even to wanting recognition. That is a big part I think we will all struggle with, but even for myself, it's something different I had to deal with. Because I don't even show my face, bro. I don't want to be popular. And you've heard me say that, but at other times, I fell into the trap of wanting to be popular. And I'm not saying other times it was old in the past and I've gotten over it. No. It's as things, it's something that fluctuates, but it's deeper than that. I mean, I'll just tell you this. This is what I heard over the weekend. It blew my mind. But it says, do you realize when you do stuff and it does not get reciprocated, why are you getting mad? Do you know what I'm saying? Think about it. You do say, oh, I'm not doing it for this. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it for this. Oh, yeah, I believe in this. Oh, I want to help out people because I want to help them out. And then they spit in your face. Why are you mad? Think about all of it. The crazy part that adds to this, and this blew my mind, because homie said, when you do it out of trauma. And I was like, oof, y'all don't feel. Do you not get it? Sadly, there's a lot of us that are like that. I know I am. And that's why I'm saying, man, it's funny how people, I'm not trying to make this all postmodern. I'm not trying to tell you need to go do this and that. And people are like, oh, see, that's your problem. No. Let's be real. Some of us in here, bro, we came from nothing. Some of you have no idea what I'm talking about. But some of us in here, your background, how you had to do things, think about it. Bro, you had a different fuel getting you up there. You had to prove a lot of things. You have a lot of things in the background and things you went through, but then do you get the problem? Because if you're only motivated by that trauma, and it could be, it's a great motivation, bro. Don't underestimate it. But this is the point where you let it get out of hand. Because if you're motivated by that and you do something and it does not get reciprocated, that's why every time you'll feel angry, empty, mad. You're going to get pissed when people don't recognize it. That's the difference than somebody who just does it because they're doing it. All right, whatever, you like it or not, I don't care. But even then, no matter what you say, if it's motivated by something bigger, something you went through and you got this, and whatever you say, you still got that element of trying to prove something. Dude, you're going to get pissed when you don't get that recognition. This is anything. That's why some people, man, that's it. And you just want your mom or dad to say something. You just want the kids, the wife, the people around you who never respected you. You call it whatever you want, but you want that recognition. That's why you get mad. I'm not saying this as like, haha, look at you. I'm saying this because I'm like, damn, I see when I've done that. I see how, and it leads to a bigger problem. It's not even a bigger problem. It's something that we all need to work on, but even if you don't, I want to. It's that meekness, bro. It's hard not wanting recognition. And you got to realize how that affects us in a lot of ways. You know, it's crazy because, you know, I've been telling you a lot about the Beatitudes, right? The poor shall inherit, you know, the meek shall inherit the earth. Blessed be the peacemakers, right? And it's funny because, like, I've been telling you guys, I've been telling my mom too. We've been talking about it. And it's just funny. She's like, you know what you should do? Go look at all of the Beatitudes and then reverse them. Tell me that's not the world right now. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Nobody want to be poor. Think about it. Look how people act. Again, the meek, everybody wants credit. You go see the state of the world we're in. It is reverse Beatitudes. It's mind-blowing. But I told you guys even a couple weeks ago, this meekness thing has stuck out to me. It really did. And now it comes up again. And that's why I was realizing stuff, and I'm like, damn. I feel blessed because if I could learn something now, that means I wasn't ready before. That's why this is a thought I've been staying with, and it's not something where I can't do anything about it. I can. But even then, bro, this is a great prayer to give up to God. So this is something I wanted to share with y'all, and this is what you got to, like, think, man. Being emotionally ready, I hope you open the door to that. And it's going to start with how you respond to recognition and how it motivates you. It's going to respond to how you act when you don't have certain things and you don't have things and you think you should have. You see what I'm saying? But learn to let that mold you. It's beautiful because this is what I've been thinking about. And now I'll tell you another part. Because I don't know if y'all have realized it lately. And I've been sharing a lot with you, man. Like, I don't know. There's like a sense of conviction. And I feel it, let alone even in the way I approach things. Like, that's why I'm saying that conviction is why I don't have time for certain things. That's why I'm going to close the door on a lot. It's right. I can't sugarcoat certain things. And I feel bad that I have. I hope you feel me. But, like, dude, you got to watch out in a way because, like, sometimes the conviction is a weird element. But this is what I need to remind you guys of. And I've said this many times. But again, this got me thinking it as I'm praying about all this stuff and really spending my time meditating and all that. But, bro, the conviction is a good thing. I'll tell you when it could be a problem. But at the same time, dude, that little voice in your head, the fact you have it, dude, the fact that you know what that conviction is? It's when, and it's okay, whatever you do. Like, you got to think about it. It's that idea. You did something, you got that little thought, you're like, oh, man, I don't know. Some of y'all just thinking about God. And yeah, the world's going to tell you, that is going to ruin this and blah, blah, blah. And I get it. But all I'm saying, and this, I'm grateful for this. Because I'm like, all right, at least I'm seeing something. Dog, the conviction, that is just showing you that your heart is still responding to God. It's not hardened. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. Again, we've talked about this in many ways, but like, dude, heart check. You know what I've told you this. I told you a couple weeks ago, bro. You don't remember? I told you I was scared of it. I said, dude, I don't know. What if my heart does get too hardened? You know how many, dude, we've lived through a lot of years together, you and I. And in that time frame, we've seen a lot of shit. But, like, really think about that. all the things that could have hardened your heart. And at time, bro, you see the world, the apathy. It's easy to fall into it, man. But like, dude, that's what I'm saying. You got something calling you. You know, you don't do the right thing, but you got a little voice saying, nah, man. You got something giving you doubt. And not doubt about your self-confidence and things that are good for you, but like doubt to like, yo, is this the best thing for me right now? So that conviction, bro, it's a double-edged sword. But the fact it shows you your heart responding is great. And you should cherish that. And some of y'all looking for God to strike down with lightning and give you an answer, bro, that could be your answer. That's why I'm saying you gotta strengthen it. Listen to it. But the fact you have it, bro, it's a great sign that the heart is not hardening. So, amen. But the final part, man, be at peace. Because I'm telling you, this is a double-edged sword. And I've noticed at the same time that I've gotten more conviction, I have gotten more stress and difficulty. And I'm not saying like I prayed for health and happiness and God struck me down. No. The more I think about things, the more convicted I am towards it. And I'm thinking deep and deep and deep. I could already see how there's a difference between listening to the Spirit and then breeding fear. And that's what you got to watch out for. This is where the slippery slope leads you down a long way. Don't let the conviction turn into fear. Don't let the conviction knock you out of your peace. Hopefully you have the peace that the world tries to offer you, but for another reason. But I get it. I'm telling you, you're going to be like, wow, okay, I feel convicted. And then before you know it, go be convicted for 2 weeks. You're like, dude, this is impossible. God wants me to do this. I'm supposed to do this. But like, even then, I really want to just do that. Even if I say I'm doing this, why do I even have, bodily desires and other things like it? And then before you know it, you're going to be like, I don't want to do this anymore. It's impossible. Let's be real. No? Why do you think a lot of people reject it? That's why I did. I always told you growing up, I said, man, I ain't never going to heaven. I gave up a long time ago. And then again, it took me until I read it myself. That was my line of logic the first 18 or 20 something years of my life. Yeah, and you will feel more convicted, and it's true, but this is why I'm saying, man, don't forget this all in your spirit, being emotionally ready. All of this, it's not there to instill fear. So that's why they say the road is narrow, bro. So I want you to think about all of this. And I do hope you are encouraged. I hope the conviction shows you something. I hope it keeps you out of trouble, dude. But above all else, like don't let the progress be the thing that breeds fear and then let it be used against you. But that being said, it is a journey for real, all of us, to get better, to grow, to be emotionally ready, to be physically ready, to be financially ready, bro. It's going to take time. But even with that, though, it's like these are the little steps and how we build it day by day. And that focus, man, you let it ride. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you take that one to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch list and main channel. Are they still going? Wow. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. Finger to the skies. Bro, when the video is still ripping. Oh my goodness. The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch some movie like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky. It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the
form. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signed and then it's deeded, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank. A speaker without a face. A people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a coat.
Love it. Okay. You could take that one to the bank. Chatadonia. Isn't it crazy? That's it. We got a short week, and this day is over. Tomorrow's middle of the week already, bro. Tomorrow is middle of the week already. That's it, man. That's it. That's it, baby. Amen. On it, what if we're trained ourselves to not expect reciprocation? I admire, respect it when I get it back. I think the point is like, and this is what I've come to realize, is it's a very fluid thing. It is nature, you know? It's like, it's a good principle to follow and say, yeah, I don't want the recognition and to try to avoid it. But at the end of the day, it is something that you're, as a human, this is why when you tell like a little kid, good job, oh, this, and like think about it from day one till now. So it is something I think that goes through it. Yeah, it's pride, and it comes in there, and it's as much as, even if you put a lid on it, it doesn't mean that it will always stay closed. And it everything in life, in the different situations, it's going to start to like bring it out or show it more or less. An 8-year-old who met and bought NVIDIA, can we interview him? I would like to interview him, yeah. I mean, I'll probably see him again. So, because he was like, he lives by me. That's why it's like, I don't know if, like, I've never really seen him, but like we talked, he told me where he lived. It was two of them. It was him and his wife, and they were old as shit. And they were buying stocks and everything. And I was like, damn, bro, that's crazy. So it was a good talk. It was a very, very good talk. She bought Rivian. The wife bought Rivian at IPO. I said, wow. Because we were talking EVs, bro. Yeah, bad day for Pfizer's. Looking good last week, but ain't no. Walgreens still hold it in advance have been asked. It has. I mean, we haven't talked about it since last week, so I'm happy to answer. But I do think Walgreens is in the process of dying. I don't think it's dead. It's still a, multi-billion-dollar market cap, which is still surprising, but it's definitely going through bad recovery, which is not recovering, and it has to have a turnaround. But I wouldn't add it to the long term, but I'm not going to get out of it. I'm going to let and I'm not trying to average down. I'll let the dividends do that for me. I like Humana. I think Humana is still risky. I mean, I bought the average. Remember, I got shares at I did like a triple average at 320. That was another one of those plays. I have a decent amount of money in there. That's why I wanted to tighten up some of the other plays. But I like it. They have a lot of recovery, show me story, but long term, I mean, even on the midterm, I think they got some good stuff there. Yeah, bonds are clapped, dude. It's crazy because the bonds are up a little bit. Yeah, I had money on them in the beginning of the year off of the Cigna, and then I got murdered on it, like only off of 20 shares, and then I made my average with 75 shares. I have 100 total now, but I average at like 526 or something. I made like $50 a share on it, or like 30 a share recently. I'm still down because of the first purchase, but I got some gain, so I like it, but it's still kind of risky. But I do think eventually it's a powerhouse, so it should be decent. The bonds, I think it's a mix of the data, but then also just like a lot of Fed speakers have been hawkish, and just the fact of the matter, I mean, it seems like we are getting less rate cuts. And even then, the Fed futures have already priced that in. The treasuries are a little bit more stickier, but it is it's pretty bad. Again, that whole 4 or 5 thing, where I think we're above 4 or 5 on the 10-year now, no? But data, central bank plans, hawkish speech, hawkish data, it's all factoring in, and now, treasuries are kind of reflecting the rate cut odds, because again, the rate cut odds are low right now. Yeah, Raul. Hi. What just happened there? It could just be nothing again. One of our days of low liquidity, and then it just does that. Yeah, 10 years at 4.54, 4.534. The September Fed is in September. The SEP is in June. Is that June 17th? So the next Fed meeting includes a summary of economic projections. Is Raul an acronym? It could be, but no. It's a colloquial that we use. It's a beautiful name. And we use it to describe a rug pull. Just out of nowhere, big red candle. Raul rug pull. Well, it's not ugly. It has nothing to do with ugly. It's just a rug pull. Because, sometimes I top tick, and I have a name. They call me Top Tick Josh. So I'm like, hey, guys, my name's Top Tick Josh. Nice to meet you. First step is admitting. But after I admitted, a lot of people came out, and then we met in the Chad. There was Rug Pull Raul, and it stuck. He said, hey, I'm Rug Pull Raul, and we loved it. And that's now been a part of our culture. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. You're a top ticker, too. Hey, it happens, man. It happens. The life of top ticking, it stings when you do it, and then nobody cares when you don't. Because when your top tick is the bottom, that's it. But that's word to the PHILO, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a lonely road in top tick land, I walk a lonely road. Is that a song? Yeah, and then he comes from the top ropes. Yeah, Raul. It's crazy. That was about 1.5 years ago. Bro, it's crazy we've been doing this for several years. It's crazy 2 years ago was 2022. Like, what? No. Dude, it's nuts, man. It's nuts. While you're at it, will I explain the peach? Oh, why don't you just send me the login to your account, and then I'll just do everything for you? Oh, yeah. What does this look like? Come on, man. You should know the peach. You're like, I don't know what it means. I don't understand. It's been years. Yeah. I have 2 charged off as bad debt credit card. I'm wondering if paying them off now will raise my credit. Are they in collection? So if they're in collection and you pay it back, then it's not, you don't get any benefit off of it. So if it isn't in collection and it just defaulted and they haven't sent it to collection, then paying it off can help you. Not financial advice. Yes. And I mean, you got to be careful. I'll tell you, I don't know if it's the internet now or whatever it is, but like low key, I've seen a lot of credit card companies sue lately. So we've seen it in the mortgage business and all of that, but like, dude, some of them are like kind of clamping down. These guys are savages. So like it used to be you could like kind of just like, ignore it for a long time and play the game, but like low key, like some of them are starting to sue now. So you got to be mindful. It just all depends on the situation and how much it is. But I have noticed in the last like 6 months, a year, there has been a more stronger push for credit recovery or debt recovery from some of these companies. It depends on the amount and the company. Because I've seen small ones. Dude, I've seen people in the credit card companies going after a couple $1,000s. It just depends. I think, not Chase, is it Citi? So I think a lot of Citi accounts, they're going after them. Citi is really aggressive as of lately, even on small amounts. Chase, it depends. But Citi is the one I've been seeing a lot of. Constantly appreciating the journey. My younger version would not understand the trader I am today, baby. Hey, man, bro, shout out to the future self. That's what you are now, today. And there's still another version in the future, but I'm sure he's impressed. Make some good steps, baby. Do you file for bankruptcy if they sue you? No, I mean, it all depends on the situation. Like, you don't have to file for bankruptcy even then, unless you are bankrupt. But I would avoid bankruptcy. And you're like, well, yeah, Josh, I would love to avoid it. But like what I'm saying is that I've had this talk before. Raul, again, bro, you're going down a little bit more. So hold on before we talk about BK. Below 5,300. So that's what all of this was. You're getting back to like one of the higher candles from Friday. Or like one of the first higher candle pushes. But my goodness. Yeah, you're starting to get clobbered there a little bit more. Yeah, Nvidia is still up a ton, bro. That's 6%. So it's kind of like that day. Remember when Nvidia was last up 2 days ago, 4 days ago, whenever the earnings was, and then everybody dumped, and then they held up? It's kind of doing that, but the market's not as weak. You literally have Nvidia up 6, though. So that's like absolutely huge. I forgot the gold play. That came down. But oil's still up 2.5. On Walgreens. Oh, we just talked about it. But it's in the death spiral. But I wouldn't move it in the long term. I wouldn't buy more, and I wouldn't sell it. Just kind of wait it out till we see what happens. You got a 40 out of 75 on the practice SIE test. Most of the answers I learned from here. Let's go, baby. Very proud of you, bro. Honestly, I love it, man. College, the long term, you were working, bro. I'm very impressed. And you got to play 2K games with me, bro. Like, nah, man, I salute you, dog. I love it, man. Any Chads I've seen take on that path, bro. And I know it's tough and not easy, bro. It's a lot of work, a lot of energy. I'm very proud of you, bro. So keep it up. Keep it up, baby. Good life we had, man. We get to throw in some 2K. Oh, where is home? I don't know if he's here. I met a guy on 2K yesterday. We were playing in the rec, and then, we were just talking, and he was like, I like your name. And I was like, oh, you trade stocks? And he was like, yeah. And then he was hyped. I told him he was looking at the channel. I was like, all right, man, I'll see you in the morning. I said, you got to let the Chad know I was balling. You gotta let them know, man. To play Call of Duty. I haven't played Call of Duty in a minute. I'm ill, though. I'm ill. But y'all saw me on 2K on Friday. Stop it. I dropped, what, 20-something points? 8 steals? Y'all didn't. That was ridiculous. While calling out the news, telling you about NVIDIA. Oh, man. Was he 8 years old? That's a good one. But no, he was like a grown man. That's it. It's such a weird demographic. Like 2K is either like children or grown men, and I don't know if that's concerning. Because they even got like ads like for like hotel vacations. And like it doesn't make any sense because I'm like, ain't no 12-year-old booking hotels.com. You know? Nothing happened. We just started kind of dumping here. There was the 5-year bond auction a little bit earlier, but that kind of gave us some downside. Then you had a little baby pop, and then it resumed once again. The Celtics or Luke? I think Luka. I'm surprised. Celtics were pretty impressed. You see Al Horford? I didn't know he still plays, bro. Everybody talking about LeBron James, bro. Al Horford. I had Al Horford on my first 2 NBA Live team, bro. Like, that's crazy. But I do think Luka and Kyrie. That's a good one. The Wolves aren't the Wolves are done, dude. I can't believe it. Literally, like, Ant-Man, bro. I'm surprised. Boston is just not like... Boston just gets hate no matter what. I am a Lakers fan, which I don't know why I am, but you have to hate Boston. But then again, like, everybody hates Boston. I'm just surprised they're that old and still do good. I like Tatum. I think Tatum's a baller. I don't think he gets as much respect because he's a Celtics player. But I do think the Celtics are ill, dude. Or not the Celtics, the Mavericks. Yeah, Boston just seems like an old team. Like, again, I don't know why Al Horford's crazy. And I think he hit his record amount of threes. But it's been good, man. Been good games. Killed the Mavs regular season. Yeah, but do you not see it? The Mavericks are on one right now. I think Kyrie and Luka both want that ring. And I think they both need it to solidify some things, bro. Like, I don't know. They're on point. But then again, the Celtics have done very well. Boston is young as hell. Just Al Horford. Is it, though? I feel like, I don't know. They got Jalen. And then you have Tatum. Luka, ring by 25. Definitely the face of the NBA. He's already up there, man. I like Kyrie, bro. I want Kyrie to get a ring. I like Kyrie. Boston in 6. We'll see, man. It's good, though. I like good basketball games as of late. I'm not all of it. I'm not disappointed by the hype. You know, I like it. I'm glad. I don't watch all these games, too. You guys know that? I literally only watch the fourth quarter, or I just watch the damn highlights. So, but I love what I'm seeing, and the competitions are great. So I'm a big fan, man. If there's any NBA player that I'd associate you with, it'd be Kyrie. I was thinking more like Shaquille O'Neal, but I'll take it. I'll take it. That's it. Yeah, Kyrie used to be a Celtic. Kyrie played for a lot, man. He was a Celtic, a Knick, a Cavalier. Wait, was he on the Knicks? Or no, he was on the Nets. Excuse me. Yeah, Muggsy Buggs. Now you talking, baby. That's what I'm saying. Let me. I got you, bro. Dow's been murdered all day. If anything, the Russell. So notice, NASDAQ not even down that much, but then Russell was closing some of the gap, but now Russell is down. It is negative. And I would play a point guard or a shooting guard when I played. I'm tiny, bro. That's it. Like, we were hoping I would get taller at some point in my life, but I never did. So I could shoot, dribble, pass, and play defense. I don't know. And I could do it in 2K, man. Honestly, I could do it more in 2K than in real life now, because I have knees and shit that aged, you know, and then cardio. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. You could dunk at 5'9". Dude, that's really impressive. They're going to put you on one of them Jump Soul magazines. It's going to be an ad. Look up Kyle Anderson on the Minnesota T-Wolves. Is that my NBA twin? I doubt it. I don't think I look like anybody named Kyle. He got a big-ass forehead, but nah, I look a little weirder than him, probably. My forehead's not that big. And then my nose is way bigger. But I see where you were going with it. He's Chinese? What? Oh, no way. That's cool. American Chinese basketball player. All right, beat is on the high, but then SPY is going lower. DXCM. I like Bristol Myers. I don't like it as I like, again, somebody brought up J&J today. I think there's other we're talking about too many basketball players. There's other stocks out there, but I'm not opposed to BMY, but it's not necessarily my first round pick. My heart was softer than we. Oh, are you behind? Are you still talking about the PHILO? Amen, bro. I'll take it. In some ways it is. Some ways it isn't. It's on and off. But I'm glad, bro. The conviction is real. You have BMY. I've never bought it. I've always disliked Bristol Myers when you compare it to the I hate Kimberly Clark even more. So Bristol is better than Kimberly Clark, and then Kimberly Clark I hate. But like out of the J&J, Procter Gamble, Bristol, and Kimberly Clark, these are the guys doing your toothpaste, toilet paper, toothbrushes, all that shit. Just everything in Target in the cosmetic daily needs section. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I've always liked the value, but I've never grabbed it. But now that it's hitting the bargain bin, hitting 7%, kind of like Whirlpool, it's like those could be good. Kimberly Clark, I don't like their foreign exposure. So honestly, like we could talk about it once we get into some of the other other economic lessons, but I don't. Kimberly Clark, dude, they're a mess. Like, they have everything they're in globally is like they've taken big losses. They have big underperformers. I think they have very solid products that everybody will use. So it's like out of that list of the P&Gs, J&J, Bristol Myers, I think they're last, but they're still a top tier company. But they're not as they have a lot of foreign exposure. You know, as like an NGO, pretty much, a non-governmental organization. They had weird stuff overseas, and they definitely got impacted by it. And that's the thing I don't like about them. Would you short NVIDIA? I mean, for the short run, I'd wait till after the split, or maybe a little bit before if it keeps going nuts. But That's just a short-term play. But, like, I don't know. I want to talk about it, but I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to throw shade. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. I haven't said it yet for this reason. Because, like, I know I don't want to make anybody feel bad, but I do think it is something we have to think about, and it is quite fascinating. Like, literally, bro, like, imagine anybody who took, like, a long-term short on NVIDIA when it was, like, at like $200, $300. Remember, like, at the beginning of last year when we were doing it, bro, remember, like, we had the discussion of just, like, do you short, like, no one knows where it's going to go, but, like, dude, imagine all the shorts at some of those. We were talking about literally why you should hold it in the long term, but, like, imagine all those periods where it was just at 500 even, and you thought that was a gigantic, you know, and, like, there's shorts there, bro. Like, it's actually crazy. Who did it at 500? Dude, I think everybody in here knows somebody who shorted NVIDIA at one point. But that's why I'm saying, like, it's no shade, but it is like, you got to look. Every single couple $100 price points have brought in tremendous amounts of doubt, yet this stock has kept going up. Eventually, the music will stop. I'm not saying it's going to happen forever, but it's just like trying to throw the dart at when that's going to happen. It's dangerous. There's no way to tell. And then at the end of the day, it's like, you know, it's going to be tempting. So I think short-term shorts on it, yes, but it can go against you. Long-term short at 950, and I'm thraxed. That's the crazy part, is because, like, that's not even, like, a bad, like, you, like, you're like, oh, I'm going to short this shit at $950. It's like, it shouldn't be that bad. But unfortunately, dude, it's insanity. So I feel you. The video's the next Brondo. Yeah, it has what computers crave. Yeah, you have AI? I like AI. You like AI? Cool. Good. You like money? I like money. PSEC X dividend is tomorrow. Isn't it energy? It does. NVIDIA is very strong Tesla vibes. But even then, though, NVIDIA is more power. Like, I don't think Tesla was ever growing 450%, was it? Like, I don't know. As somebody, like, and you know I could be a real big doubter. The thing on NVIDIA is, like, I like those numbers. Surprisingly, there's just not too many names out there that grow like that. And then again, we could talk about whether it's fake or not, but, like, we had that discussion a year ago. So it reminds me of Tesla, but, like, in a weird way, like, people buying for other broad factors rather than, it's not as cult-like. I don't know how to describe it, because, like, Tesla was a weird run-up. When Tesla would go up, it was one thing about being the first EV and, like, getting out there, and then there was, like, major shorts on it. Remember, you know, Elon in the shorts, but it was, like, culty with how everybody was on it. And it's like, I don't know. I don't feel like NVIDIA has that culty vibe yet. I think it's the leader, it's the number one, it's the hype and everything. But, like, it doesn't give me that same, like, ride or die element that some people had. Like, you don't see people driving around in their NVIDIAs. Like, maybe that's it. Everybody would get into their car every day, and then Tesla was making them all rich. But then again, I do agree in, like, I say, like, 75% of it, 80% of it reminds me of Tesla in the early days. Elon and the short sellers. Great brand name. Great band name. That would be. Jake from State Farm. What's up, baby? Man, call real estate. Love you. Jake, love you. Your love, man. Amen. Amen, bro. Thank you. Every day, man. Brightening up the day. All day, every day. I hope you had a good weekend, man. I hope you had a great holiday. That extra day was a trip. Now today, we only have 2 more hours left. 1 hour, 51 minutes. wish I could be here all the time. Hey, man, God willing, the right time. The right time. Oh, y'all hear that? I just need my desk doing a stretch. There's, I think CRM. I have an earnings preview on that, but most of the earnings are tomorrow. Oh, wait. No, I'm an idiot. Because I looked at the earnings list, and then, no, today's Tuesday. So, yeah, there is earnings. I thought it, let me look at the list again. Oh, I'm silly. Yeah, so Kava's today. Box, Heiko, Joy, Uma. Tomorrow you got Abercrombie, Chewy, Dick's, AAP, BMO, a couple of others, and Cloudflare after hours. So let me see if I have a Kava one. Today, yeah, I thought today was Monday, but it's not. SMLR. So I have a preview for Kava. I think that's the only good one for today. So I'm down to go over it. Then tomorrow morning, I won't get screenshots, but if I could go over any of them quick. But I think all of them price in a lot. Let me just run up real quick and see what I could find. But if they're pricing in more than 7%, I'm not even going to waste my time on it. And then SPY kind of rocking it up there. A couple of names, SC and then SMLR. Gold is on the high, like the ticker gold, but actual gold commodity is not hitting a high. Yeah, so Advanced Auto Parts pricing in 13 hasn't moved. Literally a year ago, moved down 35, but that'll be one for the morning. This could be another one. This is a high growth. Did they cut their divvy? I think they did. Yeah, they're only yielding 1.4. When is Cloudflare tomorrow morning or when? QDEL on the high. Yeah, so DKS, oof. That one's pricing in 9, but 2 of the last 4 quarters, it's moved 15 and then down 24. So it could move a lot. You think MOW will hit 6? I'm assuming you mean MPW? I don't know. I mean, that was good news on Friday. I like the refinance news, but I do think we need a little bit more relief in rates, and then you're going to need a little just more. They need to get out of the situation, but I do like what MPW has been doing. I do think they have made they're making progress, which I like, but the short-term price action is still going to be difficult. Breaking, the DNC will virtually certify President Biden and Vice President Kamala as the Democratic Party nominees ahead of the August 19th convention. And then y'all know if you don't register to vote, like you can't vote. So y'all know that. Y'all should do it, like you should vote. You gotta register to vote. It sucks because then I didn't want to register as like a party because like they make you like low key, but then you won't get the other ones. Like, so you won't get the candidate list unless you register. It's like you could register up until like 1 week before the election. Or 2 weeks. Longeveron, I mean, we hit it good a couple years ago, but I think it's done. I don't think it hasn't made any waves since then. If anything, I'm still waiting on Vanny. They had their obesity in cats today. They went from rats to cats, but then they have another thing June 3rd. But they're chilling. And you have to go to your nearest voting station. I know, it's so weird. But yeah, you have to think about that. So if you do want to vote this year, you will have to prepare. As shareholders. Yeah, this will be the first year I vote. So I have to register. I've never registered to vote in my life. So I got to go do all that. That's why I was like, oh, man. I can't just do it last second. So you might have to prepare. I'm actually voting. Yeah, I think all of you should. I mean, if there's any year to vote, I mean, it's now. But, you know, I've had some recent things, and I like it. I like the idea. I don't know who I'm voting for yet. Again, I'm pretty disappointed with both candidates. But, you know, I don't know yet. I would like RFK. But I don't think he's going to win, sadly. But then again, maybe that's the propaganda. But other than that, I mean, we'll see. I'm going to vote at the wire, man, once we get there. You register on your state website. So I'm pretty sure, like, wherever state you're in, just search voter registration. Should be a .gov website. Not participating in this charade. Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the apathetic view I've had for most of my life, and it was even backed by a lot of political theory. But, you know, I'm going to vote this year. I think it's time, and, you know, people fought for my right to do it, and might as well try. Let's see. You could pre-register when you do your taxes or your if you renew your ID, but then a lot of them will like automatically do it for you, like, and depending on if you want a certain choice, sometimes if the box is already checked, better watch out. The Libertarian Party National Convention. I didn't see it. I just saw the Trump clip. I know, you guys are getting 3%. You guys are some bright, competent people, but you need to vote for me. LYV hacked. Can you believe it? Ticketmaster, right now. It's on the low. Troy's doing it again. He's fast. He's terrific. He's great. Look at that. I know. LVY hacked, exposing 560 million user details. That's crazy. Weren't they just saying, they're like, they have taken all of the data on everybody and it could be used against them. 2 days later, Ticketmaster hacked. They're getting clobbered off of that. That might develop. I think Troy's really early on that. So again, you guys know how these play out. If we're early and it could get murdered and you're going to catch 5%. Otherwise, watch out for the top tick. It dies and then pops. It's hard to tell, but you are getting a movement there. Is that Barnes and Nobles? You hope Trump's son becomes emperor one day? That's a waste. I hope he become a power forward. What are you talking about? You gotta foster that athletic talent when you see it. Homeboy is 6'12" in the 8th grade or whatever. I don't know. I think he graduated, but still, I want to put him at power forward, small forward, man. We could talk about emperors later, bro. First, he needs to get a ring. You know what I'm saying? How Horford reincarnated. Barron goes on to dominate the NBA for 20 years before running for president. The Trump power forward. Yeah, bro. Dog, if I knew any 8th grader that tall, I would tell the parents, hey, there's a sport called basketball if you haven't looked into it. I get it. There's other things happening in the world and all of that, but I'm just saying he is 8'12", and if he could box out, I mean, you got a bright future. Be fun to watch, you know? I'm building bridges like I did boards. Baron 2045. I wonder if he talks like this. That'd be weird. I know. SPY coming down a little bit. And then LYV down 1% off the news. No continuation yet. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Well, hitting a new low. There it is. Dollar new high as well. Yeah, low, dude. High ticker just stopped. All I see is even the VIX isn't moving as much, but it's all volatility indicators. Again, the bonds have led you down all day today. So if anything, just once again, bonds no bounce. SPY has just made an effort to match up with it. So no real headlines. If anything, I mean, I think you can chalk it up to stocks just followed the bonds throughout. And LYV a little bounce, but we are going lower. No real big headline or anything like that. XLF down. Yeah, even XLV down a lot too. Well, chip makers, we'll see. They're holding on to a lot. DJT index down 0.7. Yeah, even the Russell down a quarter. That was up by 0.5, so they've had a 0.75% of a move too. And then SPY 0.1. SPY's actually not doing that bad. And then Tech and NASDAQ still doing good. And then SPY near the lows. If that's real volume, it's a little higher. I mean, we got an hour and a half, hour 40 left. BNED pop. Somebody called that out a little bit ago. I don't know if it was you. I could double check, but could be moving. GameStop was moving earlier. SPY at the lows. Where's gold and oil too? Oh, still go, bro. There's nothing on the high ticker now. That's it, man. Just chilled out. Cue China invasion of Taiwan. Yeah, man, we've had a lot of convos on that today, so we'll see. Still low, bro. Low ticker, still just gassing. I see Ford, PLL, Delta, Cash, CC, Energy, down to Travel. A couple of tech names, but not as many. But my goodness. It's weird. You're still not even like dumping too heavy there on like the indexes, but the low ticker makes it seem like a lot's going on. These are like 5 to 8 point moves in like 10 to 15 minutes. I mean, you did kind of hug this level on Friday, and it is right below 5,300. So let's see how it plays out. SPY going a little, there it is. And then another little run up there on all of the inverse names, and then low ticker still going. So let's see. 5292. I do think baby level 5288. Actually, didn't we do this before? You guys remember? On the way down? Yeah, we've done this. I'm like, hold on, why does this sound familiar? So you guys remember that dump on Thursday? These will be some ranges you could follow. It's what still matches up here with this gap. You got another BNED call out. You got 30 calls at 2. Way to post the play. So I think BNED is moving a little bit more. I've seen a lot of these call outs. LYV came up. Yeah, BNED's up 15. It's rocketing. I don't think there's another auction, but that was some of the bad news. Yeah, airlines are dumping. Delta down $1. I don't know the percentage. 1.6 UAL. SPY bouncing up here a little bit too. Bro, NASDAQ's still green. That's the crazy part. So again, those chips, a lot of strength today. All transports collapsed. It's like that the last couple of days. So we will say. Gold even came down from the highs, but that's still green. I mean, oil's still up 2.6. Santelli was just on talking. There was 2 auctions today, and they were bad, but I don't know. He usually does come on when they do the auctions. I like Santelli.
Our ultimate yield to take on all the extra supply by the U.S. Treasury. Tyler, back to you.
All right, great point, Rick. Rick Santelli reporting. Meantime, Hess shareholders voting on whether to approve Chevron's takeover of the company, and Pippa Stevens has the details. Pippa.
And just now, they did approve.
Peppa. 5295. So again, I think those Thursday levels, these will be your little ranges here. So like low key 5288, 5287, and then that'll lead into like 5280 to 79, and then 5257, 5268. Yeah, BNED rocketing up even more. Good call out, guys. Way to post the play. So that one woke up out of all the small caps. What was the other one? VHI. Yeah, that was the one from this morning. That one's still holding. SPY going lower now. So again, we're still holding there. Thought it might get one of those weird bounces, but it is still holding. GME pop as well. Where's Nivda? Apple. SPY still going lower. Let's see. Can you guys hear me from here? I'm literally stretching, but I'm like doing a floor stretch. If you hear me, this is crazy. But I'll take it. You're going lower. NVIDIA just post earnings, pre-split hype. Yeah, that's great. We out here, bro. We out here. And then new low. Again, the low ticker very active. Anything on the high ticker is pretty much an inverse. New low. Really aggressive, unforeseen loss. Raul. I guess. Really aggressive, unforeseen loss, a.k.a. rug pull. Raul. SPY's dumping, GME's popping. Yeah, it was like that on Friday, and then after getting that offering out the way. But definitely, you do see some of these moves. Like, again, the small caps, anytime there's kind of that downside, they do. You want to see it in a stronger effect. And then oil's popping right now. So literally, oil's about to hit 80, bro. 10 cents away from 80. SPY's going lower. Somebody brought that up earlier. That could be the reason. SPY flushing now. Let me see. Yeah, so 52.88. This is level number 1. And then you go a little bit lower, but then really like 52.80 to 78. That'll be the next one. But yeah, you're going down. All right, bigger flush. See if we get the bounce. How much time? We got an hour and a half left. All right. So good, man. Down to the earlier round. I mean, this is just taking us back to that Thursday. Yeah, BNED's been popping here last couple of minutes. As we started to dump, it kind of got a little bit more parabolic. So let's see. This is amazing. Zach Lamb, baby. What's up, man? Good morning. Dollars on the high. So that one's still going. Is this the Thursday open level? Yeah, remember, Thursday was wicked. It's the same thing that happened. NVIDIA killed it, and then everything else sold off. It didn't seem like that in the beginning, but now you got chips up, NVIDIA holding the best, and then all the other ones just flip. You said NVIDIA is like Tesla in the early days. What could kill it in the future? Just the hype dying down, sales finally not meaning growth, and then Jensen Huang turns into a Republican. That's only 3 options I could think of. But so just time and not meeting performance. Those would be your main factors. There's no economic business model around AI itself. But it's big money for NVIDIA. That's it. NVIDIA is literally selling the hype. That's what, I don't know if you listened to Jensen on the conference call. That's what he said. They were like, dude, you're making these products, and then you have 30 more, and then it gets outdated, and it's billions of dollars. He's like, what do you do? And then he's like, you just average into it. And that's what they're selling it as, because think about it. Nobody wants to get left behind. You can't just sit there and be like, oh, I'll wait till the next one. Then you're not going to build it out. So he's just selling them. And then he's like, yeah, there's going to be a new one. Just average into it. But if you don't, you're going to get left behind. And that's it. There's a lot of chasing in this industry. But, you know, it doesn't matter what the model is. The point is NVIDIA is making the money. Yeah, they're literally selling the shovels. Mark Dez, baby. Bro, like literally every day. God bless you, bro. Good to see ya. Amen. Amen. And then, bro, still getting a little bit more flushier. And I don't know, do you guys notice it? If TSM's going down, that's not it, but it's a good call out. But like, y'all get it? Oil. Someone brought it up earlier about being at 80. You just hit $80. But like low key, oil's up 3, and then you're kind of, it's not that bad. I mean, if this would look a lot uglier, that's why the Dow Jones and Russell are pretty bad. But it is, you're getting held up there with the NVIDIA effect. But oil once again, and now we're coming back to those Thursday levels. Yeah, and the dollar's up too. And then bond yields too, and anything bad on the macro scale, just not good. Commodities up, oil up, yields up, and then, what's it called? The dollar. Shit, not good. Still going lower. So 52.85. This is like mid-level. So again, I think 52.81 to 52.77. And then low key, if we don't hold, it'll be an ugly power hour. Because then you're going to get tempted to kind of drop another like 20, 30 points from there. So you're already down by 0.38. You just graduated my master's in taxation. Love the Chad, the channel, and Chad was always here for me. Let's go. A master's in taxation. Congratulations, bro. I love it, man. For real. Shout out all the graduates, bro. Huge accomplishment. That's what I'm talking about, Josh. Amen. Amen. Oh, this is 5,300 on the futures? Oh, shit. Oh, scammers. All right, I grabbed 2 MESs to the upside. I think it's just going to be one. I think there's still a little bit more. I think you might be able to flush to the 77s or 75. So I'm going to start with 2 of the micros. Probably should have went with 1. But then we'll be able to navigate through there. I'm at 53.01.75. It should have been 53.01 flat. I'll take it. Bitcoin selling. Non-stop flush. Yeah, crypto's going now. Bond auction was bad earlier, all day today. Just been poor bond auctions. So now I think it just kind of, some of the other chip makers gave up. Nvidia's still holding, but I don't know. You tell me. This feels just like last Thursday. So literally last time that the bonds got sold off, Nvidia held up, and then everything else started selling. It was literally the same exact price action to the same prices. So kind of weird, but other than that, I'm trying to play this even MES kind of like last week. You just get these random sell-offs, keep it small, and then depending on how it goes. The USO still going, man. Damn. Again, gold gave up. They were up earlier, but yeah, you're back at 80 on oil. My positions, I think that was my first play of the day. And then I sold out MTC for like $1,000 loss, 900. That was my hype play that did not hype. And then I just grabbed some MESs. Why are we dumping? No real reason. I just think all of the chips started to give back up and then kind of put us in this position. Celsius back to 81. That was a wild one today, too. So 52.82. You went. The low is 52.80. Again, the lows from that Thursday and the other day. You kind of got a couple of guides here. So we'll see what happens. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Not even 20 million in volume, almost power hour. Yeah, man, welcome to the low liquidity summer days. Woo! The summer gulag. Roku for the long term. Oh, I got to check their price, but I haven't used a Roku. My mom still uses one. But I got to check the price. But I lean towards no. I don't think I don't have the same relationship with Roku that some people have. I mean, you're kind of pinned. At least you're not paying the crazy premium, but you're still kind of paying the IPO premium from back in the day. It's a tough one. Yeah, I saw videos of Houston. It was crazy. Y'all had like wicked tornadoes and like all this other shit. I was like, nah, man. That's nuts. HRI on the low. Interesting. The best things in wrestling. Kenview. Maybe. I like it. And then Kenview doesn't have the same risk as like the J&J. Maybe. I think Kenview, you might give it a couple years too. Just like Abivai. Abivai took a couple of years in the gulag before it performed as the leader after, being part of those spinoffs. And then oil's still going up. Bro, oil has been on a tear. So, like, go look at, you could kind of see it here. Like, literally, as we started dumping, oil started making those moves, and it was all above 80. But, like, literally every factor, broadly speaking, just doesn't look good. Dollar, yields, commodities, they've all made the move. And you got those small caps still fighting here. BNet on the high, or about to be. Oh, weed. I do like the weed plays still. So I'm getting clobbered on the first set of shares. Could give it a little bit. If it starts to break down, then we'll really get a good price. But we haven't heard the pandering in a minute. No war news. There was some in the morning, and oil acted a little shy, but then it started to pick up later. But over the weekend, there was a lot of war news. That was not good. But lately, we haven't had any real, war headline drivers as part of this downside. I think this downside just got a couple of trades, gave up some of the chips that we're holding. NASDAQ's about to give it up, and the Dow's down almost 1%. So, this whole day, it looked good because chips and tech stocks were up, but, all day the Dow was down. You had other names in the value space just not performing as well. And then with yields and everything else, it looks like everything by the end of the day just matched up with it. Cody's on the high. What's going on with them? Bark on the high. What time is it? It's 11:40. It's not even power hour. We got 15 more minutes. Awin. Airwind Technology. Yo, what is this? Awin Unhalted. 513. Have we seen this one? I feel like it's probably going to get halted again. Awin did guidance. Oh, yeah, they had a 10Q come out. Airwind files their 10Qs showing EPS from continued operations 12.12 a share. What? Oil still breaking out. All right. Lucy offering. Oh, that was the other one on Friday. A-Win's interesting. I think I'm going to grab 100. Yep, we'll take a market. All right. I grabbed 100 of those at 540. It's small, I hope, but not too crazy. That just looks weird. It looks like a SPAC. What is that? COMT? The current SPAC list. I don't like any SPACs. The only one right now is Oklo. That is the only, I think, promising SPAC just because it's Sam Altman vibes. That's it. Other than that, it's... And again, I just found out it's energy. It's nuclear energy. So Oklo is just... It's Sam's SPAC to make a nuclear energy source or a company to fund some of the other stuff. I do think there's an OPEC meeting coming up. Yeah, you're right. There should be. And then SPY going a little lower once again. I mean, today was kind of trappy because you held up. And then you sold off. It was like those other days. Just a lot of last week. And then you'd get these bigger sell-offs. And it seemed kind of drawn out. And then before you knew it, it would just hop back up. SMR nuclear SPAC. Yeah, I mean, again, Oklo is just, it's Sam Altman. But it is energy related. I thought that was interesting. Other than that, though, I'm not really into them. And then there's weed stocks. Hey, my price was like $10 or something. I kept it smaller because I knew I was high on that one, so we could come back to it later. But I think like lower sevens would be a good average down on that. I don't have a play on Dell, but they got earnings this week. That one's going to be big. Fill in the gaps. SPY just holding, but we will see. We got 12 more minutes till power hour, and then it's game time. The nanonuclear is NNE. I don't know. What's nanonuclear? All I know, Sam is getting in on the AI side and the energy side. But then again, I'm still skeptical. But we'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, yeah, Apple up 2.5 to... Is it red? That is crazy. I mean, people got hyped on the news. But yeah, wow. Damn, so even Apple sold that news. I think maybe, again, all the money may have just went to NVIDIA. That's wicked. I think MPW flushed too. Yeah, they're about to go red. Yeah, Marvel is this week. They're doing decent. They were up a little more. And then he was another nuclear play. Oh, it IPO'd? But then why are you guys calling it a SPAC? IPO or SPAC? Or did it finally transfer over after being a SPAC? But then that's not an IPO. Sam Altman scares you? I mean, no one's really scared. That's it. It was the real red flag was when Homeboy was like, yo, I'm going to scan your eyeballs. And nobody was like weirded out by that, so he could do whatever he wants now. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just it. A-Win popped there a little bit. And then Spy's still just hugging this low, man. Where is Nivda? Again, your apples and other names have gone down. You had a couple of names fight, and then oil has been rocketing. Which one was it? Gold. Even gold's starting to climb up. Bro, oil at 80.08. That's still doing it. RZLT on the high. Was this another small cap? Yeah, Resolute. All I see is small caps on the high. And then JB Hunt and then oil. Oh my gosh, I cannot type. Yeah, they're only up by 0.5. Again, financials wrecked. Healthcare wrecked. Very interesting day. Let's see where we're at, actually. How did all of this move? Oil could be because of OPEC, but there was a lot of Middle Eastern drama. So I would chalk it up to the Middle East because in the morning it was weird oil wasn't going up. But you did have a pretty problematic weekend. So that mixed in with the holiday. Again, it was a holiday with a lot of heavy travel demand too. But I think that is a good reason for all of it. And then Dow Jones, 7 names in the green, 21 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 26 in the red, 70 or 26 in the green, 75 in the red. That's flipped heavy. And then SPY 102 in the green, 400 in the red. Did A-Win get halted? Yeah, that's halted now. Not bad. We got 10%. That info. So you don't watch the watch list, but we've answered this question many times. It's just something you have to go get it. There's other places you could get something similar, and I don't know where, but I created my own thing. So unfortunately, it's only accessible at youtube.com/thestockmarket. Shiny Hunters is selling the data belonging to Live Nation. 560 million users, including card detail. 1.3 terabytes, one buyer only. That's crazy. So that's what brought LYV down. It looks like we're getting another update. That could be from it's still just near the lows. It's down about 0.7. Any financials in the long term? Yeah, we have JP Morgan at a very good price. You don't know how to watch the watch list? Are you sure? Super easy, man. Second link. You've been here for a minute. But like, all you got to do is just go to the second link. It says Nightly Watchlist main channel with tutorials. So if you have the description of this video, just click that second link, and then it's the Trading Fraternity. And then you'll see them every day. Every day, baby. Every day. So low-key, it's been coming out at 5 p.m. Oh, today might be a little bit, I might even be behind schedule, or if I do, we may have to skip today's economic lesson. I don't know if I'll have enough time. I have an appointment I need to go to. I forgot. So I should have you a watch list today. Maybe I don't even have a watch list. I don't know. Maybe I might take a break. But I do need to get, I don't know if I could fit in another hour one. Yeah, today's Tuesday. Shit. Man, this Monday, Tuesday, bro. It's trippy. Yellen scheduled to appear before Senate June 4th to discuss the Treasury's budget request. Cody's going up. I know it's already been a short short week. I know, it's crazy actually though. I can't believe it's already Tuesday. I'm glad you liked it. I've been having fun with the watch list, man. So it's been enjoyable, and I think a lot of y'all have learned. And then too, I mean, as you know, we gotta separate the wheat from the chaff. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Some people like it, some don't, but it's very, very special. So yeah, I'm hyped on it. Super duper hyped. Excuse me. I didn't mean to yawn, but I did. Oh. And then Spy is moving up, making my way downtown, marking fast, and it's holding. Got a long term. And I will buy once a month if I will just hold long. Bow, 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 bow. Sorry. Back to VWAP would be nice. You know what I'm saying? Be glorious. I'll be down. I think gold even popping up a little too. You ever heard me? I think I've yawned a couple of times, but yeah, I let out a big one there. Even talking about yawning. White Chicks movie. That's a great movie. I feel. Oh my gosh. Love this song. It's a good song, man. What happened to Michelle Branch? Wasn't that her name? That's it, man. A superstar. Bro, was AWIN still halted? Was that 5 minutes ago? At 53? Yeah, it's been halted for longer than 5 minutes. It's not Michelle Branch? Wait, which one was Michelle Branch? What do you mean? I thought it was Michelle Branch. It was Vanessa Carlton? Really? Which song was the Michelle Branch song then from like the 2000s? Somebody has to know what I'm talking about. Vanessa Carlton. That's stupid. Is it everywhere? How do you play it?
So I can see.
Yeah, I guess.
The part of you that's drifting over me.
No, it's not the same. Dang, it wasn't, man. Well, I stored it differently in my brain. I swear it was Michelle Branch. Don't cut that song. That's the one you're like, that's the one I need to listen to. And calm down. Your mom worked with Michelle Branch? No way. What is she? Was she like? Did she work as a leaf? Michelle Branch. No, okay, that's a bad joke. It's a bad joke. What? Was your mom like? She do music? No news with AWIN. They had guidance update on their 10Q and they just started popping. It's still halted though. It's been longer than 5 minutes. I'm surprised. No cap, her and her mom are in real estate. Oh, hell yeah. Michelle Branch. Michelle Landlord. Oh, that. Go into the eyes if I can just hold you. She branched out. Wow. Wow. She branched out. You can't. Oh, man, we're too funny. This is great. Then gold. All right, decent pop. I mean, those MESs, you got to gain on them. Decent amount if you want to take it or not. Otherwise, we see where Power Hour takes us. They even went positive on their EPS. I think they said it was like $12 a share or something. All right. I think I need to go to the bathroom. I think it's time. No play on Kava. I do have the preview, though. So they are after the bell, but let's see if we get
months and around national.
All right, follow me on
holidays.
Instagram at the Trading for Gurney.
Now,
I'll see you in a little bit.
Noting, Alex, that volatility does remain subdued, and based on option selling, volatility likely isn't going anywhere for now. The army of volatility sellers is continuing to swell in size, Alex.
Yeah, and you can really see that reflected, Romaine, in a very simple function, CCRV. It tracks the curve of the VIX. So I took a look at 1 month and then the price today. So the top line, that green line, is where the VIX was a month ago, and the orange line is where it is now. And you can really wind up seeing the spike in vol around the election, but I say spike with quotations because we barely wind up hit 20, but how the whole curve has really come lower by a few points there. It remains to be seen. Okay, volatility moves a little bit higher, but we are still modestly subdued, at least for the next year.
All right, let's kick things off here with Mandy Zhu, head of derivatives market intelligence over at SIBO. Mandy, great to have you here.
Thanks, Romaine. Great to be here.
I think if there's anybody who knows what's going on in the options market and what's going on with volatility, it's you. Kind of explain this to us, because we've been talking about low volatility for a while, and I don't know if that's directly tied to what's happening today or whether that really is a look ahead to the elections and the uncertainty around it.
I would say the low levels of the VIX right now is more a reflection of what is going on right now. Keep in mind the VIX obviously is a very short-dated measure of volatility, being 30 days forward-looking for the S&P. So right now the VIX level today is not going to reflect the election fear, but as Alex just pointed out, if you look further out in the VIX futures curve, that is certainly one of the fears, one of the catalysts that is being embedded in the volatility curve. But I would say, in terms of why volatility is low, it's largely on the back of positive macro macroeconomic fundamentals and the Fed really taking the wind out of the sails of the volatility markets with their last meeting and kind of the patience that they have expressed with, willing to wait for inflation to reach their target.
Are there any signs that volatility could pick up? Let's take the election out of the equation, because it's interesting you say the Fed has kind of calmed the markets. They have, but of course, the Fed's got a lot of unresolved business too, and you kind of wonder what's going to happen over the next couple of Fed meetings as they try to start communicating whether they're going to cut rates or maybe even hike.
Correct. Absolutely. I think the consensus expectations around the path of interest rate can and may well shift as we go throughout the year, but I don't see it at this point as being a volatility catalyst, right? Because at this point, kind of sticky inflation and the Fed is very much a well understood risk. What tends to really drive volatility higher or significantly higher tends to be what I call the unknown unknowns, whether that's geopolitical. We saw in April, kind of the big VIX spike really came on the back of the Iran-Israel potential escalation. So to me, the path of interest rates.
Nice. A1 halted again? Did we just, I don't know, man. If it does it like another halt and stop, did we just get one of these? Otherwise, it's going to die eventually, but we're up 37% on that. Shit. I'm down. Usually it never turns, you know what I'm saying? Usually it never, what's it called? Like, I don't know. I've never gotten one of those where it does 20 halts, you know what I'm talking about? So we'll take it. And I'm waiting for the mother effer who got banned like 20 times. Like, Jaws, you didn't post. I did post the play first. So, shh. Just post your play. I got my 100 shares at 540. Stop it. Yeah, stop it. Stop it. Yeah, exactly. You see why I tell you to post the play? Yeah. So especially on a small cap craziness. Exactly. Ain't no playing around. Now good luck to even this S&P. Satan 500. Cottage cheese. You could ask Roger. He's my puppy. Roger, what was he? It was a beagle. Good dog. Great dog. Foothills of creepy. Man, good guy. Stock is halted. It should say suspended or something like that on the chart. What's it called? A-win? It actually doesn't. I feel like, isn't there a thing or like on the order thing? Or if you pull it up on the option chain, I think it'll show it. I don't see it though on Schwab for some reason. Interesting. G-Wave, Chad called that out a little bit ago. They're still red, but they are coming up. A-Win, there's not really any news. They just came out with an updated 10Q that said that they made a lot of money again, or in this case, like $12 a share or something. All I saw was a 10Q, and then Troy posted those numbers there, and then it just started moving and getting halted. I don't even know about the float or anything. It looked like a SPAC, but it wasn't, and then they already did their split. This thing looks awful, though. But hey, we'll take it for now. It's a 7 million market cap? No way. There has to be more. That's weird. That seems tiny. But either way, I kept it small. I just saw it moving. I said I wanted to grab one. I don't know why, but I took it. But that's working for now. What do? Hover bikes? That's just fuck. I hate reading these descriptions sometimes. You think today's an overreaction for DraftKings? Yes and no. I think eventually it'll come back up, but it just depends on whether or not like other states get involved with it. And then we have, other stuff like that. So you might get like a little bit of negative news in terms of like that type of wave. But other than that, I do think it should recover to a degree. Is it AI bird scooters? Is that what it sounds like? Is it open again? 793, 815. So let's see if we could get 3 halts in a row. But not to the downside. I didn't mean it like that. I meant to the upside. Fuck. Okay, well, never mind. It's still trading, actually. But yeah, gotta watch out. A win again. It hit 870. Let's go halt it to the. That's more volume than anything, too. Watch oil. And then Zim. I already sold my NVIDIA shares, you asshole. So if you still have them, I would just hold them till the split. Not a recommendation. I already sold out like a chicken. But that's good. If you still have them when I got them, bro, that's $200 almost. I think it's $200 a share. So I think you have a good cushion on it now. That's easier to say hold than should I buy it right now? Because again, even when we bought it, it was a high, and then it went up another $100 or $200. NVIDIA mean family. I thought it was Ohana. NVIDIA. NVIDIA mean family. What? And then I don't like this one. I sold my MESs. I took my $78. A little flip. Like I said, either flip or swing. We might be able to play some more tonight. And I don't know. Maybe I might do the watch list live, believe it or not. Because that would allow me to give you a longer watch list without, what's it called? Without having to spend the time to edit it. That could be the only way. Because I have a limited schedule today. And then A-Win's still up. Again, you still have a 40% on A-Win. Shit. That spread is wide. Your play today is NVIDIA 1150s expiring Friday. Bought for 5, sold for 21. That's good. Did you post it ahead of time? Otherwise, you're just flexing, but that's good. I'm proud of some of y'all. I've heard a lot of flexes today, and I'm not trying to be an asshole. That's why I'm very proud of y'all. But make sure you guys post the play. Otherwise, going in and telling a bunch of people, kind of wild. But I love y'all. I'm glad, man. I hope y'all turn them into long terms. I hope hopefully it could be a good win that could get you momentum. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel you. Some folks want to flex. But then again, like, you should go on other places. I think there's other communities that are more receptive of it, and you could tell them. And I like it as long as everybody had a chance to eat on it, or it's just there's something about posting the play that I think is much more honorable. Not saying you don't have honor if not, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm saying, the culture and the community, it's way better. It makes a stronger base for everybody knowing that it's there. Otherwise, like, you should go post it on Wall Street Bets and then let them know about the stream. You should go into your other Discords and tell them, oh, I love youtube.com/the stock market. Look at how much money I made. But yeah, here I need the play. But I'm proud of y'all. Don't let me. I'm not trying to minimize your accomplishments. So, but like I'm saying, eventually I'm not. That will not slide a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? XOM on the high. If you're gonna flex something, flex your family. Is this like a Drake Kendrick diss? Carson just turned this into Meet the Grams. He said, Meet the Chad. Hey, yo, Chad, I saw that you posted the play, but maybe you should go and talk about your family today. Hey, Josh, how did you raise them to not post their plays? Is that the same thing that you saying every day? I'm like, dang, bro, that's crazy. I feel. I posted my play today, but I got clapped, so I hope no one followed. No, that's okay, because that's reality. Like, you see what I'm saying? I think the other side without it doesn't show it as much. Like, bro, if I just only showed y'all, like, if I only told you about the plays that hit, you would think I'm insane. But, you know, you get the full picture when you see everything. That's why the long term, too, is amazing as well. But, you know, it goes a long way, man. It goes a long way. It's reality, and I don't think I'd be ashamed in that. All right, A-win, man. What do you do? 30%, 30 to 40%. We only got 2 halts, 3 halts actually. It might get halted to the downside now, but we will see. Got an A-win, made 40. Nice. Good work. What is NSC? Norfolk on the low? Norfolk. NVIDIA is the 10th of June. And then I don't know. I think it's June 7th for the shareholders of record. Do I offer mortgage service? I mean, I could help you get a loan. But, like, last time you asked me, you were like, yo, can I get a 0% loan? So that is what you're looking for. Like, I'm going to come to you when I want my eyes done. I'm going to be like, hey, can you do this for $0? Thank you, eye doctor. But I can always refer you to somebody. Bro, you guys know I still don't have my glasses. You realize I'm still waiting on this new pair? I've been blind for 2 weeks now. It's crazy. I hope I get them this week, but I've been out the game, bro. I've been out the game. AXSM on the high, and then A-win is still fighting. Axum Therapeutics. Again, I got out of the MES, small gain on that. No, you got an accept. Wow, really? That's good. I remember you were saying you kept getting outbid. What state are you in? Are you in, is it Pennsylvania? Philly? Hit up, send an email, though. We might have a lender out there. If it's Cali, I got you easy. Wisconsin. Oh, we might actually. You got your boy Challenge out there. We got a couple peoples in Wisconsin. I have my Eclipse glasses, yeah, but they don't have, like, lenses. From Wisco. All right. You might like it. You might hate it. I sold out of A-win. $200 profit. So 40%. Honest, that was a $500 investment. So I'm down in like an hour. Not even. So again, I sold. That's either gonna go crazy now or it's gonna go crazy. So you're good luck. Good luck. CTRM. Anthony Fauci set to testify June 3rd. We haven't heard from Fauci in a minute. 9 runs to 10. That's possible. We got a good gain, though. I didn't think that was going to hit. I just went to the bathroom. We bought it. It got halted. And then 2 halts later, I'm taking a piss. This thing goes up 45%. I'm down. It was up a little bit more, too. I think we had 60 at one point. So good luck. You got a good gain either way. You could sell out now, get 40%. You could go for the big bucks. It's up to you, but that's it. It's over. At least for me, it's over. That's up to you, to what you want to do with it. They're from Wisconsin. Cheesehead. Did I tell you I have a good friend from L.A., like L.A. born and raised, and it's the funniest thing. He is literally like the biggest Green Bay Packers fan, and it's so funny because I'm like, wow, he's a cheesehead, but he's born and raised in L.A. And I'm like, I don't know, but he loves them, literally since like the Brett Favre days to even this day. Like he's a big fan of all of them. We alerted this in January. That's good, but I think, dude, your last messages, you've been promoting this little, like, other group shit you've been on. So good luck with it, but I'm not going to be your guys' advertising space. So I love you, but, yeah, man. That's a 24-hour one, but I'll come next time, man. I don't know. Y'all need to do your own thing. Y'all can say you love me and all of that, but, you know, just get that out of here. Thanks. Born in L.A., never left. Huge. Is it an L.A. thing, bro? I think it's hilarious. He has even the cheesehead thing. That's hilarious, though. That's good. I thought I was the only one. Lil Wayne is from New Orleans, yeah. Oh, is he a Green Bay? He's a big Green Bay fan, huh? That's funny. Why do the Packers attract everybody? That's hilarious. Because they were good for so long. They were. I remember being a kid. I remember watching the Packers. They were big back in the day. Greg Lutzka was homies with Lil Wayne back in the day. He was from Milwaukee, big Packers fan. I do remember when I was born. It's my birthday. But yeah. A-Win. I don't know. I got out of A-Win, so I took my 40%. I think it dropped another $1, no? I got out of like $7.50-ish. I should have got $7.90. Could have had even another $1. But still a good gain. It's halted to the downside. And then we have what? 30-something minutes? Oh, I didn't do the preview for Kava, but I have it. So let's do it real quick. What was this? That's CRM. You probably can't read Arabic. Yeah, here's Kava. Damn, bro. Look at Kava's chart. So Kava is expecting comps of 1.6%, revenue of $246.0 million. Kava restaurant leveled profit 23.1%, adjusted EBITDA 23.6 million, adjusted EBITDA margin 9.6%. Total Kava restaurants 323. 4-year guidance December 24, adjusted EBITDA $86 to $92 or $92 million. Net new Kava restaurants open 48 to 52. Kava's same restaurant sales growth 3 to 5%. Kava restaurant level profit margin 22.7 to 23. Pre-opening cost 11.5 to 12.5 million. Since last quarter, February 26th, Kava is up by 64.1. SPY is up by 4.7. XLY is down by 3.3. Near-term options imply 11.5. Last 3 quarters, gain of 12, loss of 8, gain of 1. Revenue has beaten consensus 3 of the last 3 quarters. EPS has beaten consensus 1 of the last 1 quarters. Short interest is 13%. Wow. So that's Kava. Honestly, I don't know. There's very limited history. It's pricing in a decent amount. Who was the other one? That was a recent IPO, and then we talked about, was it Reddit? So Reddit, I think, hit on the calls for a little bit. Remember Reddit's earnings because they had a limited earnings history? Kava will be like that. However, I will tell you, there's something kind of weird about Kava that you guys got to think about. There's something weird about Kava. I don't know if you want me to tell you. It doesn't really have to do with its earnings, but it has to do with the company as a whole. I don't know. You guys might not be ready for it. Which I understand if you're not, but it's, You think it may be overvalued? No. You're not going to like what I'm about to say. Yeah, I think Kava might be extremely overvalued. Yeah, it has a 400 PE, but no, dude. That's there's something about it. It's not Chipotle. It's far from Chipotle. The menu, the way it every other way it could be similar, but there's something about this after reading that preview that makes me tell you. Ignore without even looking at the PE. I just told you this. Why? There's something about it. It's glaring. I don't think it has anything to do with sharding, but I appreciate that take. But no, sharding is not the answer. Not fancy. No. Let me see. I'm gonna go look at Chipotle's damn. Yeah, that's crazy. It's not the revenue. Stock-wise, it's like Sweet Greens. I don't think Sweet Greens trading at that valuation, and I have to check one other thing, but there's something else. So I hope you guys learn from this, because this is one of the main things in the restaurant industry. It's how do you compare, or how do you look at restaurants? It's not the EBITDA. Dude, it's the amount of stores. That's what I'm saying is dude, everyone's talking about Kava and all of this, and we're looking at it, and yeah, the PE's 400. Bro, this thing only has 300 stores. That's insane. So the way y'all are talking about Kava, you would think there was 1,000 of them. But dude, 300 stores, and then they're only opening 40 to 50 a year. But that's going to be their make it or break it. You realize that, right? Well, it's good hype, bad hype. I mean, it just depends on how it goes. But that's the thing. I'm dude, that's crazy. There's only 300 of these restaurants. Chipotle will do that in a year. Chipotle is doing their for every one kava, there's going to be 10 Chipotles. And again, Chipotle did start off at small numbers, but I don't think Chipotle was gaining this valuation without having, at least 1,000 stores. Because you got to think about that. There's a reason why I've never had it. There is one by me, but there's not that many. Well, it's not efficient if it's trading at a high value. It's good that they have an adjusted EBITDA. I would like to know what the non-adjusted EBITDA is. They're making money, but that store is going to be the make it or break it. That's something where I'm like, damn, I really thought they had more stores than that. But it's again, Chipotle for reference has like 3,900 or 3,400. And then literally Chipotle between this quarter and next quarter, Chipotle is going to increase about 100 stores. So literally you'll have in 3 months, Chipotle is going to have a third of the kavas brand new. So that's a lot. That's a lot of stores in one, and then a very small amount of stores in the others. I'll try the food eventually, but I'm just saying, as an investor, I would pay attention to that. That was quite surprising. Coin on the high. 100 stores where? All across the United States. So again, Kava, they have 300 stores across the United States. Coin is ripping. CMG bought out Kava. Didn't Chipotle buy someone out before? But that's an expensive valuation. I think that's more expensive than Chipotle when Chipotle first started. So I don't even know if anybody. I think maybe Bros, but I think even Bros might have more locations, for crying out loud. That's not a lot of locations. A-Win halted again. Yeah, bro. Even Bros has 867 of them. Even Bros is going to make 40 new ones by the next quarter. So that makes sense. That's a lot of units, and they're growing. So again, obviously different metrics to making a store and cost and all of that, but again, I think that is something to think about. Kava has stores being built heavily all over. You bid on them constantly. Well, I think you may have a different definition of like built heavily, but like objectively, they're only making 40 a year. That's their guidance. And there's only 400 that exist. That's in the whole United States. So that's what I'm saying. That's half as many Dutch Bros. That's expensive, dude. That's I really thought they had more units the way, like, because Kava's been getting popular. They still have room to grow, yeah, but you're kind of paying for that. So that means you have a lot of steps to go until you get to that growth. It's either they're going to grow into that valuation or they're not. Chipotle's 10 times the market cap of Kava with 10 times the number of stores. So by that logic, Chipotle is also overvalued. Yeah, or it shouldn't be 10 times. It shouldn't be equivalent to a company that hasn't proved it. So yeah, but also that's assuming that Kava's valuation is okay. But that's an expensive amount. $9 billion on 300 stores. I mean, how much are you pay? You're paying like what, 30 million a store? Or 300, yeah, 30 million a store. So that's wild. And it costs 12.6 to make one. You gotta go have a good day, Andy. Enjoy your Tuesday, your Monday, Tuesday. Kupang IBD Long. Another China name? Interesting. Yeah, coin was going up last like 10, 15 minutes here. You guys know there's only 25 minutes left, right? The day is almost over. You have to leave early for an appointment? Nah, you just listened to how you wanted to hear it. I said the watch list will be a little different because I have stuff to do. So the timing. No, we didn't go over Chewy. They have earnings tomorrow morning. There's a couple of them. Oh, did I not save it? Tomorrow morning. Yeah, you have Chewy, Abercrombie, DKS. But I looked at AAP and I looked at A&F. They price in a lot. Chewy's the same thing. They all kind of price in a lot and they don't have any good moves. I think CRM, Dell, Marvel, Zscaler, Ulta, NetApp, those will probably be your best movers this week. Maybe even Kohl's too. But other than that, even then, if they're pricing in higher than like 5 to 7 and they don't really have a history, I wouldn't fall in love with them. A-Win. I got out of A-Win, but where is it at? Oh, shit. It came back up again, bro. Oh, shit. So this is right around where I sold it. Buyout on BNED confirmed? I have not heard anything of that nature. We just saw it run up earlier, though. Coin still going. Gil, remember that from Friday. Goldman proxy fight cost company $65 million. Used to trade. This is E-Trade Pro. There's also even Schwab or Thinkorswim. Oh, I did do the random play. Yeah, I thought I didn't, but yeah. What was the random play today? Oklo, $70. We were down 35%, $20. Yeah, Ulta's not done too well. That's why this earnings will be very interesting. If they do bad on earnings, Ulta might become cheap. Maybe able to get a good move on it. Yeah, Oklo. What was the random play? On the long term, man, long term's been fighting, still near the highs. It's crazy. Long term like hits a new high and then just sells off. Like the good old days. Chamandi doesn't think Gildan takeover offers were serious. That's funny. Wouldn't I just say Gildan? That's hilarious. So watch Gil. We got out of it. All right. I just didn't want to deal with that. Very interesting. You're getting squeeze vibes from MPW. It's there, man, but you do need management to, like, they just still need a hammer at home. Like, you know, people are still a little shaded out by MPW, but again, they've raised a lot of liquidity. They're getting refinancing. They're still just, we're still a little shaky on your boy management, but, you know, I think one more push over the edge or just like a real solid earnings. We haven't really gotten that. Cover on the low. Appreciate all you do for the Chads. You help inspire me to be a better person so I can be the best trader. Amen, baby. I hope you got a long term too, man. But amen, man. I love to hear it. Thank you. Thank you. Why isn't NVIDIA climbing up after great results? Habibi, what do you mean, Habibi? It is up 10, 12% since the great result. Today is up. Look, it's 7. Habibi, you smoke? You smoke the marijuana pot? Or you smoke the mushroom? You say you make a depression. Oh, you say I need it, but you know, no, but you smoke this. And then you look, this what you mean? Not 7 today, Habibi. Nothing. Nothing. Look at in the Dow Jones. Look at the Nasdaq. Nobody's 7. Habibi, you smoke it. You smoking. No way. You say, why no great after a result great. This guy is smoking the mushroom. You want a 20 and not a 7? You sound like American, Habibi. You know that? Very, they give you an inch and then they ask for a mile. Huh? This guy, he say, I want a 20. It's up 17 in 3 days, Habibi. 15, 3 days. 1, 2, 3, 5. You're there, Habibi. Why? Why you like this, Habibi? You don't have any idea about trading? I want to start doing it. Can you tell me where to start with a long term? As weird as it may sound. So do you have that familiarized? I mean, because here's the deal. I didn't learn to trade without understanding how equities worked. So, like, if you know how to own stock and the basic factors of buying a stock and even, like, holding it, that will take you a good portion of the way to understanding the basics of trading. And then from there, you're just going to be doing that at a higher pace and velocity, different amounts with hopefully a different plan. But that's where it starts. We got a couple of tutorials. I have everything from option tutorials to day trading ones. And obviously, there's a lot of stuff on YouTube and everywhere else. But, like, for real, if you don't have your long term, that's a great way to waste your time. And it doesn't matter what you do with trading, because, again, what you're going to learn to trade, you would learn exactly all of it to own equity. So start with the basics, know why people buy stocks and how they do them. And then from there, well, yeah, I mean, I think it's I don't think what I'm saying is insane. I've said a lot more insane stuff, but just quite simply, if you learn how to buy and hold and know how equity works and what people are buying and why they're buying shares, you're going to learn how to trade. That's literally the foundation. Like, everything I learned was that. Like, I learned options through understanding shares. And because I learned it as insurance. Before I day traded and swing traded anything, I just learned what it meant to own something. And like that, again, valuations and basic stuff. And then literally like what's a limit order, what's a market order, what's a stop loss. All of that you will learn in equity land. And then once you start with that, then you'll build it up into whatever else you want. If you want to start trading options or anything else, I mean, it will be there. On alcohol stocks, just depend. I don't have any even done good. I thought Bud was a pretty good value at the low, but other than that, I don't think I own them. I don't know if you're going to turn it into a moral debate, but I don't really care too much about that. You're holding 30K of GME at 55. Do I believe? I don't know, bro. You were just trolling me on NVIDIA not being up, but I mean, I believe. Will you give me money? Can I have money? Give me a membership, dog. What do you like? We'll talk about that later, but like, you mean you got 30K on GME? Let me get some. Caleb been flexing all day. At least he gave me $100. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, bro. Like, what's up? I just saying, you got 50K, 30K in GME. How much you got in JOSH? You know what I'm saying? He had to spell that out too. He's like, what's JOSH? He said, J. That's crazy. I'm broke until I break even. Well, like, I don't know, man. I don't want to be that guy, but like, you know, don't be afraid to spread it around in the form of a membership. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't even trip. I'm just saying, like, we could talk about it later, but just, damn, A-Win's going again, bro. I told you. Like, just hit me with a 5. You know, let me hold 5 real quick. Real quick, man. Real quick. Oh, for JOSH IPO. Woo! You went all in. Your savings are in there. Like, dude, respectfully, I don't care. I just want to know if I can I have $5? Like, what the heck? Like, come on, bro. You just keep flexing on me, telling me, all like, that's cool, man. I'm proud. Well, like, can I have $5? I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, man. There's a lot of subtext behind this. I just want 5. I got 5 on it. He'll give you 5. Listen, and here's the deal, bro. This shit works way better in real life. That's what I've learned. You know what I'm saying? Anytime like that. You like, I'll give you money, Josh. I don't know. I don't want it. I'm just saying, like, let me get some, bro. Trust me, in real life, they won't know how to act. They'll have to give you money. They will. They will, man. They will. So, I don't know, man. Yes, you can, Caleb. Let's go. Hard. Hey, man. Hey, Tim, baby. Thank you, guys. See, they don't even have they ain't be telling me they life savings in GME. And they gave me $5, man. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to Cole, baby. Don't get me started. We went crazy on Friday, bro. Favorite day. Thank you, Lord. No, bro, I want $5 from you, Torres. He's still not getting it. You know, he be telling me stories about what he bought. He getting all excited. I just got me $5 and the other don't know, man. But like, hold up. I'm asking you. You ask me, I ask you. What? Dang, he said, thank you, Lord. Man. 10-minute rigged. Yeah, it was a Friday. I guess we did go crazy. All I need in this life is me and my lawn tar. Me and my lawn tar. We're in the chat. Well, listen, man. I know who I'm not inviting to Thanksgiving. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna remember. Just know that. Ask anybody in here. I remember way too much shit. I'll be like, oh yeah, man, he never gave me my $5. He gave all that money to Ryan Cohen and GME, but he won't give Josh $1. That's crazy. Oh, who's Roach? Look at Roach just comes in. Roach ain't even involved in the conference. Roach said, what's up, man? On. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh, whoa, dude. Any thoughts for polyulti? I'd have to double check the chart. I think it's a little up there. A little up there. It sucks, though. I appreciate y'all y'all showing mad love. I appreciate you, Roach. Kayla, baby. Mr. Whoa. But, like, low-key, man, Torres thinks I still don't want the 5. Like, don't get it confused. I still want my $5, Torres. It's different. This is different. They showing love. They in the game, bro. But this is different. I'm still not over it. Okay? He does not understand. Do you get what I'm saying? He's not understanding it. He be thanking him. And I thank him too. But I'm like, no. That's not, you not understand. I still want my 5. My desire from the $5 did not go away. You don't feel me, man. Yeah, Palo Alto's still up there. I think you're getting a little bit of a discount. I mean, they did do decent after that earnings, you know. But I'm not saying it's bad. You could always average into it. We talked about it, so we'll see. Oh, Mark. Miguel. Horda. See, man, look at this. I love y'all. Thank you. See, thank you. Look at y'all ain't even flex on anybody. Y'all ask me serious questions, giving me serious donuts. I just wanted my 5. Oh, man. God bless y'all, bro. Oh. Is it Quos? Quos? What up, baby? Oh, we'll take it, man. We'll take it. Thank you, guys. Big help. God bless it. You're not off the hook yet, bro. Okay? You act like they were Jesus dying for your sins. That's why you should repent. It does not work in the same way with donations, unfortunately. Okay? But I'll come back to you later, bro. We'll figure it out. That's it. No, you're still not invited to Thanksgiving. I will remember. Oh, Caleb. There you go. Nate. That's it, man. I don't know. Maybe Torres, we should do this like once a week because they just gave me like five times, you know? So that is a blessing, bro. Horn. But nah, man. That's just, oh yeah. That's it. That was fun. See, it works. Yeah, it is, but that was bad, so I have to ban you now. That's how it all culminates. Isn't that crazy? Goodbye. I don't know where he thought this was going. Shout out all the Chads. I thank you all, man. They did good. You see, it's supported by small groups of people who are really involved. So, like, I hope y'all realize we need the people who are really involved in a part of it. So if you just waste time and not really down with the whole thing, you know, we could get rid of you like just like that, you know? So, amen. But thank you. I appreciate it, bro. Win again. You're welcome, man. That's crazy. Ain't never done it before. Brian, let's go. Horn. Amen. Amen. Bro, A-Win's at what? $9, bro? That thing's still going. And I got a first timer, bro. Thank you, Brian. You should have seen it on Friday, man. And Dieska. And then we got Caleb. Nate. There you go, baby. Everybody. And is it Quos? Quos? You know what I'm saying? That's it, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all already went crazy on Friday, man. Y'all showed me love in so many ways, man. So I hope I could keep giving more and more to y'all as well, baby. So let's get it. Let's get it, baby. You only have 5 minutes. 10 seconds till 10-minute rigged. A-Wins at halted at $9, bro. Up 130. We sold out too early. I got you, bro. Kyle! Since 2017, baby. It's word to the long term, baby. Oh, Keith. What's happening? See, I love y'all, man, for real, bro. And listen, nothing's ever required from y'all. Like I said, I don't know. It was a really funny joke, but that's why, man. I want the people who are really in here. You've had people support, trailblaze, hold it down. So I appreciate y'all, man, because you don't have to. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to. But God bless you, baby. Oh, it's our first one. Technic. Let's go. Oh my goodness. This is how we're closing the day. Final 5, baby. Dutch, baby. Oh, crap. All right, hold on. Stop the donos. We got to bring it home. Alejandro, I love you. We got to bring it home. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let me get ahead of myself. Seriously, I love you. Thank you for the donos. But here it is. It's gonna get really loud in here. So look, that's what I'm saying. If you don't belong in here, we already got rid of you. But you guys have been great. If you made it to the end without getting banned, timed out, you are a part of it, baby. I don't want you to end your days bad, okay? So it's gonna get extremely loud in here. When you hear me say earmuffs, that is your warning, and that is your responsibility to protect yourself from loud noises. If you have dormant BBB, you are prone to BBB. You are a BBB. If you don't know what BBB is, you might want to mute your speakers. You see where I'm getting at? See, it's a dangerous thing out there, but the point is, loud noises have ruined people. I don't know how, but it has. So if that is you, or it could be you, or maybe it's your friends, or maybe you have anxiety about it, if you hear me say earmuffs, you should mute your speakers, okay? Okay, protect yourself, protect others, okay? Take your hands and put them 6 feet together. Yeah, it's a little different. See, this is what you should sound like if you're doing earmuffs right now. You should be louder because you don't have spatial awareness of your sounds. Okay, good. All right, this is not a drill. Thank you for the donations, Chad. I love y'all. No, not horn. What is it? Earmuffs. This one's not an earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here another second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly Watchlist and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 69 degrees and cloudy. Looking like a decent day unless you thought the market would move, because the only thing that did was NVIDIA, and they hate everybody. I know. I can't explain it, but the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow. Wow, chat. Oh, what's TT? Oh, wow. Is that how many dollars is that? Oh, it's already down 3. You would have made a little bit more on the MESs. So I got rid of both of the day trade flips today. So surprisingly, we did 2 little flips. But Chattadonia, time to bring it home and wrap it up. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. It don't matter what you're playing. You got a little bit of data in the morning, a little bit more of the earnings, a couple of things until we get into the end of the month. But now you got to finalize your play. Shares, options, futures. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Chad, you have less than 10 seconds remaining. Oh, my goodness. Bring it home. Oh, we should have held those MESs. That was a bottom tick, no? No, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah, let's go. Oh, did I break it? Oh, he's done. He's done, baby. That's how you know we were turning up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Let me get that GG, baby. Where we at? Let's go, baby. Good game. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, infos, personalities. You didn't get banned. You didn't get timed out. That means you had good sportsmanship. That means you wanted to be here. You showed it. You didn't just talk it. You showed it, baby. You held it down. You earned the mutual respect of your peers. You didn't just flex on them. You posted the... Good game, baby. Again, we back and doing it again. Again, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's it. Get them out if they don't do it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm hyped on the GG. Y'all bringing the energy every day. Let's go. Good game, baby. Way to show it up. Wait, make it real, baby. Don't just talk it, baby. Way to be about it. 7 hours. Let's go. Good game, baby. GG. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, bro. Good game. God willing, I'll see you tomorrow. Good game, bro. GG, bro. GG. Good game. I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. It's a cold, baby. Oh, it's a good. All right, I might let it ride. That's it, Chad. All right, guys. Chad, that's it. That's the day. Thank you for being here. I love you. Let's get one more uncle, but I love you. That's the day. God bless Chadadonia. Get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up, finger to the sky. Throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they edit for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the greats. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is how easy to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landed hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Bump, 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 bump. Amen. So Chadadonia. And the video's going crazy after the bell. That MES, bro, that was a bottom tick. If you held it too, we got some good gains, but I think you would have doubled up on that. That was beautiful, man. I'll take it. But Chadadonia, that is the day, bro. Thank you all for being here, for real. Check out the links, the watch list. I don't know what I'm going to do with the watch list. So I'm either going to give you a shorter watch list that's not going to be 40 minutes long, or I might go live at like 3. How does that sound? I don't have it set up yet. I don't know because it all depends on the timing. So that's it. But I have to be done by like pretty much like 4.
That's my thing. So I have to get to an appointment. That's why I'm here all day. That's it. So I don't know. It's a little weird because of the short holiday or the short week and all of that. But beyond that, you know where to find it, right? Second link, nightly watch this main channel. But we'll figure it out. But either way, thank you all for being here. You can check out all the links, but I do appreciate y'all, man. If you held it down, you didn't have to have any disciplinary action, and you really showed respect and love for the chat and were really a part of it. It means a lot, man, and y'all gave me an opportunity. This community is amazing. You see the support. You see everybody got long terms too, man, and it's just so beautiful. So I'm very, very glad and happy, and y'all have bringing the energy with me. Y'all have, some of you haven't. Some of y'all have not met the bar, but some of you have. We keep going, baby. Amen, amen, amen. So Chattadonia, that's it, bro. That's the day, though. I love you all. Check out the links. Check out, if you don't know where the watch list is, I know a lot of you hear it. It's the second link in the description. It'll take you there. Again, you got to subscribe to it, and even if you subscribe, it'll be hard to find. Don't blame me. But again, today's timing of it might be a little bit weird, but in general, we got a couple of other links. The watch list is the same time every day, and I think that's it, man. Other than that, fill out the prayer request wall. Follow me on Instagram. Check out everything else, man. We're going to talk about a lot more. But, yeah, Kava, I don't know if the numbers are out. But I got to go. I got to go, homie. That's it. Just you got to pray for me, though. I'm going to pray for you, man. That's it. Just keep filling out don't even fill it out. You don't have to. But, keep filling it out in spirit, bro. And for real, and you fill it out, too. I'm praying for you, though. For real, man. And I hope you know we love you, man. And at the same time, you ever want to do anything for me, send a prayer my way. I love a prayer. A genuine prayer goes a lot. It's worth more than gold, my friends. And I know gold has been ripping, and they don't feel me. So, Chad, for real, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for showing respect to your fellow Chads. Shout out to everybody who's been a part of it. We have a lot more we're going to cover throughout today and into tomorrow. But today was a good day. We had to take our MCT loss or whatever. Is MCT the oil that makes me poop, or MTC? One of those. But we had some good ones, man. So let's see how it plays out in the next couple days. But that's all I have. Go check out the links. Read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, baby, you got to find the ways to grow. And let yourself be ready by not thinking you're always ready, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, so Chattadonia. That's it, man. That's the day. What a day. What a day. So I love you all. I'll see you on the watch list. Let's get you another one. I'll get you one more.
Hey, Xavier. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point I'm saying.
Robin Hood buyback.
Name, Muhammad would have
wow.
told me that was awesome.
Up
if
6.
I said his name was Moses, would have told me that he chose. And if I said his name Confucius, would have said, darn it, I know know it. If I said his name was Jesus, then you change the way you treat us. Mrs. Phillips traded time, Miss Pelosi traded stacks. Mrs. Phillips molded minds, Miss Pelosi knew her wines. One of them is worth millions, the other not a dime. And it happens all the time, so my question is the why? We still gon' live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the extra change. I think it's kinda strange, the younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really heal the pain. The people in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but that don't apply to Jesus.
Amen. Kava, he grabbed 100 shares of Robinhood. I'm mad. I wanted some of that Robinhood when LT told me, but it just kept going higher. Yeah, Kava EPS 12 cents. First quarter revenue $259 million. We have to compare it to the expectations. But yeah, Kava is out. 12 estimate was 4.6. Mrs. Phillips traded time. Miss Pelosi traded stocks. So revenue 246. They did 259, so they beat on that. I don't know. What's their adjusted EBITDA? They see new Kava restaurants 50 to 54 in full year 25. So that's good. They raised the guidance on that. They raised the lower end, but they are starting to drop. Again, revenue 259, estimate 24, adjusted EBITDA 33. Where's their guidance then? Again, we have full year guidance on the stores, which I think is good, but it's already flipping. Exactly. All right. Again, I don't think these earnings, man, I think Kava will probably dance around. What was the other one? Hood, just off the buyback, is probably going to go nuts. They see full year adjusted EBITDA 100 to 105, saw 86 to 90. That's weird. That's good. I don't know. That might be one of those where, like, kind of like DraftKings. I think DraftKings had a good one like that, and then it sold off. But that doesn't seem bad. I don't think they missed on anything. I think EPS was good. Guidance, they raised the store amount. They're raising their revenue. So, I don't know. Kava was just up and down. Now it's back to break even. If you are looking for a play after hours, I don't know. I don't think it was that bad. It flipped, but it's not like the number. Like, it was good. They beat and they guided up. That's the simple way to put it. So, we will see. T1 settlement trading era begins. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. All right, well, Chattadonia, I love you all. I hope you know you're blessed. God bless Chattadonia. But I got to go. That's it, man. I'm going to leave you for now. I'll be back. Okay, eventually. I'll see you soon. I will be back eventually. But for now, that is it, man. So I'll see you guys tonight. God bless you and thank you all. Pray for your boy. Pray for everybody in the chat. Thank you again for the opportunity. You know, we already said it, right? We already said why we here, baby. Don't forget why we here, why we keep going. You already know. We already did our finger to the sky, baby. So, amen. Just don't forget, though. Always, always, baby. But, Chad, I love you. Have a wonderful evening and peace out. No, you hang up. You stop it. You didn't even talk to. I didn't talk to you that much today. Come on, you got to vote. The soul of the democracy, the soul of the continent is at stake. You know that the soul, we live in a continent. We're the United States of a continent. Come on, you got to come together. And got to come together. Did you see me? I was out there in the BK, in the Bronx. They said they don't like Trump, but they came up there. You saw it. Can you believe it? Fake news media. Look at the crowd. Can you zoom out? Show them the crowd. I know. Exactly. Is it the incumbent or the incontinent? It doesn't matter if you got Peter Pan parading around the media. Who's Peter Pan? I don't know. We could ask Ronald or we could ask Roger. Exactly. In the foothills of creepy is where Mark Zuckerberg and Spiegel live. And just Spiegel, he be playing with ghosts and weird shit. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.